Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter mastered occlumency after disappearing at age of 6? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The door to his private room swung open, admitting Dumbledore and Auror Shacklebolt. While the tall Auror was impassive as always, Dumbledore's shadowed eyes and grave expression gave Harry a moment's pause. The headmaster placed Floppy on the nightstand, along with Harry's wand, recovered from the battle. Floppy looked a little worse for the wear. Dumbledore conjured a plush chair to sit on and coolly regarded Harry for a long minute. Mr. Potter, we find ourselves in a difficult situation. I have 3 gone students, and 1 more not expected to survive the night. I have 3 more students who have various levels of injury but who will live. I have a staff member who has lost his left hand, and it cannot be restored. I need to know what happened. Harry gave a weak half-smile. As do I, headmaster. Albus stared at Harry, dumbfounded. Are you saying you have no recollection of events? Harry would have shrugged, but the limits of his pain threshold had long since been exceeded. Oh, I remember talking in your office, about my schedule, maybe even something about tutoring. The next thing I can recall is feeling like I tried to drink a goblin under the table and stupidly won the contest. Did they not tell you what my injuries were? Albus gave a brief nod. They did mention you had sustained a head injury, but they were unclear as to what the extent of the injury might entail. He paused to watch as Harry slowly and painfully straightened his leg. Did you have your sensory monitor on, Harry? Harry smiled faintly. It would be in my clothes wherever they are, and yes, it was on. Excellent, said Dumbledore as he rose and moved to the wardrobe in the corner. Usually, Harry, they place your possessions in here if you arrive unable to take care of yourself. Dumbledore retrieved a set of clothes and placed them at the foot of the bed. Harry recognized all the clothing as his, although he was somewhat shocked to see the dull stain marks all over the robes. You're looking for a small pouch that would have been around my neck. Under the clothes, sir. It should be a dark green in color. Dumbledore rifled through the small pile, and Harry was pleased when the headmaster pulled the pouch out and set it aside, returning the clothes to the wardrobe. Dumbledore picked up the pouch and loosened the drawstrings, appending the bag into his palm. However, instead of a shiny silver orb, a collection of dull gray fragments that had once made up a sensory monitor tinkled gently onto the old wizard's hand. Studying the fragments closely, Dumbledore flicked his wand, quietly saying, "Reparo." Harry sighed, drawing the attention of both the headmaster and the Auror. They can't be repaired. They are designed to be irrevocably destroyed once broken. The intent was that before a monitor could be lost, the holder could smash it, and no one would find out what had been on it, since it takes too long to just erase it in an emergency. Shacklebolt looked at Harry with clear surprise on his face. How do you know this? And why don't I? Again, Harry was surprised at the moderate and slightly melodic voice of the large man. He would almost swear that Kingsley was from someplace other than the British Isles. I know the inventors. Dumbledore placed the fragments on the table before looking back at Harry. Would you let me past your shields, Harry, so that I might try to locate the memories we need to see, and perhaps to see how we might repair the damage you sustained? Harry contemplated the ceiling for several minutes before finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, but no. There are too many things I want kept private that you would easily and most certainly come across. Shacklebolt stirred slightly. Mr. Potter, we need to know what happened. The only ones able to tell us anything don't know how the battle started, and they claim that they only arrived at the very end of it. We have several devastated families out there, and this incident will not be swept under any rug. There isn't even a rug large enough for this mess. His gaze was neutral, but the tone of the Auror's voice suggested that Harry get over himself and let Dumbledore do what he wanted. Floppy suddenly sat up on the nightstand. I can help, I believe, the hat announced. Shacklebolt was clearly shocked that the hat was talking outside of a sorting, whereas Harry and Dumbledore just looked curious. Noticing the Auror's obviously perplexed stare, Dumbledore waved his hand at Harry and Floppy. The two of them liked to chat with each other. Harry smirked briefly at the Auror before looking back at the hat. How now, Floppy? If anything, Shacklebolt's surprised expression became complete when he heard the hat's name. Floppy, however, ignored the Auror. Recall, Mr. Potter, what I said about my purpose for existing. Harry could feel the light in his brain. I do. You mean you can take an active hand in things as well? Floppy almost sounded smug. It's not much good to just listen, now is it, Mr. Potter? Harry was thoughtful for a moment, counting ceiling tiles before he found the flaw in the situation. Floppy, I thought you couldn't see into my head because of my shields? I can't, Mr. Potter. But you now know enough to trust me with your confidences. Do you not? Dumbledore himself seemed quite surprised by this comment. Harry continued to study the ceiling. No offense, Floppy, but I'm not real keen on you looking around in my head either. Floppy was unperturbed. Is there anyone that you do trust, Mr. Potter? The hat could not have made it plainer that it expected a resounding no in response. Of course. Unfortunately, he can't come here, and I doubt I'd be allowed to go someplace private considering the circumstances. Shacklebolt nodded while observing. Correct. Well, Mr. Potter, Floppy continued patiently. Shall it be the headmaster or I that takes a look inside that head of yours? Think about what I've already been through. Harry had to grudgingly admit that Floppy had a point. All right then, Floppy. Harry politely looked at the headmaster and the Auror. If you would both excuse us. The two men got up to leave the room. Oh, and headmaster, if you would be so kind as to place Floppy on my head and my wand in my hand? Dumbledore did so and followed Shacklebolt into the corridor. Harry paused to lock the door and place imperturbable and perimeter charms throughout the room. Relaxing his mind, Harry slowly took his Occlumency shields all the way down to the basic level 1 shields he had learned years before. Floppy was silent for almost a minute before exclaiming, My word!
Mont, 4 septembre 1995, 1h58.
After restoring his level 5 shields, Harry released all the protections on the room before calling out for the headmaster to return. Still sitting awkwardly, Harry was relieved that he had almost normal use of his arms again, and breathing was much easier. His left leg was all that seemed to still be healing, and now that his memories were accessible again, Harry very much wanted out of the hospital and out of the clothes he was currently wearing. He desperately needed to find the right people and then talk to them. Dumbledore and Shacklebolt came back almost immediately when he unlocked the door, Dumbledore returning to his chair and the Auror to his leaning spot on the wall. Dumbledore looked carefully at Harry before asking the question that was written plainly on his face. And was Floppy able to return your memories? Harry nodded, keeping his face as expressionless as he could manage. I understand that he's not exactly returning them, more like finding them, and then showing me how to access them again. Know what happened, and I know I was ambushed and defended myself. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I expected as much, Harry, but I still must see the evidence. Shacklebolt procured a judicial pensieve while you were working with Floppy. Do you know how these work? Harry shook his head. I've never used one, sir, and I've never been taught how to take advantage of their extra features. Dumbledore waved his hand as though the matter were of no consequence. Never mind, Harry. All that is relevant for now is that, while any memory submitted by this manner cannot be used as the only evidence of a crime, it can be used to build a chain of evidence and corroborate other events. The most crucial detail is that no tampered memory will be accepted by the pensieve. Do you understand? Harry shrugged. Of course. Harry knew that to a skilled practitioner, memories could be sliced and diced to present an alternate reality from what truly occurred while still being 100% valid. Very well, please transfer a copy of your memory into it, and let us observe what happened. Dumbledore waited while Harry placed a copy of the memory into the pensieve that Shacklebolt had set on the bed. When he finished, Harry swirled the memory briefly before tapping the bowl, causing the scene to appear above the bowl in a ghostly 3-dimensional view. The memory picked up with Harry leaving the headmaster's office and ended when he lost consciousness. Harry noticed that the wave of magic he saw before being thrown back was not visible in the memory, nor was his wandless stunner. Dumbledore and Shacklebolt shared a frown and a look before replaying the memory. Harry ignored them while they both physically entered the pensieve, this time to scrutinize events in more detail. He was having a hard time sitting still while thinking about the entire battle, particularly the way it had ended. As Dumbledore and Shacklebolt came back from their inspection of the events, Dumbledore began pacing while Shacklebolt sat down, heavily in the chair that Dumbledore was no longer using. The Auror was looking at Harry with an indecipherable expression. "I have questions, Mr. Potter." Dumbledore began the discussion. "What was that shield at the very beginning?" Harry smirked slightly. "An experiment, sir. While less than successful, it did save my life." Shacklebolt leaned forward. "That was no basic shield, Mr. Potter." Harry raised his eyebrows in response. "No, it wasn't. But it also wasn't dark magic, so does it really matter what it was?" Shacklebolt was clearly ready to grill Harry when Dumbledore spoke up, cutting the Auror off before he could start. "No, of course not. Rather suspect I can guess what that was, particularly with what happened to your clothing during that first harm." Harry knew Dumbledore understood what it was and, most likely, the implications of what Harry was trying to do with it. Shacklebolt, however, seemed disappointed. But if it saved his life, couldn't Aurors use it as well? Even if it wasn't enough to stop the onslaught, it could increase the chances of surviving an attack. Dumbledore shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Kingsley. It's a very limited use, unless Harry can find some way to overcome the problems in the design." Shacklebolt slumped in the chair, letting it tilt back against the wall, rubbing his eyes in frustration the whole time. Dumbledore, however, leaned over the foot of the bed, watching Harry intently. "What happened at the very end, Harry? You were about to charge, when you were knocked aside like an annoying insect." Harry frowned in turn.
No idea.
"I believe she did it, although I'm not entirely certain, nor can I explain how, but I don't know what it was. I've never seen or felt anything like that, and frankly, I never want to again." The pensive memory was always an echo of events, and anything magical like a spell being cast was only clear if the concentration of magic was sufficiently high. Otherwise, everything in a memory would glow, making it impossible to discern anything. Their conversation was interrupted as Severus Snape strode into the room, looking for the headmaster. Harry tensed, his wand gripped tightly. "Headmaster," Severus said, as he glared at Harry, "the Zabini boy has died from his wounds. His family is displeased." Harry thought that Snape almost seemed delighted that the Zabini boy, whichever one that was gone. Dumbledore looked back at Harry. "Harry, your memory matches the spells we observed coming from the wands of everyone involved in the battle. While not admissible by itself, if you combine it with our study of the wands, it is clear you acted in self-defense. It would be much better if your monitor had survived the fighting, but there is nothing we can do about that now." Harry, however, kept his eyes on Snape. "Tell me, Snape, how is it that I was ambushed right after you showed up again?" Snape sneered at Harry. "Learn some manners, Potter. I have no idea why you were attacked at that time. Would you like to use some Veritaserum for me to prove it?" Harry narrowed his eyes. "Do I look like a fool? Veritaserum doesn't work on an Occlumency, and you know that, just as I know that you're a skilled Occlumency." Snape smirked unpleasantly. "An unbreakable vow. Then, one that declares that I lack knowledge of any ambush planned for you outside the headmaster's office by these 4 students? Or were those 3 Gryffindors involved as well? I can swear to not knowing anything about all 7 of them planning to attack you, individually or collectively, if you like." The acidic tone was taunting Harry to demand just such an oath, which was surprising. Dumbledore heaved a great sigh and stood up to place a restraining hand on Snape. "Enough. We have sufficient problems to deal with at the moment. While Severus and I still need to have a long talk about other events, I have questioned him about tonight most carefully, Harry. I am certain he has no knowledge of the episode in question." Harry quirked an eyebrow but kept his guard on high while Snape was in the room. The man's attitude and calmness just seemed off. Dumbledore turned back to Severus and motioned for him to leave the room. "Thank you, Severus, we will be out momentarily." After Snape left, Harry held up a hand and again cast imperturbable and perimeter charms around the room. Almost instantly the door began hooting at him. Harry looked at the headmaster while the headmaster frowned. He can't hear us, but he's trying to. As I have said previously, you may trust him. I do not. Canceling the annoying perimeter charms, Harry left the imperturbable ones in place. Dumbledore sighed again and wearily sank back into the plush chair. I will be talking to Severus as soon as I can, Harry. In case you hadn't noticed, your arrival has been shaking things up rather dramatically with little time for resolution before the next upheaval occurs. Fudge is here because of the identity of the students who attacked you, Harry. I doubt if you are aware of how influential the families of those students are. Blaise Zabini, Adrian Pusey, Pansy Parkinson. All of them came from powerful pure harm families, and each one of them was an only child. Miss Parkinson was also the fiancée of Draco Malfoy. The fourth student, Daphne Greengrass, was also from a long line of purebloods, although she was different from the others in that she had several siblings. I dare say you already knew the Weasleys involved. Ironically enough, they are yet another pure harm family. Pulling off his glasses, Dumbledore carefully cleaned them on the hem of his robes. If you include the Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle families, Harry, you have, in less than a week, set most of the pure harm supremacist families against you. This means that Fudge is also against you, since they are his largest campaign contributors. Returning his glasses to his face, Dumbledore looked at Shacklebolt for a second before turning back to Harry. Alastor Moody has been recalled to the Ministry for active duty, Harry. Further, Fudge has passed a law that allows him to substitute a professor when there is an opening I have not filled. He is placing someone loyal to him as the new Deadah professor, Madame Umbridge. I expect you two shall get along spectacularly. Shacklebolt leaned in again to watch Harry. You wouldn't happen to know why Filch lost his hand when he picked up your sword, would you, Mr. Potter? Harry sighed. You were supposed to warn everyone, Headmaster. Never play with another man's tools without permission. Dumbledore appeared less than pleased by Harry's callous statement. Rising to his feet, he handed the judicial pensive back to Shacklebolt before turning one last time to look to Harry. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me before we meet later? Harry nodded his head quickly. How are the Weasleys? Dumbledore frowned. The boys are fine, just stunned and a little shaken by events. Young Ginevra, however, has some serious injuries and is another patient here. I have been told, however, that she should be well enough to return in time for classes tomorrow, but she is still under careful observation. As for you, your injuries were of a different sort. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. May I see them? Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Harry, I don't think that would be a good idea. Her entire family is in there with her. They are very concerned. Enough rumors have gone around that I had to literally stun her mother before she could come down here and, well, let's just say she wanted to talk to you. Vociferously. Let the truth of the events come out first. Otherwise I fear you may become a permanent resident here. Just give them some time, Harry. Harry gave the headmaster a half-hearted smile as the two men left his room.
Mont, 4 septembre 1995, 7h34.
Striding into the great hall for breakfast, Harry became acutely aware of the sudden wave of silence that washed over the assembled students and staff. Everyone was cautiously watching him, many with fear in their eyes. After all, he had harmed 4 Slytherin students and tried to harm 3 Gryffindors. As Harry sat down at the end of the Gryffindor table, all the students near him began slowly sliding down the table to get as far away as possible. Their reactions reminded him of prey slowly moving away from an unexpected predator before bolting in sudden flight. Harry carefully studied the various clusters of students, noting the rapid whispers and nearly constant fearful glances cast his way. With no apparent source for the rumors that must have spread, Harry ignored the sudden influx of owls with the Morning Post and looked at the staff to gauge their reactions. Snape sat stiffly at the head table, watching Harry with a sneer, his black eyes shining in triumph. A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Corbeck and Creachery. Thanks to random people for their aid with Brit picking, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. One character name in this chapter was changed from prior versions. I have also changed the versions at other sites. It's not a plot change, it was a cameo slot that I used without permission. In fairness, I've struck it from the chapter since I haven't received permission yet to use it. The thing with the sword and filch was not, despite what you may think, a spin-off of the Blade stories, or insert an movie of choice here. Consider the term cursed weapon used throughout history. They have been noted for maiming or harm non-owners that attempt to wield them. This may even be a hint. You might be interested to find out about the Educational Reform Act of 1988 in England. There are some parallels in intent to the No Child Left Behind legislation that do be pushed through in the States for a PR-driven points game. While the idea has always been good, the implementation has always been less than stellar, regardless of where you are. Control, Chapter 10. Control.
Mont, 4 septembre, 7h36.
Snape sat at the head table, not even 30 feet from where Harry was sitting at the end of the Gryffindor table. Harry's impromptu glaring contest with the man was brought to a screeching halt when a school owl landed in the middle of his empty plate. It nipped at his ear to get his attention. Surprised to be receiving any post by this method, Harry looked at the owl and saw a note attached to its leg. Harry scratched the owl's neck as he retrieved the note, which had his name on it. It fluttered off, presumably heading back to the Ollery. Unfolding the parchment, Harry read the terse message. "We're waiting for you in the same place." Fred and George preferring to see the twins rather than sit in the silent fishbowl of fear that was the Great Hall. Harry grabbed his bag and a couple of rolls off the table. He noticed many students bent over the Morning Post, casting furtive glances at him, shrugging off the stairs as a consequence of the already rampant rumors. Harry stood up and turned back to head out of the hall. As he stood up, however, he came face to face with Professor McGonagall, who was staring at him with an indecipherable expression. Without saying a word, she thrust his schedule at him. As soon as his fingers touched it, she released her grip and stalked off to the rest of the students in her house, the stack of schedules clutched in her pale fingers. Resigned to animosity from the entire school, Harry again tried to head for the exit yet was stopped before he could take more than 2 strides. Without Harry's noticing, Snape had smoothly descended from the head table and now blocked his path. "Potter," he sneered, his eyes still glinting in a way that profoundly irritated Harry. "For your collection of clippings. I'm positive you enjoy collecting articles about your conquests." The strange statement was accompanied by Snape thrusting a rolled-up copy of the morning paper at him. With a further sneer, Snape returned to his seat, his cloak billowing behind him. Deciding he would figure out the man's game later, Harry left to find the twin pranksters and eat his rolls in peace.
Mont, 4 septembre, 7h41.
George was waiting for him outside the entrance to the collapsed secret passageway. He was pacing back and forth, his face pale, any trace of humor gone. Spotting Harry, he jerked his head at the slightly open portrait door. Harry followed George down into the little area and closed the door behind him. At the bottom of the stairs, Fred was sitting in one of 3 straight wooden chairs, with a small table separating them. George slumped onto one chair while Fred waved Harry to sit down. Fred looked just as pale and serious as his twin. Harry put his bag under the seat and dropped the paper he was carrying onto the table. It partially unfurled, revealing a bit of a headline that suddenly grabbed his attention. Straightening out the paper, Harry quickly read the top-fold story, ignoring the series of pictures next to it of the 4 students he had harmed. "Boy Who Lived Kills for Tries to Harm More," by Rita Skeeter. Late yesterday evening, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, attacked at least 7 students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with a sword. 4 unarmed students, all of them from Slytherin House, were mercilessly harmed. 3 more students were grievously wounded when they stumbled across the harm bath Potter made in butchering the Slytherin students. Enraged at being discovered, Potter then tried to eliminate the witnesses, all Gryffindors, only to be caught off guard by the fast thinking of one would-be victim. Potter, who mysteriously disappeared at the age of 6, refused to attend Hogwarts when invited for his first-year studies. Rumors quickly suggested that he was receiving training in the dark arts from former Death Eaters as well as dark creatures such as vampires, werewolves, and malcontent goblins. He refused to attend each time an offer was extended, until this summer, when he suddenly agreed for unknown reasons. Potter's unexpected reappearance has raised many questions, not only as to where he has been but also to what he has been learning. While it has never been proven, additional evidence suggesting Potter is indeed dark came to light after the fight yesterday eve. While trying to clean up the pools of harm and body parts Potter left behind, the hardworking and generous Argus Filch, caretaker of Hogwarts, also became a victim of Potter's dark powers when he picked up one of Potter's weapons. The sword, clearly a dark artifact, failed to take the Filch's life, but did successfully remove his left hand through some form of curse. Clearly, Potter is using dark arts if he is able to handle cursed objects with impunity. Was Potter trying to eliminate any opposition in his bid to take control of the school? Were the Slytherin students, who were waiting outside the headmaster's office to talk with him, trying to report him for crimes or to relay their suspicions? Or is Potter merely out to eliminate all of the Pure Harm families? Recall that Potter also viciously attacked 3 other Slytherin students on the train ride to school. 2 of those students have since been exonerated. Last night's events, coupled with Potter's false accusations against Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, raise deep questions about the supposed charges against the Honorable Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy family has a long history of generous donations to charities and civic involvement in government. Rumors also claim that Potter is trying to oust the talented Severus Snape, potions master and lecturer at Hogwarts, who has tried to catch Potter in his acts of aggression. Professor Snape, also head of Slytherin House, was unavailable for comment prior to publication, hard-pressed to console the families, devastated by Potter's harm spree, that had gathered at St. Mungo's in their grief and loss. Our hearts must go out to the noble and distinguished families who have lost their children, victimized by the last Potter. Those involved in the battle were continued, page 2. In disgust, Harry threw the paper away. George caught it and scanned the article, raising one eyebrow as he did so. Realizing that clearly Snape knew or at least was involved with more than he was revealing, Harry could feel his rage building. Would Dumbledore still find Snape free of doubt over this incident, given his actions this morning? Tonight he would go back to pushing on the old man to find out. Glaring at the 4 pictures of innocent, happy-looking children smiling and waving at the camera, Harry realized that he had been quite neatly set up. It had been a calculated risk on the part of his enemies. The 4 students had likely been ordered to attack him, harm him if possible. If they had been successful in harm him, the charges against the other Slytherin students would have been dropped. If, however, Harry somehow managed to survive but injure his assailants, then his actions would have been used against him to eliminate the threat that he posed. The fact that Harry had executed the Slytherins had probably taken his opponents by surprise, but knowing Lucius Malfoy and his cronies, they would, and had already done so, judging from the article in the Daily Prophet, turn these unexpected events to their advantage. That Lucius sacrificed the children of other families in the gamble would never cross the man's mind. Harry would now find himself under the magical equivalent of the spotlight. Any movement he made, any spell he cast, any conversation he had would be carefully replayed and scrutinized. Even the most outlandish accusations trying to connect his actions with the dark arts would become justifiable. Harry had to hand it to the senior Malfoy. The man had orchestrated events masterfully in his attempt to redeem Draco. If sufficient doubt could be cast on Harry's character, Draco would be able to skate by with self-defense claims. Especially if Lucius could point out that he had known and warned Draco beforehand that Harry might be dark. In fact, Harry could see the defense clearly now. They would claim that Draco had sought Harry out to ascertain the truth behind Lucius' fears, thinking himself safe to interact with impunity in a public place. Somehow, Harry knew that Draco's own comments would be played off as some kind of test of Harry. Nothing was adding up correctly. The question was, how did Snape and Fudge play into this? And was Dumbledore really blindly trusting Snape, or was he somehow involved too? How did the Slytherin students get their instructions? How was Lucius passing along his plans? Where did Voldemort enter the equation? There was more than he could understand involved here. George cleared his throat to get Harry's attention off the paper. Fred, who made a show of just finishing his reading of the article, dropped the paper back on the table. The twins involuntarily flinched when Harry stared hard at them, unconsciously with a look which clearly conveyed pain to anyone who crossed him, before Harry realized he was out of line and carefully rearranged his face into a neutral expression. George cleared his throat again, suddenly nervous in the setting. Harry, Dumbledore told us before we got here that you asked to see us last night." Glancing quickly at Fred, George tried and failed to look Harry in the eye. "What did you want?" Harry took a few deep breaths, blowing them out slowly, trying to regain his center. His rage was boiling over, and he needed to keep it in check until he could safely vent it during training. Shaking himself mentally and physically, he glanced at his watch and realized he had little time to say anything at all. "Well," Harry looked at Fred and George, wanting to meet both their eyes. "First, I wanted to apologize. I was acting on instinct and I shouldn't have been." Harry waited a moment, but neither twin was reacting. "Second, I wanted to find out if you were okay." Dumbledore, the name came out colder than he intended, said you two were all right, but that Ginny was hurt. Is she okay? Harry was trying to be calm and sincere since he truly was concerned, but his irritation and frustration were making his voice harsher than he desired. Fred stirred a bit before slowly nodding his head. "The healers released her about an hour ago. They say she's fine now, at least physically. We all came back together." Harry nodded his head slowly. "I'm glad," he offered simply. "I'm sorry for what I did do and almost did to all three of you." George shifted before looking back at Harry. "What about the other four?" Harry stared him in the eye. "Not in the least." Fred slowly stretched out a finger and tapped the paper on the table. "We know not to believe everything we read, Harry, but this is the only account we've heard about it. You understand?" George leaned towards Harry, a rather slight frown on his face. "Remember that. Please do not make things worse than we talked about, Harry." Harry sighed, realizing the twins were in a full protection mode of some kind. "Look, I don't have time to give you a blow-by-blow right now. It was self-defense. I'll give you any oath you want on it. You're going to have to believe what you want to believe until I can show you what happened." Fred and George shared a frown. Harry glanced at his watch again before standing. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry you all were involved." Dumbledore and Auror Shacklebolt both agreed it was self-defense. "I've got to get to my first class, so I'll show you the memory later, right?" There was a long drawn-out moment of silence before Harry finished. "You two need to realize I won't always be able to tell you or show you what's going on. At some point, you're going to have to take it on faith that I'm not what that article portrays me as." Harry left the twins in their unhappy silence as he went to meet Neville Longbottom outside greenhouse number 2, almost certain that any change in his relations with the twins would be centered on how events affected their sister. There was nothing he could do about it now. What was done was done. Maybe when they talked later, things would get better. Resigned to a prolonged stay in the proverbial house of frustration and condemnation, Harry was already tired as he departed the castle, ignoring the wide berth students gave him as he passed through the halls.
Mont, 4 septembre, 8 heures.
Neville Longbottom was waiting outside the greenhouse as Harry approached. The slightly pudgy boy was looking fairly anxious, and Harry was having a hard time deciding if Neville was relieved or disappointed that Harry actually showed up. Opening the door to the greenhouse, Neville walked inside, keeping a good bit of distance between the two of them. As Neville tried to put on his dragon hide gloves with shaking hands, Harry finally opted for directness. "Something on your mind, Neville?" The brown-haired boy looked up at Harry with a squeak, dropping both his gloves on the ground. "And no," he said quietly, squatting down to grab his gloves. "Come off it, Neville. It's clear you expect me to do something." "Is it that article in the paper?" Harry asked, trying to find a tone of patience but merely coming across as frustrated. Neville stood back up while keeping his eyes on his gloves. Wringing the gloves in his hands nervously, Neville slowly nodded his head. I don't know what happened, but you did harm them?" The question was more of a statement. Harry sighed softly. "After they ambushed me and tried to harm me, yes, I harmed them in self-defense." Neville flushed slightly. "But what about Ginny? And the twins?" Harry became silent and studied Neville's face. The boy was clearly torn with worry and something else, something that kept his cheeks rosy and his demeanor uneasy. "You like her?" Harry asked quietly. I thought you had something with Hannah. Neville paled a bit before trying to look at Harry and failing. Returning his gaze to the gloves which were being silently tortured, Neville shook his head. I used to. She's special, you know? She was always so nice to me. As Neville's voice trailed off, Harry realized that Ginny had probably just seen Neville as a friend, and Neville had eventually outgrown his crush. Ginny, however, would always be special to the boy as his first crush. Harry had vague memories of his first crush in school, and he knew that he would always be fond of her in a slightly nostalgic way. Deciding to answer Neville's question since the boy was being painfully honest with him, Harry sighed and motioned Neville to join him on a bench by the tools. Those three came along during the fight. Neville. Harry paused to play with his own gloves for a moment. At the time, I was trying to defend myself from people trying to harm me. They jumped into the fight without realizing what that might mean to me. Harry realized that he was telling a half-truth and that he wanted Neville to understand. I was also a bit out of it. The first round of curses hit me hard and knocked me for a loop. I would have attacked Dumbledore if he stepped into the middle of things at that point. Harry leaned back a bit. Ginny stopped me before I could hurt them as well, Neville. Neville stopped playing with his gloves and started fondling one of the trenching tools. His devotion to herbology was apparent to Harry from the wistful look on the boy's face as he absently played with the tools of his trade. That Harry had yet to lash out at him seemed to be giving his confidence a boost. But you would have hurt them, too? Harry sighed. I'd like to think not, Neville, but the reality was that I was in no condition to determine who was safe and who wasn't. Yes, I would have hurt them, too. Rather badly, I imagine. Neville put the trenching tool down and started playing with his hands as he worked his way through whatever was still causing trouble inside his head. Harry waited patiently for the boy to make up his mind. Neville finally held out his right hand, showing Harry the steel ring around the pinky finger. They said you made these. I had to sign an oath about them. Are you dark, Harry? Neville was shaking slightly, almost as though he expected Harry to finally strike him down. Harry felt saddened by Neville's question. He should have seen this coming. He pulled out his wand, Neville flinching as he did so and obviously expecting to be attacked. Harry shook his head before holding the wand up in front of himself. I, Harry James Potter, do solemnly swear upon my magic that I am not dark. I have no intention of going dark, and I do not secretly practice dark magic. The soft glow that surrounded Harry's wand was silent testimony to the truth of his oath. Neville exhaled slowly and leaned forwards, elbows on knees. Breathing deeply for a few minutes, Neville looked at Harry and slowly nodded. All right, Harry, I'll trust you for now. Harry decided that maybe Gryffindors really were brave after all, despite what Floppy said. Thanks, Neville. You know most of the school thinks you're dark and that you're going to harm more students, don't you? Neville inquired cautiously. Harry shrugged. They can think what they want, Neville. I feel no need to explain my actions. You were able to confront me in spite of your fears, which took a lot of courage. I respect you for that. I felt that you deserved the truth because you acted like an adult and braved your fears, asking out of concern for others. But all those who just want to whisper or talk about me behind my back, well, that's not my problem and they're frankly not worth my time. Neville was silent for a few minutes while he pondered Harry's statement. All right, I'll keep your confidence on this. You know it will just get worse, right? Harry smiled absently. What will be, Neville. Neville got to his feet before putting his gloves on. More relaxed but still a bit shaky. I thought we'd try to see what you already know, Harry, then go from there. Is that okay? Harry nodded before standing up and putting his own gloves on, following Neville to the first row of plants at the front of the greenhouse. Maybe he would still have a friendly face or two left by the end of the day.
Mont, 4 septembre, 9h07.
Harry supposed that being in a herbology lesson with the Hufflepuffs, given how they reacted to his sitting at their table, should have been a predictable disaster. What before had been uncomfortable silence from the majority of Hufflepuffs at their table was now the closed rank of uniform antipathy. Most surprising was Professor Sprout's similar manifestation of almost open hostility. The kindest label he could attach to her demeanor was distantly cold. Throughout an apparently standard OWL-year speech emphasizing the importance of doing well, studying hard, expecting large workloads, and more drivel that Harry was disinclined to listen to, he observed the students around him. The Gryffindors, for the most part, avoided being close to him. The Hufflepuffs actively shunned him and put as many Gryffindors between him and their group as possible. As Sprout began outlining the activities for the day and week, Harry sighed in contemplation of how life was going to be at Hogwarts. Somehow, Harry decided he needed to get even with Remus and Sirius for talking him into coming to the school in the first place. He understood that with the loss of Nicholas, he needed more than they could offer, but it seemed unlikely that Albus would be providing aid anytime soon. True, some of that was due to Harry's actions, but it seemed that most of the delay was due to the headmaster's own prior inactions. As they broke into partner groups for the lesson, Neville told Hannah that he needed to keep working with Harry and invited her to join them. Her refusal left Neville puzzled, and the subsequent complete avoidance of Neville by Hannah left him more confused as the lesson progressed. She ignored his inquiries and attempts at conversation, finally going so far as to move with her partner to a more distant table. For his part, Harry was deeply impressed with Neville's knowledge and understanding of what they were doing, but more importantly, why the plants mattered. Apparently, Neville kept his own greenhouse at home, which was of sufficient size to rival one of Hogwarts' teaching greenhouses. The mix of plants Neville had, however, tended more towards the exotic than the basic ones found at school. It saddened him to think that because Neville was willing to give Harry the benefit of the doubt and continue tutoring him, Hannah might become lost to Neville. Harry saw Ginny enter with her brother Ron and Hermione, but she avoided making eye contact with him and kept to a table on the far side of the greenhouse. Resigned to more unpleasant conversations in the near future, Harry tried his best to keep up with Neville's instructions, but the combination of hostility, glances, and whispers slowly nudged his frustration into high gear. Only Neville was willing to buck the trend, and while he was still nervous with Harry, by the end of their nearly 3 hours of working together, including the private tutoring period, the boy no longer seemed afraid. He tended to avoid casual banter, but his passing comments on the work they were doing and the applications filled the time with trivia and facts that Harry hastily scribbled down in his Muggle-style notebook. He would never understand why anyone chose parchment and quill for taking notes in a classroom. Official communication was one thing, as was turning in assignments, he supposed, but it was so much cleaner, faster, and easier to use a notebook during lessons. Parchment would only be in use when absolutely necessary. Harry had heard his mentors discuss the herd-like mentality of many in the magical community, but this was becoming his first sharp experience in the phenomenon. Despite the public knowledge that Rita Skeeter was less than an honest reporter, everyone was more than ready to accept her sensationalistic spin on events. Her clear sympathies for the Pure Harm families made Harry rather curious about who supplemented her income. Making a mental note to discuss the press situation with Remus, Harry longed to escape the castle and the dangerous groupthink of its inhabitants.
Mont, 4 septembre, 11h04.
Harry walked towards Hagrid's cabin, heading for the back of the building. His schedule said that Ginny would meet him here, but he was not sure whether she would actually show up. Throughout the herbology lesson, she had avoided being near Harry, which was to be expected. Ron had kept up a running commentary under his breath that Harry was certain concerned him. The ominous looks he had received from the gangly boy assured him that the commentary was less than friendly. The Daily Prophet prominently sticking out of Ron's bag was a sure sign that things would be tense in the dormitory that night. Perhaps he would need to take steps to minimize the fallout within Gryffindor House. To reach his tutoring session, Harry had opted for the expedient method of simply walking immediately and not trying to talk to or wait for Ginny. Harry felt that if he had chosen to wait for her after class by the greenhouse, between the other students and his presence, she would have been put under enough pressure to further resent and avoid him. Hopefully, with a bit of space, she would have the chance to reflect on whether she still wanted to tutor him, as well as decide how to deal with her brother. Ultimately, if she was going to show up, she would. Otherwise, he would use the time to try to write a letter to Remus outlining the situation. A lot of unexpected events were occurring, and he was in need of some solid advice. Perhaps if Remus was able to think about it before Harry arrived this afternoon, they could have a more useful discussion. Finding a large porch on the back of Hagrid's cabin, Harry sat down on the 2 steps leading to it and dropped his bag behind him. trying to reach a state of calm through a few basic breathing exercises. Harry watched the clouds crawl by. Since herbology had ended nearly 20 minutes prior by Harry's watch, he was coming to the conclusion that Ginny would be a no-show. Glancing around before leaving, he was mildly surprised to see Ginny walking around the cabin toward the porch. She was watching her feet as she walked, apparently lost in her own thoughts. When she looked up and saw Harry, what little color she had drained quickly as she slowed to a stop directly in front of him. Harry sat back for a moment, trying to decide how to talk to the redhead. There were things he needed to say, but more importantly, he needed to apologize to her. The silence between them seemed to stretch forever, as neither appeared to know how to start. Finally, Ginny broke the silence. "Harry," Ginny said while looking anywhere but at him, "I'm sorry for what I did to you." Harry felt thunderstruck that she would be the one apologizing to him. Ginny, why are you sorry? I'm the one that was about to attack you." Ginny settled her gaze back to the ground, shifting uncertainly on her feet. "I lost control," she said quietly. "All of that. What was happening? We only saw the last little bit, and the bodies and the harm, and it made me feel really sick. I'm sorry for losing control and for hurting you." Harry sighed and ran one hand through his hair as he gazed at some of the clouds from his seat on the back porch steps. "Ginny," Harry tried again, "you have nothing to apologize for." "Bloody hell. When I went back through the memory of what happened in a pensive before breakfast, it made me sick." Ginny still refused to look at Harry. "Do you know what would have happened if you hadn't stopped me?" Harry asked. Ginny sank down onto the grass. "You didn't know if I was going to attack you, did you?" Harry shook his head, although she was still looking away. "No, I wasn't even aware of who you were. I just knew that my life was at risk, and I was taking steps to stop that risk." Harry reached down and picked up a long blade of grass, slowly shredding it as he rested his arms across his knees. "I was well on my way to harm you, actually. I don't think you'd be here if you hadn't stopped me, Ginny." The silence stretched between them again. Blowing the grass fragments off his hands, he looked back at Ginny. "I'm sorry for that. I should have realized you weren't there to join in the attack. I'm sorry for what I did, or almost did, to you and your brothers." Ginny shook her head but still refused to look at Harry. Harry was starting to understand that she was still struggling with some internal issues that had left her rattled. Harry leaned forward, slowly reaching out and placing one hand on her shoulder. Ginny raised her head, and he could see that her brown eyes were overly bright. "Thank you, Ginny, for doing what you did. You saved yourself, you may have even saved Fred and George, and you certainly saved me from myself. I would have been pretty broken if you hadn't stopped me and I had done the unthinkable. So thank you." Harry tried for a smile, but he knew it was half-hearted at best. Ginny looked back down at her lap. Harry retracted his hand and waited for her to get her thoughts under control, reverting to his cloud watching. He felt there was more they should say, but first they needed to get past this moment. Heaving a great sigh, Ginny wiped at her face briefly before getting back to her feet. "Right," she said, clearly trying to be calm and collected. "I guess we should start with the basics, so that means the old flobberworm, so." Ginny trailed off in a whisper before turning and walking quickly toward the edge of the forest, leaving Harry to follow. Harry felt mildly distressed that their budding friendship had probably just taken a fatal blow, but he accepted this change as the inevitable outcome of his actions. His life never really let him have normalcy beyond a few illusory moments that would be snatched away at the first opportunity. Sighing as well, Harry got to his feet and followed the now taciturn girl toward some workbenches Hagrid had set up for the two of them. Harry realized as he followed her that those other things would apparently end up remaining unsaid. It was going to be a long, painful tutoring lesson.
Mont, 4 septembre, 12h13.
Ginny left Harry to clean up their work area, while she proceeded to lunch in the Great Hall by herself. Harry remained behind Hagrid's cabin after he finished, collecting his thoughts, deciding that he was already reaching his limit with tolerating stupidity after the herbology lesson. It was clear that another private meal with the house elves was required. Just as he was beginning to unwind and relax around the elves, who treated him no differently than they had the first time he ate with them, Dumbledore arrived to ruin his contentment. "I had wondered if you would be here, Harry," Dumbledore took a seat opposite him. Several elves rushed over to place a bevy of food in front of the headmaster. I have heard that your reception since returning has been rather lackluster, to say the least. Harry watched the headmaster casually drink from his goblet of juice. Shrugging in response, Harry merely kept eating, deciding that he would ignore the man's presence. Given how he felt about Snape and the article, he was unclear on how any interaction they might have would turn out. It was better to keep quiet and figure it all out later when he was under less scrutiny. I was not surprised that you did not appear for lunch. Tell me, Harry, have you relayed the real events to anyone as yet? Dumbledore seemed content to make light conversation of the recent events, which was somewhat surprising to Harry. Leaning back for a moment, Harry nodded briefly. Neville. Pausing for a moment, Harry looked at the headmaster. To a lesser extent, the three Weasleys. The headmaster gave Harry a bland smile. Their conversation could have been about the weather for all the emotion he was expressing. After Dumbledore finished the fruit he was working on, he looked back at Harry with a slight twinkle in his eye. I had thought to ask a boon of you, Harry. Harry raised one eyebrow in response. Dumbledore chuckled softly. As you noted on your schedule, we are due to meet this evening, Thursday evening, and Saturday and Sunday mornings. I wish to skip our meeting this evening and move it to tomorrow. Harry shrugged, completely indifferent to the idea. The last thing he wanted to do today was sit in an office and pick over the history of the diseased carcass, also known as Riddle. Dumbledore leaned forward, causing Harry to look up at the headmaster. I intend to talk to Severus tonight in your place, Harry. I wish to explore those questions you have raised. Harry blinked for a few moments before pulling his wand out. Grabbing an empty goblet from a tray behind the table, Harry copied his memories of Snape's actions that morning and placed them into the receptacle. Here's another one for you, headmaster. I'd love to know how he got around your questions last night, as I find it very clear he is involved in this somehow. Dumbledore looked at him shrewdly before accepting the goblet. Bringing forth his own wand, Dumbledore swirled the memory before placing it onto his wand and directly inserting it into his own mind. Harry watched in fascination, knowing that anyone who was not very skilled could literally fracture their mind by doing that. Harry would never even attempt it, regardless of how urgent the situation was. It was far safer to use the buffering mechanism a pensive provided. Dumbledore's eyes glazed over for a long moment before he blinked back to awareness. The headmaster leaned back in his seat before staring at Harry in contemplation. Indeed, Harry, you have raised yet more questions. I shall, with your permission, show your memory of what happened yesterday to the combined faculty this evening as well. Hopefully they will be able to help the other students understand. Harry grunted non-committally before returning to his lunch. After a moment, Harry looked up and started a new thread. I believe, headmaster, that I am going to require some private sleeping arrangements. The tension among the others in the school is sufficient that I worry for their safety. Harry left the reason for his worry unspoken. Dumbledore inclined his head. I believe we can make the necessary arrangements, Harry. For tonight, why don't you stay with your mentors and return tomorrow morning? We can discuss further arrangements tomorrow evening during our meeting. Harry eagerly agreed to this suggestion. While not as relaxing as he had desired, he found that the presence of the headmaster did not disturb him as much as he expected it would. The two of them ate the remainder of their meal in an almost comfortable silence and then parted ways, Harry to class and Dumbledore to his normal activities.
Mont, 4 septembre, 1h01.
Attending a joint lesson with the Slytherins was bound to be entertaining. Having realized he was being ostracized by nearly the entirety of the Hogwarts population, he supposed it should have come as no surprise that only Neville would be near him during the lesson. Ginny resumed her distant milling amid the pack of Gryffindors, while the Slytherins kept a baleful eye on him. For a moment, he was disconcerted to realize there were only 4 Slytherins present, before he did the math to realize that he had eliminated 6 in his own year and apparently 1 from a different year. He wondered if all 5th-year Slytherins were enrolled in Hagrid's class. Hagrid himself seemed to be at a loss of how to treat Harry. On the one hand, Harry could almost swear that the half-giant wanted to take him aside as a long-lost friend. On the other, Harry thought the man had no idea whether or not Harry should be treated as a half-wild and wounded animal ready to attack at the slightest provocation. In the end, Hagrid resorted to smiling a lot and encouraging Harry as much as he could to work hard. Hagrid had even offered extra lessons on the weekends if Harry wanted some more hands-on time than the work he was going to be covering with Ginny. For his part, Neville seemed to be more resigned to Hagrid's class than particularly eager to be there. He warned Harry repeatedly, while Hagrid was giving a bog-standard OWL warning speech, that Hagrid had peculiar notions about what was interesting and worthy of study. Following the half-giant, who was carrying a large carcass slung over his shoulder, into the Forbidden Forest, Harry walked with Neville at the back of the group, noticing how all the other students were, striving to keep some distance between themselves and the two stragglers. Harry and Neville caught up with the group once they stopped in a wide clearing, and the body of students parted soundlessly as they approached. It was beginning to both amuse and anger Harry that they almost behaved like a crowd of serfs, parting before a lord, or in this case, a perceived Dark Lord in Harry. As Hagrid tried to draw attention to the carcass being eaten by Thestrals, Harry just tuned out the people around him and studied the vaguely horse-like creatures. They looked like a cross between Stephen King's imagination and Dr. Seuss' rendition of said imagination. Hagrid's sudden question about who could see the animals left Harry curious about who would raise their hands. His own hand was half raised in a vague gesture towards participation, but he was surprised that Neville also had his hand up. The silence stretched as most students were staring at Ginny, who kept her hand down. Harry took this as another sign that she had yet to come to grips with the deaths she had witnessed. It was less than one day later, so there was no reasonable expectation for her to see the Thestrals yet. Hagrid must have perceived the situation, since he started explaining about how seeing someone die was not enough to see a Thestral. You had to understand death itself, which was much harder. You could really only do that after seeing someone die and then coming to terms with what that meant for your own future date with the Grim Reaper. Every life form had both a birthday and a death day, and all the moments in between were unknown. Those two moments, however, were inevitable, even for supposedly immortal creatures like the Phoenix. Someday, Harry would help Tom Riddle realize that. Following Neville's lead, Harry pulled out a sketchbook and began drawing what he saw, writing notes as Hagrid talked to them about the wonders of the creatures. Harry thought the Thestrals looked sad as they studied the humans who were trying to see them. He supposed that if the only people who could see him had watched someone die, he might be sad as well.
Mont, 4 septembre, 2h09.
The presence of Dolores Umbridge in the mixed Gryffindor and Slytherin class for defense against the dark arts caused Harry significant disquiet. He watched her from the back of the classroom, appalled at almost everything about her. Her taste in clothing bordered on the criminal and did nothing to make her already unpleasant physical characteristics any less objectionable. Rather, they almost enhanced the effect, rendering him somewhat speechless that Aurors allowed her to walk around without fining her for her appearance. Surely there was some obscure law in the books that could be used to arrest her. Harry made a mental note to check with Remus if there was one, after he had shown him how the woman dressed. While bothered by her appearance, he was more disturbed by how she expected a room full of 15-year-olds to respond and to dutifully do as they were told, no matter how nonsensical the instructions, as though they were all Year 1 students in primary school. Harry was further horrifyingly fascinated by the foolishness Dolores Umbridge was displaying. Not teaching spells, only studying theory. It seemed that Hermione's primary acceptance for figures in authority was being put to the test as she continued to argue with the so-called professor of defense. Come now, Miss Granger, you surely aren't expecting to be attacked during my class? Her simpering smile and saccharine, patronizing tone were enough for an already aggravated Harry to begin grinding his teeth subconsciously. Hermione looked surprised at the question. But surely the whole point of learning defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells? Umbridge shook her head slowly, making a soft tut-tut noise at Hermione. You are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way. Harry would not have stopped the snort that escaped his mouth even if he could have. Yes, Mr. Potter? Umbridge asked with a false motherly voice. And you expect people to just walk up and attack us in a secure, risk-free way? Harry's voice was loaded with sarcasm. Umbridge's eyes glittered in the light as she stared at Harry. You have all been led to believe by your prior and inferior teachers that you will be attacked at any moment. They have told you that dark wizards are around every corner, even that Death Eaters are still out there. These are all lies. The Ministry does not allow, right? Harry said rather loudly. Voldemort never existed. Death Eaters are figments of the imagination, and Draco Malfoy was the child of an immaculate conception. Umbridge's eyes shot wide as she pointed her stubby hand at Harry. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Do not make your situation worse. Turning her gaze back on the class, she continued her lecture. I repeat, the Ministry does not allow dark wizards to move freely about. They are all in Azkaban, and when a new one rises, she said while malevolently staring at Harry, we will stop them. Harry could feel the day wearing on him in a whole new light. The mere suggestion that the Ministry stopped dark wizards was laughable. Oh right, how could I forget how well the Ministry stopped Lord Voldemort? Harry ignored the second round of sudden gasps around the room. Umbridge smiled thinly at Harry. Detention, Mr. Potter. Turning back to the classroom, she ignored the issue Harry raised. He who must not be named no longer exists. His supporters were all tried, convicted, and put in prison. There is no more
Danger.
Harry could clearly remember Nicholas Flamel dying. Harry could clearly remember Voldemort's resurrection, attended by Malfoy, Nott, and Pettigrew. Harry could even remember the voices and masks of the Death Eaters who apparat to Voldemort's side when his resurrection was complete. Quickly rising to his feet, Harry whipped his wand forwards and thought, Stupefy. His spell caught Umbridge completely unprepared, and not only left her unconscious, but also threw her violently against the wall. Glaring at the stunned woman, Harry merely grunted, Bacca, as she slid to the ground behind her desk. Gathering his bag, he left the shocked students behind him as he strode to the door. Finding it locked, he flicked his wand in an intricate pattern before the door exploded outwards in a shower of toothpick-sized splinters. Glancing back at the students, Harry saw most of them watching him with fear, except for two. Ginny looked like she was about to be ill from the reminders of the violence she had witnessed less than 24 hours prior, and Neville was looking at Harry with sorrow clearly stamped on his face. For some reason, this just made his anger stronger. So much for having any friendly faces left by the end of the day. Storming out of the castle, Harry exited the gates before placing his hand over his watch and saying, Cobalt Sanctuary. The jerk behind his navel as he was whisked away from Hogwarts was actually soothing for a change. Bacca means, approximately, empty-headed fool in Japanese. You may find other transliterations of it spelled Bacca. Take your pick. A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Creachery and Corbeck. Thanks to random folks for lending their Brit-picking data, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. And Perspective, Chapter 11. And Perspective.
Mont, 15 décembre 1986.
BZZZZZNG. BZZZZZNG. That the phone was ringing was, in itself, not unusual. What was unusual was the fact that the owners had only recently moved into their new home, and very few people knew their latest address and phone number. David Kepson reached out to answer the phone, a small frown on his face. While not an imposing man, at a mere 5 feet 9 inches, David was reasonably fit for his late 40s, weighing a proper 11.5 stone. His gray eyes flashed with a mix of curiosity and irritation. He was still on official leave for another week due to the relocation, and he had no wish to be disturbed with anything related to work. Yes, David? The bright and energetic voice asked. Yes, this is David. I'm so pleased to have reached you. David had a nagging feeling that he should recognize the voice, but the memory escaped him at the moment. He was still tired from the stress and headaches associated with transferring homes. This is Jonathan at the social office. David sighed. Hello, Jonathan. It's been a while, hasn't it? David was momentarily distracted by the sound of the front door opening. His wife Margaret strolled in, 2 bags of groceries in her arms. Approaching 50, she still had most of the color in her dark blonde hair, whereas most of his dark brown hair had long since been consumed by gray. Numerous scattered boxes needed to be put away, and furniture waited to be arranged properly. The kitchen was finally ordered enough for them to start cooking again. And there was nothing in the world better than his Margaret's cooking. Yes, it has. How's that new house over in Brighton? You're off Waterhall Road, right? It's nice, we have a good bit of garden and a shed out back. Rolling his eyes slightly at his wife, who was staring at him curiously, David decided to cut the small talk and make the man get to the point. What can I help you with today, Jonathan? The brief pause on the other end of the phone told him that there was something odd going on. Well, David, you were with the program for nearly 20 years, and we never had any complaints from the children, their therapists, or anyone else. We've just got a new case, a really tough situation, and all the usual rules we follow. Won't work. This kid, he's only 6 years old, but we need to get him into a good home, somewhere away from the area. Jonathan took a deep breath before finishing in a rush. I know you and your wife wanted to lie low for a while, but you're a perfect candidate home, until we can get things worked out. This kid, this Harry Potter, he has absolutely no one left in the world. David. No one. And he's only 6. David sighed heavily before looking at his wife. She was smiling at him, once again making it clear that long-married couples had no secrets. I can't make any promises, Jonathan. Jonathan sounded incredibly chipper. Of course not. All I want is for you to come in, and we can talk about it, maybe go see Harry in the hospital. Does that work for you? David looked around, but his wife was already moving into the kitchen with the groceries. She had managed to put on a few extra pounds over the years from active baking for her little side job of selling some of her best creations. But he still loved her dearly. She was far from heavy, but maybe just a little bit heavier than her short frame called for at 5 feet 4 inches. He could almost smell whatever she was thinking of creating in their new kitchen. All right, I need to be in the city on Wednesday for some paperwork anyway. I'll drop by in the late morning, then, shall I? Perfect. Thanks, David. I'll see you Wednesday. As the line went gone, David wondered how he was going to discuss this with his wife. Wednesday, December 17, 1986. The social care office for the greater area known as Surrey was centered in Epsom, a little northeast of Little Whinging, and certainly far from the geographic center of Surrey. It was, however, a very convenient location for the nearby rail station at Waterloo, and the small office was part of a row of similar little establishments on Adelphi Road. David Kepson strolled briskly into the building, long since familiar with the slightly worn wallpaper and somewhat thin carpets. Navigating his way down the narrow hallway to the back of the first floor, he found Jonathan Taylor's office door wide open and rapped smartly on the doorframe to signify his presence. Jonathan looked up, smiled widely, and stood, waving David into the room. Come in, come in. You're looking good, David. With a slight twinge of envy, David noted that Jonathan's youthful appearance made it obvious that he was still clearly in his late 20s. David walked in and nodded politely before seating himself. Jonathan, it's nice to see you. It's been about 6 months now, hasn't it? David had been working with Jonathan for the past 4 years, ever since he had taken over the position from his predecessor. David liked the younger man well enough, although he thought that Jonathan's enthusiasm could use a little curtailing. Still, it was nice having one point of contact for all the paperwork and hassles the foster care program could generate. Jonathan smiled in reply, sitting behind his desk and moving through a collection of oak tag folders before pulling out the one he was looking for. It has. You and Margaret were moving out to the Brighton area with that relocation from the shop, right? And you found that house I've got a picture of somewhere. Indeed. David cleared his throat. Well, I'm a bit pressed for time, Jonathan. The missus is expecting me to be back as early as possible to try to get the downstairs furniture placed exactly how she wants it. That said, we'd like you to drop by for dinner sometime soon. David made a vague gesture toward the folders scattered across the desk. So, do you mind? Right? Jonathan flipped open the folder he had pulled out and extracted a glossy photo before sliding it across the desk. Meet Harry Potter. David ignored Jonathan for a moment as he became absorbed in the picture Jonathan had pushed in front of him. This is a bit of a rough story, so let me tell you the short version. Harry is an orphan. His parents were both harmed some years back in what was assumed to be a traffic accident. We haven't been able to track down the exact cause of death as we can't find any records on them yet. Apparently his father, James Potter, was an only child, and his mother, Lily Evans, had one living relative, her sister Petunia. Flipping over a couple of pages, Jonathan leaned back in his chair. Harry was sent to live with his aunt and uncle, but they treated him extremely poorly. They are both in processing for criminal charges of neglect, abuse, and harm, amongst other things. Harry has no living adult relatives that we're aware of. His aunt and uncle aren't cooperating, so we're having a bit of a time trying to straighten out the records. Pulling out a map, he pointed to the southwest Greater London area. They were living in Little Whinging, which is why he's in my jurisdiction. As you know, we usually try to keep the kids we get in the same schools, or at least in the general area, so as to minimize the shock of going into foster care. Unfortunately, this family spread a lot of nasty rumors and lies about Harry all around the community, so that's not going to work. His own cousin is about the same age, and that boy went a little hog wild with the rumors and getting other kids to pick on Harry. The cousin has also been taken in and will probably be placed with a foster family while he gets some therapy too. Sliding out a few other sheets of paper, Jonathan leaned back over the desk and tried to summarize the reports he had already received. Harry went into hospital Friday night, and he's been there since. The doctors are up in arms over his malnourishment and general health. We've had a couple of preliminary psychiatric evaluations, and the best we can tell is that Harry is very clever, not a genius or anything, but definitely above average. One other thing, he doesn't react well to younger adults or even other kids. He only really relaxes around people somewhat near your age or older. Medically, the doctors think he'll be okay if he starts to eat right and gets plenty of vitamins. A physical fitness program would help. Mentally, the best guess right now is that, more or less, he needs about a year of very intense therapy. The doctors recommend that he be pulled entirely from school for the rest of the year to be taught at home and put back into his year with the fall term. Drumming his fingers absently, he looked back at David. You know, it's quite funny how things have worked out. You and your wife moved out of the area, you're older, and you've got a lot of experience. It's going to take us months before we can notify the adoption agencies that he's available because of all the paperwork and the evaluations we're going to have to set up. But you and Margaret always wanted to maybe adopt one day, and it's not perfect, but he's really a nice kid, David. His voice took on a wheedling quality. It's really quite convenient for everyone, especially for Harry. David watched Jonathan for a few moments whilst periodically glancing at the green-eyed boy in the picture. Having been a foster carer for so many years, he was intimately familiar with how every child had a heartbreaking story lurking in the shadows. After realizing they would never be able to have children of their own, he and his wife had decided to follow the foster care route instead of just adopting right away. It let them feel like they were truly helping others, and they had entertained the notion of adopting for the first few years. The children that came into foster care, however, tended to be older than what they were looking for. In addition, most of them came with a serious collection of problems. The years and heartaches had slowly overwhelmed them until they decided to leave the program when his job sent him to open the first in a new chain of shops down by Brighton. David weighed the options in his mind. Jonathan was asking for a long-term foster placement before the clearances could be obtained for adoption. That clearance would be dependent on completing a minimum course of therapy, and the child was young enough that he and his wife of 25 years could always petition to adopt Harry directly should they ultimately decide to do so. David was curious to know what Harry's parents had looked like, given the boy's rather distinctive hair and eye color. He finally realized that the boy's single most distinguishing features were his eyes. They were such a vibrant green, staring out from a handsome face marred by bruises and contusions. The marks of physical abuse would soon heal and fade away, but the boy's overall facial carriage fairly screamed out sorrow and misery. Could he turn his back on an innocent? All right, Jonathan, let's go meet your ward, and then I'll talk to the missus and see what she thinks.
Fri, 19. december 1986.
Well, Harry, I'm glad that you and David and Margaret have enjoyed spending so much time together yesterday and today. I'm very happy that you've got a new home to go to, and you'll even get a chance to learn how to fish down on the water, Jonathan said. Behind Harry, David and Margaret shared a wry smile. They were tired and their hands were still shaking a little due to the incredible volume of paperwork they had to sign as required in the foster care guardianship transfer. David flexed his cramped fingers. The amount of red tape became more and more daunting every time they went through the process. Jonathan escorted the Kepsons and Harry to the foyer of the social office. Smiles and handshakes were exchanged, and Harry even offered a hesitant but almost tangibly real smile to everyone. They all looked up in surprise when the front door slammed open and a large man entered, yelling for someone named Cynthia. Cynthia, a medium-height honey-blonde woman, shot to her feet. From the waiting area sofa where she had been sitting with her son, a dark-haired boy slightly smaller and younger than Harry. The boy immediately hid behind her back, his eyes wide and frightened. David and Margaret moved in front of Harry, alarmed at both the man's size and the overt aggression clear on his face, while Jonathan slowly held up his hands in a non-threatening manner and asked what the problem was. This only seemed to enrage the big man further, as he began screaming profanities and threats at all and sundry, while other social workers began pouring out into the hall to see what the problem was. As the man stalked closer toward Cynthia, Jonathan placed himself between the two groups and promptly was punched in the head for his efforts. As Jonathan fell to the floor, the little boy started screaming, and the large man continued swearing as several other social workers jumped on top of him to get him under control. It took them a few minutes to get the man down in submission, and it was only then that someone noticed the fire raging in several rooms on the ground floor. A sudden exodus of people spilled from the building. Two men half-dragged, half-shoved the now unconscious man who had started the fight out into the street. Another man helped a slightly dazed Jonathan out to the front of the office complex before crossing the street. In the distance, the siren song of a fire truck rang out over the shouts and noise from the in-building alarms and sprinklers, which had activated while the escapees were crossing the street. The sprinklers, however, seemed inadequate for the size of the blaze that was rapidly spreading to neighboring offices. The egress of dozens of people from multiple row offices crowded the sidewalk, and most people ran across the street to get away from the flames and billowing black smoke. Jonathan staggered over to the Kepsons and Harry, motioning for them to follow him back toward the main road. As the group of four began walking toward East Street, right by the junction with High Street and Church Street, Jonathan apologized over the increasing wail of the approaching sirens. "Sorry about that, everyone. It's pretty rare we have a scene like that, but it does happen." David placed a comforting hand on Jonathan's shoulder. "Are you okay? Think you need to sit down?" Jonathan shook his head. "No thanks, David. I'm sorry, but it seems like all that paperwork has been lost. I'll have to come out to your place someday and go through it all again. It's funny. We were due to get a new computer system any day now to replace the one they took down back in October. If we had it, this fire wouldn't matter much. As it is, we're all going to be scrambling to recover what we've each been working on for months. What a mess." Jonathan and David turned to see Margaret talking quietly with Harry, her arm around his shoulders. Harry was clearly shaken and very pale, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow, most probably from the fear and stress of the situation. The doctors still had him on a few medications and cautioned that he not overexert himself for a couple of weeks. David gestured to a green Opel sedan by the curb and said, "This is us. Thanks for everything, Jonathan. Drop by when you can." Jonathan was rubbing the side of his head absently while nodding at David. "No problem. You've got all the forms for the therapy, the doctors, the schools, etc. Until we can get all that red tape squared away, they give you complete guardianship of Harry. I'll be out to redo the paperwork so we have the right records at the office at some point, right?" After David and Jonathan shook hands, Margaret gave the young man a kiss on the cheek before Jonathan bent forward and shook Harry's hand. "It was nice to meet you, Harry. I hope you enjoy your new home." Harry solemnly shook Jonathan's hand. The boy still looked nervous and worried over the fire. As Margaret and Harry climbed into the back seat, Jonathan leaned over to David. "Look, David, I'll be sure the application for adoption status gets delayed for a while, even with the therapy and evaluation issues, right? You can take all the time you want to help Harry get settled in before you and Margaret make up your mind." I know he's got issues, but this is pretty much that perfect case you always told me you hope to get. A real child to raise. Give it a try, eh? David smiled slightly. We'll see, Jonathan. We've been round this thing a time or two before. Thanks for the chance, though. Clapping Jonathan on the shoulder one last time, David climbed into the Opal and made sure everyone was buckled in. Easing out toward East Street, David was careful to give a wide berth to all the emergency vehicles arriving on the scene of the fire that was now consuming the entire row office building. As David sat at the intersection waiting for traffic to give him an opening, he failed to notice Jonathan, shaking his head slightly while rubbing his face, step off the curb in front of a police car.
Mont, 4 septembre 1995, 14h36.
A modest two-story house with a light beige exterior, dark brown trim, and matching shutters stood in the middle of a large single-family plot. There was a neat lawn in front, and a lush garden surrounded the rest of the house. Several large trees dominated a rear corner of the garden, providing a secluded area where, if they were inclined to do so, a wizard could apparate without fear of being accidentally spied by inquisitive muggles. It was also the only point at which you could arrive and not be automatically splinched into at least 3 or 4 pieces. Having watched Remus work out the disruption fields the hard way, Harry needed no encouragement to take it very seriously when learning to apparate. He had yet to splinch himself, and if luck held, he never would. It looked downright unpleasant. It was in this area that Harry arrived after portkeying from Hogwarts. He managed to keep from landing awkwardly by taking half a step forward on landing. He could feel his tension leaving him as he stood gazing at the place he had come to call home. The familiar smells and the warm sunshine streaming through the trees drained most of the resentment Harry was feeling at the world in general as he took deep breaths and began meditative exercises. After a few moments of peace, Harry shook himself back to alertness and recentered his mind. As Harry quickly scanned his surroundings and identified himself to the wards around the edges of the property, Floppy gave a sudden lurch on his head. "Mr. Potter, I believe we should talk." Harry sighed. "What now, Floppy? I can't say I'm exactly in the mood for word games. Do you recall my warning, Mr. Potter?" The hat seemed unusually tense, even by Harry's limited range of experience with the emotions of magical artifacts. Which one? Harry knew that Floppy had been trying to score several points ever since he put the hat on his head, but recognizing which particular dire warning the hat was referring to was challenging. "Do you think I've given you more than one, Mr. Potter?" Harry could almost swear that the hat sounded disappointed. "Well, you seem concerned about how I'm using magic, about the actions I'm taking, the prank I pulled and probably the pranks I've got planned, how I've been treating the headmaster and his feral pet serpent, and you want me to be a social butterfly. Did I miss anything?" Floppy was silent for nearly a minute before replying in a tone that sounded heavy and dull. "You missed nothing, yet everything, Mr. Potter." Harry's rebuttal was cut short when a large black dog bounded out of the back of the house in front of him and ran toward Harry, barking like mad the entire way. As Harry was about to walk forward, Floppy suddenly enlarged and engulfed his head. "Stop!" Floppy commanded. "What?" Harry asked, alarmed as his vision was suddenly cut off. "What's the problem? You know I cannot interact with anyone, even you, once you cross the threshold of the property, do you not?" Floppy asked, returning to his normal size. Harry considered the implications of Floppy's question. "Do you have your own core, Floppy, or are you directly connected to the flux line somehow?" Floppy was inert for a long time before answering. "I have something that serves as a small core, Mr. Potter. It will keep me aware for 1, or possibly 2 weeks as long as I remain a silent observer." "What happens after that, Floppy?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "You don't want to know, Mr. Potter. Please don't allow it to happen." Floppy's tone was both conciliatory and demanding. "I understand, Floppy. I'll talk to you again in the morning, then, before we go back to Hogwarts." Without waiting for an answer, Harry crossed the invisible line and followed Sirius into the house. Remus would be home soon, and Harry was dreading yet anticipating the conversation that would follow. Sirius and Remus both had permanent rooms in the house where David and Harry lived. Harry entered and, as he turned to close the door behind him, he was engulfed in a fierce hug from Sirius. "How's my favorite godson?" Sirius asked. Your only godson is okay, Sirius, Harry replied wryly. Then, half dreading the answer, Harry cautiously asked, "Did you get the morning prophet yet?" No magical delivery system worked around the property, so someone always had to venture out on the days that they wanted to get a paper like the prophet. Sirius released Harry and took a couple of steps back, looking down at Harry from his slightly higher perspective. Sirius did not exactly tower over Harry these days, but he still had a few inches on him, even though those inches were rapidly diminishing as the years passed. "You're lucky you weren't here when Mooney saw that article, Harry." Sirius shuddered briefly. He came close to tearing out of here to get to Hogwarts. I had to literally sit on him to keep him from leaving. I think he was ready for another round with Dumbledore. Harry cringed. Well, it wasn't really Dumbledore's fault. Sirius snorted while dragging Harry into the kitchen, pulling out a couple of butterbeers along the way. Right. I'm sure you were defending yourself, or at least you better have been or will have real issues. But in the first place, it is Dumbledore's fault for allowing the presence of students who would attack you. Harry sighed heavily but remained silent. Sirius spoke up. One of the tribe stopped by this morning with a copy of the prophet in hand. Grishnak, I think it was. I never could keep their names straight. Anyway, he said he'd come back tonight and see if you were in. He wants to talk to you and Remus together. Okay. Harry was a little surprised. No one was scheduled to come out for another 2 weeks or so. But the coincidence with the prophet article suggested a link of some kind. I guess we'll find out what he wants later. Harry slumped into a seat along the wall. Is Mooney working today? Sirius shook his head. No, he just ran down to the alley to see if there's been any news since this morning. He ought to be back. The sound of the front door slamming cut Sirius off, and Harry sank lower into his chair. Sirius, you won't believe what that idiot child did, Mooney shouted, his voice betraying his anger as he stopped in the hallway to take off his shoes. I was in the leaky cauldron when word arrived that Aurors were being sent out to find and arrest Harry. He supposedly tried to harm a teacher. Sirius raised an eyebrow while glaring at Harry, who was in the process of slowly sliding under the table. Is that so? Sirius called back to Remus. When he arrives, we need to give him a good thrashing, Mooney was saying vehemently as he stormed into the kitchen. Apparently without even realizing Harry was sitting there, Remus sat down next to Sirius and put his head in his hands. Can you believe it? Arrest, Harry? What the hell was he thinking? Mooney demanded of the table. Harry stared at the tabletop. He probably wasn't thinking at all? His voice was nearly a whisper. Mooney's head shot up, and he stared hard at Harry. Before Harry could try hiding under the table again, Mooney grabbed his collar, and he was literally dragged half across the table, butterbeer flying everywhere. Harry was engulfed in a fierce hug that left him wondering if his ribs were going to break. When Mooney finally released him, Harry looked up to see Remus glowering balefully at him as he sank back into his seat. What the hell were you thinking? The older man demanded in a loud voice. Harry again started studying the tabletop, realizing there was no adequate way to explain the events of the past days. He pulled the ponderous, stone, rune-covered fruit bowl toward him and swiftly emptied it of the fruit pieces. Wiping it clean with the hem of his shirt, he concentrated hard and deposited the memories of both the battle with the Slytherins and the entirety of the lesson with Umbridge into the pensieve. Sliding the bowl in front of the two men, Harry waited while they plunged into the two memories. After resurfacing, Harry was almost amused to see them do exactly what Dumbledore and Shacklebolt had done. They stared at each other for a moment before plunging back in for a second viewing. Harry took the time to clean up the mess of the spilled butterbeer with the flannel from the sink. When they came out the second time, Sirius looked at Harry and gave a low whistle. Well, I can't fault you for the battle, Harry. I'm not really pleased with how you dealt with that teacher, but I can understand why you blew your top. Harry looked hopefully at Remus, who was staring out the windows of the kitchen into the back garden. I don't know, Harry. I'm not happy with this. And the bit with the Aurors. Remus trailed off. Remus turned and looked at Harry. You know the law better than I do, Harry. It's been part of your mental training for a while now. How precarious is your position? Harry shrugged absently. I've been trying to avoid thinking about it. She could press charges, but I could probably press charges in return for her teaching deliberate lies. I don't think either one of us would win, but it would be a real mud fest. I'd need to walk through it with our barristers. Harry played with the flannel for a few moments, trying to guess how things might play out and which laws might be relevant to the situation. I think that I'd have to bet on Dumbledore. I doubt he will let it come to charges and public trials. He'll arrange some kind of in-school punishment for me and try to pass off the Aura thing as a big misunderstanding. I don't know what he'll do to her, assuming that he'll do anything at all. Remus looked steadily at Harry. Let's skip the battle for a moment. Why did you really attack Umbridge, Harry? Harry shrugged again. Honestly, I couldn't take it anymore. The reactions I was getting from everyone, the roadblocks that have come up since the fight in the hall, and then her whole pack of lies, I wasn't about to let that slide. She was clearly wrong, she was clearly lying, and she clearly knew it. Harry finished with a hard edge to his voice. Sirius raised his hands in defeat when Remus looked at him, as if to signify that he was leaving the entire thing up to Remus. Remus looked at Harry again. Have you tried to clear the air with anyone? Harry made a seesawing gesture with his hand. A bit with Fred and George Weasley, but we didn't have time to discuss things properly. I tried to talk to Ginny, but she's pretty much avoiding me now. Not that I blame her. The surprise was Neville Longbottom. He directly confronted me. I think he still harbors some protective feelings from an old crush on Ginny, and he wanted to know the truth. He knows more than anyone. Remus got up and fetched 3 butterbeers, handing one to each of Harry and Sirius before opening his own. Why not the other students? Harry looked surprised. You saw the way they were looking at me in that class. It was like that the whole day. No one was willing to come within 5 feet of me except Neville and the Weasley twins. Remus closed his eyes and sighed. Harry, you're a big boy. You could talk to others if you really wanted to. Harry snorted. Why would I want to? Most of them know Skeeter's full of crap, and they still blindly believed whatever that article said. Sirius smirked suddenly. Even the Weasleys? Harry narrowed his eyes at his godfather. Not the twins. Or Ginny either, for that matter. Why? Sirius winked and smiled. No reason, Harry. Do go on. Harry shrugged. What else is there? I'm a leper, or a Dark Lord, or a volatile unstable killer, or maybe all 3, depending on who you want to ask. Give them a chance, Harry, Remus said in a placating tone. You haven't even been there a week yet. No one knows you, and at the rate you're going, no one is going to want to know you either. Harry smiled nastily. Good. Then they won't get in my way. Sirius shook his head slowly at Harry. I wouldn't count on that, Harry. I can think of a few who are most certainly going to get in your way, whether you want them to or not. Oh? Harry had a suspicion that Sirius knew more than he was letting on. Sirius just shook his head and gestured for Remus to try again. Look, Harry, why are you at Hogwarts? Remus asked. Harry put down his bottle. To get information from Dumbledore, to ransack his library, and to hopefully induce him to train me in the more advanced magic you guys can't do. Remus dropped his head into his hands again and sighed loudly. Okay, enough of that. We've clearly overtaxed your brain for today. You're going to have to work out those issues with Dumbledore first. Remus pushed the pensieve back to Harry, who promptly put the memories back in his head. Remus waited until Harry and Sirius finished returning the fruit into the bowl, and then rapped on the table to get their attention. Let's talk about the fight. Sirius leaned in. What's the deal with that shield, Harry? You've been able to cast much better shields than that for years, and I never actually saw you perform the spell. Harry gave a brief smile. Right, let me explain about that. Harry spent a solid 10 minutes recapping the book on wards he was still working through, the implications about how wards could be tied directly to flux lines, and some of the experiments he had been conducting in the come and go room. So, I thought that, since the book claims that wards can't be moved due to the changes in the flux lines, it was a problem with the ambient magical energy. Since Hogwarts is located where it is, I was hoping that I could get around that with a proper buffer. The problem turned out to be that the buffer just couldn't handle the load. The rocks would shatter under too much impact to the ward. That last rock that I was tinkering with still had a weak warding shield on it, so it flared up as soon as their first attack started. Couldn't take the brunt of that first onslaught, so it went the way of the other rocks, but a little more so, and took my pocket and part of my hip with it. Remus nodded slowly. That makes sense, Harry. It's a good line of thought. I'll see if I can obtain more references on those ideas, or at least some negative knowledge results from others that we can use to investigate more. What about Snape? Harry asked. He's clearly involved, but Dumbledore swears he questioned him thoroughly. Although he's supposed to be giving Snape the 3rd degree again tonight, now that I think about it. I don't know, Remus admitted. I'd say that the whole thing doesn't add up. It's like when we were stalking Pettigrew and he was always one step ahead of us no matter what we did. It feels funny, you know? Harry started suddenly as Remus' words triggered a faint memory. Oh, that's right. I meant to ask you something. Harry trailed off as he tried to remember what was so important to ask Moony about. Remus looked puzzled. What? You wanted to ask me something? Harry shook his head and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Arg, this is going to be harm me all afternoon now. Someone said something I wanted to ask you about. Remus. It was important, too. Remus chuckled slightly at Harry's antics. What was it about? Harry glared at Remus for a moment. Something about why magic did something. If I could remember what it was about, I wouldn't be so bothered, now would I? He asked wryly. Their conversation was brought to a sudden halt by a sharp knock on the back door. Looking outside, Harry saw the grinning face of an older Japanese man. Despite his small stature and graying hair, the man was obviously in prime shape, judging from the whipcord, muscle evident on his arms and legs. Harry quickly waved to his friend outside and rose. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, that's my cue for a good thrashing. Remus laughed as he sat back and nodded politely to the man on the back porch. Better you than me, Harry. Master Gatta nearly took my head off when I said we weren't sure when you'd be back to continue your lessons. Sirius and I will talk about things some more, and then we'll all talk over dinner. Go enjoy your lesson. With a smirk at Remus, Harry turned and strolled outside, following his trainer onto the shortcut grassy lawn. He knew that he was in for a rough few hours.
Mont, 4 septembre, 7h29.
The hot shower and change of clothes removed most of the damage visible on Harry, although he had a black eye that was forming nicely, and his training clothes had required magical intervention to salvage. Remus had healed the open wound on his chin before his father came back from work, but there was no denying that Master Gatta had pulled out all the stops during the afternoon's training session. For his part, Harry was feeling much calmer about life after the vigorous workout. Harry privately thought that workout was probably too tame a word. Drubbing was probably a more accurate description of his session with the Japanese man. Master Gatta even had some insightful advice for Harry regarding the fight in the corridor. Harry's adoptive father came into the room and sat down beside Remus and Sirius just as Harry was putting the last of the dishes on the large table for dinner. Harry settled down on the other side of the table, with the goblin Grishnak on his left and 2 empty spots at his right. The vacant seat to the left of David was never taken. The seats at the head and foot of the table were, as usual, left empty out of respect for those not present. If too many people came, such that they would need to use the 3 empty spots by unspoken agreement, the dinner would be held outside with conjured furniture. Those 3 seats stood silent, waiting for their occupants, and would be for a long time to come. After David thanked everyone for helping prepare dinner, the food was quickly distributed, and everyone began to enjoy their repast. Before Harry could finally inquire as to Grishnak's unexpected presence, 2 flying objects came in through the open kitchen window, a big ball of white feathers bounding for Harry, and a ball of midnight black winging for the empty seat by Harry. The white ball of feathers landed on Harry's shoulder and promptly bit his ear hard. Hedwig, Harry scolded her. That was uncalled for. The snowy white owl fluffed her feathers out and bit his ear a second time. It's not my fault. Ignoring his protests, the owl promptly smacked his head with one wing while biting his ear a 3rd time, almost hard enough to break the skin. Remus, tell her it isn't my fault. You told me not to take her. Remus chuckled at the owl and held his hands out in a placating gesture. Hedwig, it isn't Harry's fault. David smiled tolerantly at his extended family and joined the laughter around the table as Hedwig continued to abuse Harry. Everyone's attention was diverted, however, when the other winged visitor transformed into a tall, thin man with light brown hair and gray eyes with a soft pop. What? The tall man asked as heads swiveled his way expectantly. Can't a gentleman stopping by for a visit get a simple hello? How are you? Instead of being subjected to discourteous stares. I swear, you people become more uncouth every day. Sirius started laughing. Edgar, the last few times you've arrived, you've been in a snit. We were waiting to hear the rant of the day. Huffing slightly, Edgar sat abruptly in the empty seat. I have not been in a snit as you call it. You try telling my brothers and sisters that they don't have to live like vampires and that a bit of sunlight is quite nice once in a while. That they should get out and about, that modern medicine is a wonderful thing. We'll see how well you fare with that, shall we? Hedwig had finally stopped punishing Harry and was grudgingly tolerating his attempts to placate her with food and affectionate petting. Remus looked Edgar carefully up and down before turning to Harry. Harry, he said, I want you to identify something for me. It's human in appearance, thin, rather pale, tends to be a bit broody, generally avoids daylight, likes to dress in dark colors, has an insatiable thirst and appetite, and goes into a withered sleep if unable to feed. Remus and Sirius both put on expectant expressions as they stared at Harry with false adoration. Let's not forget the aversion to garlic, that's rather critical, isn't it? Edgar asked dryly. Ha, Harry replied, that sounds just like one of those creatures that I'm supposed to be terrified of. I think I read about them in my dark arts texts. But which could it be? Oh, perhaps, maybe, just maybe, a vampire? Sirius chuckled at Harry's whispered theatrics. Edgar just ignored them as he helped himself to the food on the table. Sirius looked at Remus in fake puzzlement. But why would a vampire eat our food and not us? For that matter, how can a vampire even eat our food? Edgar cut off Remus' reply. Variety, my dear Mr. Black. Variety. This way the sharpness of the appetite is satiated, and I can savor the gradual draining of your delectable harm from those pulsing veins like a fine after-dessert wine. Sirius chuckled and elbowed Remus in the ribs. That was a new one, Mooney. How many more do you think he can come up with? Remus rolled his eyes in response, winking at Harry. While the comfortable companionship continued over dinner, Remus filled Edgar in on the latest happenings of their wayward protégé, even digging out the morning's Prophet article for Edgar to read. Edgar sat back contentedly after finishing his dinner and contemplated the wall behind Remus for a long moment. I think those pictures are just about perfect, he finally announced. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you were working that process out. Are you making copies yet? I want a set. Glancing at the poster-sized blow-ups of Snape and Dumbledore from his first hours at Hogwarts, Harry had to agree with Edgar's assessment. The quality of the reproduction from the sensory monitor had some issues at that size, but the smaller pictures were clear enough for the new plan Harry had hatched during the afternoon talk with Sirius and Remus. While they had hopes that they might be able to develop moving pictures from the monitors, Harry was happy with the static images. Harry turned to Edgar and smirked. Not yet. We have some more work to do with them first. The glee in his voice was poorly concealed. Remus called the attention of his scoundrel in training. That reminds me, Harry, if the Weasleys are still in on your little effort to cut Snape off at the knees, that project is going to go into the next phase on Saturday. Then you've got that hearing in front of the ICW committee on Sunday. You do know that Saturday, the 9th, is a full moon, so I'll be out from Friday through Sunday, right? Harry nodded. Don't worry, Remus. I'm sure Edgar is going to be with me at the ICW meeting just like always, and you know Cyril will be there since he's my new mentor. As for Snape, well, my involvement there is merely arranging the legal services for the Weasley's action, right? Most of the people at the table were grinning with Harry, except for David, who looked a little concerned. Son, are you sure this Snape person should be dealt with like this? At the look of surprise on Harry's face, as well as the frown from Remus and Sirius, David held up one hand to forestall any objections. What I meant was that if you're successful in how you plan on handling Snape, then how will you know what he's doing later? Remus answered the question for Harry. From what Harry has told us, I think that Dumbledore is beginning to question Snape's loyalties. Even if we don't succeed, Dumbledore will keep a closer eye on Snape. That oath that Harry pressured Dumbledore into will work for us in this case, since Dumbledore will have to keep Harry informed of Snape's activities. Coughing slightly, Harry hesitantly brought up a potential problem. This raises another issue. The headmaster is going to push me to have all of you meet with him sooner or later. How do you want to handle that? And what happens when he pushes to come here? The room fell silent except for the soft rustling of Hedwig's feathers as she happily enjoyed Harry's absent-minded ministrations. One of her golden eyes was closed, making it appear as if she was winking at them. Sirius spoke up first. I say give him the coordinates and let him apparate. Remus winced. Do you want to make one of the most skilled wizards alive angry with you, Padfoot? Sirius grinned in response. He's not one of my favorites right now, Moony. He's not out there clearing my name, and he didn't push for me to get a trial. I think a little humility would do him some good. Remus shook his head in exasperation. No thanks, I don't want to be around when he gets his body reassembled. He's not going to be very friendly. Looking back at Harry, Remus asked, why bring him at all? Edgar laughed, causing Remus to frown. Edgar pointed one long, pale finger at Remus. Surely you aren't that naive, Remus. I'd expect Albus already knows where Harry is. I'd bet that Harry had a tracer put on him long before he left Hogwarts. Remus flicked his eyes to Harry, but Harry was only smiling beatifically. Of course he did. I transferred it to someone's pet cat on my way out of the castle this afternoon. I was actually surprised he put it on me in such an obvious way. Sirius gave Harry a high-five hand slap. That's my boy, he crowed. Edgar just shook his head in disgust. And you think there was just one? Harry and Sirius both froze and looked at Edgar. Remus started laughing. Let's check. Shall we? Pulling out his wand, Remus ran through a few incantations before Harry developed a faint pink glow. Ah yes, it appears you fell for it just like he wanted, Harry. I thought we taught you better than that. Harry hung his head low for a moment. Well, he knows roughly where I am. He certainly doesn't know where this place is, since the disruptors will have blocked the signature as soon as I entered the property. I'll certainly move it onto some random animal or student and scan more thoroughly before any future trips. Remus nodded approvingly. Good. Turning to Edgar, Remus inclined his head at the vampire's astute observation. Good call. Edgar smiled in acknowledgement. Remus turned back to Harry. We can expect that Dumbledore will try to convince you to bring him here, or he will probably figure out our location and just show up one day without warning. Since the latter scenario is more likely, it would probably be better to just bring him over if and when he asks. Try to delay him a few days so we can make sure all signs of our activities are cleaned up, but we'll go ahead and start planning for his visit. Anything else you think we should worry about, Edgar? This time Edgar shook his head. Not right now. This weekend will be interesting. I have something I would raise. We are concerned about this article. Everyone turned startled eyes to Grishnak when he suddenly spoke up. They had almost forgotten he was there. Any goblin that stopped over for meals usually remained silent throughout, only talking to their target in private afterward. They could count the exceptions to this pattern on one hand with fingers left over. While Remus and Harry had their suspicions as to why, they never pushed the issue. Edgar had never deigned comment on their speculations, so they were suspicious of what he knew on the matter as well. Oh, personally I found it amusing. Edgar affected nonchalance, but he was staring intently at Grishnak, as were Remus and David. Sirius played with the remains of his dinner, making little piles out of different things. Harry continued to groom Hedwig, content to let the others work out the meanings and undercurrents of the present situation. Grishnak shook his head slowly. To let such go without response will risk much. Remus leaned his elbows on the table, clasping his hands under his chin. Well, I don't see how this concerns the tribes. Perhaps you could explore it a bit more with us? The friendly intimacy of dinner had vanished, to be replaced by a not quite comfortable silence. The tribes do not care, Mr. Lupin. Grishnak was toying with his messenger status ring while contemplating his glass of ale. It is the business that cares. Remus and Edgar exchanged a significant look, but Harry was confused. Hang on, he cut in. What do you mean the business cares? This doesn't have anything to do with that. Edgar cleared his throat before Remus or Grishnak could respond. Surely, Harry, you do not expect your ventures to remain secret forever? Harry shook his head. No, but I doubt they will be coming to light anytime soon. There was a look of profound disappointment on the vampire's face. Harry, what have I been teaching you during our political discussions for the past 3 years? Have you not understood any of my historical discussions on this topic? Reread the article and tell me what's wrong with it. Harry took a deep breath and tried to get his frustration under control. Slowly rereading the article, Harry began to develop a new appreciation for the writing of Rita Skeeter. She stretches the facts a bit, but there's nothing technically erroneous in the story. So what is the problem? Harry tried to organize his thoughts in a more cohesive manner. It's the spin she puts on things. She characterizes with exaggeration. She asks questions and states rumors. And while none of it is presented outright as factual, it reads as though each word she writes is indeed based on fact. Edgar nodded. Right. And what have I been telling you about facts? Facts are irrelevant. Only perception matters, Harry recited automatically. Edgar nodded again. And so? Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He knew the vampire liked to play his little logic games, but the annoying problem was that the 6 centuries of experience made him correct far too often. I need to launch my own campaign to provide a counter-perspective. Edgar clapped his hands in a mocking imitation of golf spectators who were terrified of making noise to disrupt the so-called athletes. Harry shared Edgar's view that if the sport required absolute silence and no physical contact among players, then it was more of a pretentious hobby than a real sport. Playing golf with air horns, explosions, or the occasional rugby tackle would be much more respectable, in his opinion, and make it truly qualify as a sport. Now, let us assume that your activities become more public. Shall we? What impact will this have on the business? Harry felt the connection leap out. Ever since Edgar had taken over Harry's historical and political lessons, the perspectives of so many other parties beyond wizards were introduced in a way that was simply amazing. The goblin people, for example, were broken into various enclaves, with each subset of enclaves ruled by a chieftain. The chieftain was said to rule over a tribe of goblins. Tribes pursued many endeavors, but the truly fascinating part was that business activities were always separate from the political activities. In fact, Gringotts was the sole reason that wizards still tolerated goblins, and only grudgingly. The success of Gringotts and other less recognized goblin ventures was dependent upon one critical fact. Prior to leaving any tribe to work at Gringotts or some other venture, each goblin pledged to 20 years of employment and for that time to completely set aside all political activities and only do what was best for the business. It led to surly and irritable workers who wanted to be involved in the events around the world, but they all knew that their livelihoods depended on maintaining that neutral business status. So employed goblins grudgingly put up with the necessities of the situation. Their neutrality also made them the perfect bankers, completely trustworthy in that role, despite how wizards and witches in general tended to view the so-called lesser creatures. The interesting bit was that every goblin rebellion only involved the tribes, yet never any business or business employees. The oath of service was magically binding, and to violate it was rumored to be instant death. Harry and his mentors had become rather intimately involved in some mutually beneficial business transactions that everyone involved wanted to succeed, albeit quietly. With the current image that Harry was projecting to the magical world, any revelation of a connection between Harry and those ventures would bring a heavy cloud of suspicion on the business. There was always the possibility that business efforts would fail. Truly disastrous, however, would be for Harry to be publicly perceived as a Dark Lord. Wizards would then question whether the rumored oath of service was sufficient to assure neutrality, and whether the tribes might be sending workers without the oath of service into the world. The repercussions from that alone would be staggering. Rather sheepishly, he looked at the assembled people around the dining table. So, any bright ideas? The prophet is the ministry's mouthpiece, and they employ Rita. There's no other newspaper with as wide a circulation that we could use for our own purposes. Well, nothing that's particularly respected. After a few moments of indecision, Remus spoke up. We'll just have to see what opportunities come up, Harry. I think it's safe to say, however, that you're going to need to start exerting some positive images to offset the current negative ones. Harry sighed and put his head into his hands. Wonderful. After exploding at that which today, my reputation is probably down to the negative thousands. It's going to take a miracle to change it. Grishnak chuckled. Your afternoon's escapade, Mr. Potter, is a tale I shall relish recounting to the tribes this weekend. They will enjoy it as we do, for that woman is most offensive. The business will be rather disappointed, however. You understand, it's nothing personal. Harry nodded while keeping his head in his hands. Tomorrow will be such fun, he muttered to no one in particular. Dealing with the students, dealing with the headmaster, dancing around Snape and Umbridge and the Aurors. And Cyril would be there watching everything. Shortly after, the group broke up, most heading off to their own homes or beds. Harry was convinced that the next day would be another exercise in frustration, and he was somewhat hesitant to discover the repercussions of his temper tantrum with the idiot Umbridge and exactly how the Aurors were going to be involved. Harry followed David to the study, where the two spent a pleasant time discussing life at Hogwarts as Harry had experienced it. In turn, David kept Harry informed of the latest events around the shop and with their friends. Every time Harry came back from a trip, even one as short as this 3-day excursion to Hogwarts, they went through the same ritual, reaffirming their presence to each other. They carefully avoided discussing the 3 people so dear to them that were absent. Only when their yawns became more frequent did they agree to call it a night. Completing his nightly routine, Harry paused on his way to bed to scratch Hedwig affectionately about her head. Opening the window all the way, Harry ruffled her feathers gently one last time before climbing into bed. Good hunting, Hedwig, he called out softly. Maybe I can talk Remus into letting you come with me soon. As his beautiful owl sailed out into the night, Harry tried to find some solace in what he hoped would be a dreamless sleep. A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Corbeck and Creachery. Thanks to random people for their aid with Brit picking, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. On Rita Skeeter and the belief of her articles, bear in mind that no one knows anything about Harry except A. He suddenly reappeared. B. There were rumors of his going dark. C. Harry is rather violent and unpredictable, is he not? And he has demonstrated as much. And finally, D. Even in canon, people knew she was a gossip writer and sensationalist, yet they still believed her over Harry or Harry's friends. Seeing. Chapter 12. Seeing.
2. 5. September 1995.
Please, Hedwig, Harry called out a bit plaintively, don't hold it against me. Remus said that until it's safe you can't come with me. Hedwig was sitting on top of his bureau, nestled by the ceiling, ignoring her normal perch in the corner of the room. She was doing her best to ignore his attempts to say goodbye in any manner. All right, well, I'll leave your bacon here, then. I'll see you this afternoon, girl. Shaking his head at his owl's attitude, Harry grabbed his bag and headed outside. The fresh, early morning air was invigorating, but he could live without the dew that dampened his shoes. Breakfast had been a relatively quiet affair, but everyone knew that Harry would be back shortly after 4 p.m., so there was no reason to make too much out of his departure. Harry was just commuting a long way to school in some respects, even though he would seldom be spending the night at home. Harry had a light snack, knowing he would be eating a full breakfast at Hogwarts shortly. David had given him a hug before he left, which was a little unusual, but then Sirius and Remus expediently half-shoved and half-threw him out of the kitchen and told him to make nice with the locals for a change. Remus had turned up a small pensieve for Harry to take, telling him to use it wisely but carefully. As Harry crossed the threshold of the disruption field and then the wards, he stepped into the center of the small cluster of trees. Looking around, he sat on a small tree stump and held his bag in his lap since he was less than keen on soggy books. All right there, Floppy? He asked quietly. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Experiencing your family is much different than merely seeing the memories of it. Floppy sounded calm and collected, a marked contrast to what the Hat's mood seemed to be the last time they had talked. So do you still wish to discuss things? Harry asked quietly. It's not quite 7 yet, so we have time. Floppy stirred restlessly, shifting from one side of Harry's head to another. Harry was mildly curious what that might indicate about Floppy's mental state, specifically whether if given a body the Hat would be wringing its hands or shuffling its feet. Floppy finally sighed in a mildly dramatic manner. I am in agreement with Mr. Lupin. I am uncertain as to whether you are deliberately being obtuse or truly do not see the connections around you. Harry laughed briefly. Well, I'd be more inclined to say I'm just dense. But whatever suits you, Floppy. Since you've not got anything for me, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You may, Mr. Potter. Harry shifted a bit to try to get a little more comfortable. You scanned my mind in the hospital, and you most certainly saw enough to actually sort me into one of those houses. Why haven't you officially sorted me yet? Floppy swayed gently in a soft breeze blowing past, the slight tinge of salt discernible in the air even though the sea was some distance from their house. The scent was always particularly strong in the early morning, before all the traffic and shops disgorged their own odors into the air. Would you like to be sorted, Mr. Potter? Harry shrugged absently. Doesn't really matter to me, Floppy. I simply thought that you might want to be done with riding around on my head. I find your argument specious, Mr. Potter. You are the one tired of having to think about me riding around on your head. Harry could feel himself grinning as the hat recognized his misdirection. I feel that to sort you at this time would be dangerous, Mr. Potter. Once officially sorted, the expectations upon you will change, unlike your freedom with the present status you have. All right, Floppy. My other question for the moment is whether you will share with me how you were made, and perhaps teach me the magic involved? Harry was almost certain the answer would be no. Floppy transformed with a soft pop into a riding bridle with blinders that a horse might wear when pulling a wagon. Do I appear to be naive, Mr. Potter? Harry laughed outright. "'Kay then, Floppy. Back to Hogwarts it is." Glancing at his watch to note that it was almost now 7 in the morning, Harry covered it firmly with one hand while saying, "Jailer Central." The swift jerk behind his navel left him stumbling slightly as he appeared in front of the gates at Hogwarts, and he absently noted that Floppy reverted into a battered wizard's hat during the brief moment of portkey travel. The gates of Hogwarts, while probably imposing to someone who studied castle architecture, were imposing to Harry for a completely different reason. They radiated an aura of substantial size, and little magical sparks constantly emitted into the sky and ground like shooting stars from the aura. Whenever he saw a major magical artifact, he always took a moment to admire the view of minute sparks and flowing aura fields. He still struggled with looking in a mirror with Floppy on his head. Half the time he felt that his hair should be catching fire from the sheer quantity of sparks radiating from the hat. Someday he would have to find a way to enable others to see auras and signatures like he did. As Harry entered the corridor leading to the Great Hall on one side and the main staircases on the other, he noted Snape standing at the foot of the stairs, apparently lecturing 2 young students in the proper attire becoming Hogwarts students of Hufflepuff. Harry noted absently that he had seen many Slytherins dressed in far sloppier fashion since his arrival, yet they had never garnered a reaction from the man. Deciding that the timing was just about perfect since Snape was clearly in mid-rant, Harry popped a wand into each hand with a quick flick of his wrists and concentrated on weaving the patterns that Remus and Sirius had devised for the first stage of the Snape Spectre spell. Harry then turned and cast a quick charm on the entry doors to the Great Hall. With the last motion complete, Harry hurriedly tucked his wands back into his wrist holsters and entered the Great Hall, making a direct path for the Gryffindor table. It was early enough that only a few of the students were present, the rest still waking up or getting ready for the day. Harry spotted 2 redheads sitting at the end near the head table and recognized the faces as none other than the self-titled Titan-Titian Trouble twins. Ignoring the vast wave of silence that spread among the students and staff in the room, Harry made sure to sit in such a way that he would have an unimpeded view of both the doors into the Great Hall and the path Snape would travel to the head table. Fred and George looked at Harry curiously, but he quickly whispered a terse command to them. "Not now." Fred and George spun around to stare at the entrance to the hall, but instead of matching Harry's look of calm gaze, they appeared somewhat confused. The sight of the 3 of them watching the doors to the Great Hall so closely caused most other students to begin watching the doors as well, glancing from time to time back at the trio. Without warning, the doors opened and Snape strode in, his cloak billowing behind him as he scowled at all and sundry. Almost immediately the bottom corner of his cloak twitched slightly. Harry leaned back slightly so his face would not be immediately recognized by Snape and started placing food on his plate. while Fred and George settled into a deeper confusion and most students in the hall continued to watch either the pranksters or Snape. The doors opened again as Dumbledore and Harry's new mentor, Cyril, entered the Great Hall. Cyril Finer had clearly been around the block on an extended tour, almost for the past century in fact. While his carriage was proud and, in some respects, regal, his slight limp and walking staff made it clear that his life had been less than peaceful. While not a necessarily well-recognized name among the general populace, in certain circles his name was spoken either with utmost respect or outright fear. Whereas Alastair Mad-Eye Moody generated a feeling of nervousness in some individuals in the know, for those same people, Cyril generated a feeling of shortened life expectancy. Harry found this reputation oddly clashing with the man's appearance of a friendly grandfather. Cyril could pass as a distant relative to Dumbledore, with the only difference between the two men being the shorter beard that the former sported. His charcoal gray robes, complete with war-made shoulder emblems, and the chain of full status around his neck were simple adornments. The lack of any other sigil or distinguishing item was unusual for one old enough to be a living contemporary of Dumbledore himself. As Dumbledore and Cyril simultaneously spotted Harry and began moving toward him, Harry was aware of being recognized by Snape, who had made it to the head table without incident. The students, left somewhat confused over the lack of entrance effects by Snape, now focused on the impending collision between the two old men and the great unknown that was Harry Potter. Harry rose to his feet when Cyril came to a stop opposite his seat and bowed from the neck. "Mentor," he stated calmly, "it is a pleasure to see you." Cyril showed no reaction to Harry's greeting, which left Harry slightly puzzled. Dumbledore, however, cleared his throat loudly, and every set of eyes except Cyril's focused on the headmaster. "Mr. Potter," the headmaster began in a very loud and formal tone, "I am unable to accept your actions of yesterday afternoon. While Professor Umbridge may have been exaggerating her claims of the ministry's prowess, your actions are inexcusable. Despite her claims to the contrary, I know you made no effort to harm or actually injure the professor. If you had tried, she would not have been complaining about your failure to succeed. To that end, you are hereby placed under ban for all school-sponsored extracurricular activities for the next 3 months, and you are officially to be in detention for the next 3 months as well. The first month you shall serve with Mr. Filch, the second month with Professor Snape, and the final month with Professor Umbridge. Your detentions will also encompass weekends. You will serve a detention of 2 hours per class day and 4 hours per weekend day, starting tomorrow. Is this clear?" Harry realized that there was a distinct twinkle in the headmaster's eyes, almost as if he was enjoying the show unfolding. Apparently Umbridge herself had arrived during the disciplinary chastisement, and the woman was alternating between some type of righteous rage or gloating glee at the fate assigned to Harry. Looking the headmaster in the eyes, Harry gave the only response he could in a clear voice that carried through the hall. "Perfectly, sir." Dumbledore nodded as he and Cyril moved to the head table and seated themselves. Harry sank back into his seat and slowly exhaled. Fred and George whistled softly at him, shaking their heads. Harry chanced to see the expression on Snape's face, which was unmitigated pleasure at the prospect of a servile Harry at his disposal for an entire month. Catching where Harry was looking, Fred leaned over and asked the obvious. "What's with the entrance?" Harry shook his head. "It's not the entrance. It's the setup. Be early for lunch." Taking a moment to look around while he picked over his bacon, he realized that Dumbledore had acted mostly as Harry expected. His announcement sent a clear message to all that Harry's actions were not being allowed to go unpunished, although Harry knew that, in reality, expulsion would have been a more appropriate course of disciplinary action. Harry snorted inwardly, as if he cared whether or not he stayed at Hogwarts. George coughed briefly before turning to Harry. "Dumbledore addressed the school last night, Harry. He had to quell the attempted harm rubbish with Umbridge and the Aurors, and then he explained that on Sunday you were only defending yourself from an unprovoked attack." George shook his head for a moment. "Frankly, it didn't help much. I think if it hadn't been for that fracas on Sunday, you'd be doing well enough. Maybe you'd even be liked by the others. Except for the snakes, of course." Fred nodded in agreement. The twins had no problems handing off bits of the conversation to each other, apparently. As it is, well, Dark Lord in training seems about the nicest label people are using for you. That prophet thing really didn't do you any favors. Harry shook his head in frustration. He was ordered to make nice with these people? Somehow, he would have to find a way to turn that image around, although Harry had serious reservations that his current company would help with that. As Harry slowly finished off his second breakfast of mostly bacon, rolls, and fruit, he surveyed the ever-expanding crowd in the hall. The Gryffindors continued to treat Harry's presence as anathema, leaving a wide berth around where he sat with the twins and studiously avoiding even glancing at their end of the table. Harry saw Neville enter with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, but only Neville would meet Harry's gaze as they took seats in the midst of the Gryffindor pack. Harry nodded briefly in salute to the one person that was willing to buck the trend. The other students in the hall would furtively look his way, but the conversations were never such that he could make out the topic. He was certain, however, that the public announcement of his punishment would be common knowledge before the end of breakfast. His contemplations were interrupted by the arrival of the Morning Post. Harry watched with veiled amusement as the horde of owls descended upon the student masses, since it forced them to stop covertly watching him or risk wearing their breakfasts to lessons. Next to him, Fred received a copy of the morning paper from a school owl while George ignored the commotion. Fred simply sighed as he unrolled the paper and threw it on the table surface before tapping it with his finger. "You've got a real fan out there, Harry." The smirk could be felt plainly from his tone, so Harry had no need to look at either twin's face as he scanned the article. Boy who lived attacks professor. Near-death experience dismissed by Dumbledore. By Rita Skeeter. In a further development of the violent and unexplained appearance of Harry Potter, the boy who lived attacked a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry without provocation. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Dolores Umbridge, coincidentally also the senior undersecretary to Minister for Magic Fudge, was in mid-lecture when she was viciously attacked without warning and left wounded in front of a classroom full of horrified witnesses. Despite Professor Umbridge's attempts to press charges on the possibly mentally disturbed Potter, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore wrote the incident off as a misunderstanding and merely stated that Mr. Potter will receive suitable punishment within the school rules for breaking the school rules. When Minister Fudge himself attempted to make Dumbledore see reason regarding the dangers of harboring a student as violent and harm-thirsty as Potter appears to be, the headmaster and chief warlock of the Wizengamot claimed that there was no problem and that everything was fine. The handling of Potter, when combined with Dumbledore's recent inflammatory comments this past weekend to the English Wizengamot, has led to questions being raised as to Dumbledore's continued fitness for leading the Wizengamot. Dumbledore is apparently suggesting that he who must not be named has regained a body and is now back among us, despite the common knowledge that he was harmed by his own curse failing years ago, leaving us with the shadowy boy who lived. Minister Fudge is rumored to be personally overseeing the sensitive investigation looking into matters regarding Potter, Dumbledore, and the so-called return of the Dark Lord due to the volatility and status of those involved. More troubling, perhaps, are the lingering issues and stories that speculate that Potter has become or is now turning dark. Not only did he survive the darkest curse known, the Harm Curse, as an infant for inexplicable reasons, his own actions over the past week raised serious doubts about his intentions. With Dumbledore claiming the return of he who must not be named at the same time as Harry Potter rejoins us as a seemingly unstable, murderous, and vicious wizard, the obvious connections and implications that perhaps the Dark Lord rising is none other than Harry Potter must be examined. Dumbledore's failure to address the dangers of having Potter at Hogwarts where he can recruit his own secret followers. Continued, page 3. As Harry finished the top-fold story, he was incapable of stopping his snort of derision from escaping. "Right," he muttered at Fred and George while rolling his eyes. "I'm the next Dark Lord and you two are my trusted lieutenants. Do go out and fetch me some muggles for a spot of harm round tea time, won't you?" Fred spit his juice across the table and started coughing while George just stared at Harry with faint admiration. "Sir, yes, sir. Sir. Would that be 3 or 4 muggles, sir?" Harry made a show of considering things. "For I think you can each have 1, but since I'm clearly the Dark Lord here, I must have more than any followers. So be sharp about it, right? No scraggly ones for us, we want some decent, well-fed ones with a good bit of fight in them." Fred was wiping his face with a napkin while George saluted Harry with a banger. "Sir," he agreed emphatically. As the three started laughing quietly over the byplay, most conversations in the hall were focused on the recently delivered prophet. Students everywhere were hunched over their own copies of the paper or that of a neighboring student. What should probably have been the occasional furtive glance was so frequent that Harry wondered if the magical world would have methods available to cure self-induced whiplash en masse. Harry scanned the head table, noting in passing that Snape was once again looking like the proverbial cat that ate the canary. Or rather, given the man's disposition, the snake that ate the field mouse. As Harry locked his eyes with Cyril, who was calmly eating next to Dumbledore, he inclined his head towards Snape in a vague gesture. Cyril merely raised one eyebrow in response and continued eating. After a few moments, the older man spoke something so quietly that Dumbledore had to lean over towards Cyril. As Dumbledore straightened, he unobtrusively scanned the hall before glancing at his own staff. Frowning, Dumbledore turned back to Harry, and the twinkle in his eyes died. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore rose to his feet and tapped repeatedly on his goblet for everyone's attention. As the students focused on the headmaster, Dumbledore surveyed his staff again before shaking his head slightly. "Thank you all for your attention. While I normally loathe announcing changes during the term, recent events have made it clear to me that some of my staff are quite overworked. By his own admission, our dear potions professor is hard-pressed to manage his many duties." As the headmaster paused for a moment, Harry was curious where this was going, while Snape was suddenly looking very unsure of himself. "It is with sadness that I must therefore announce that Professor Snape will no longer be the head of Slytherin House. I had hoped to delay this, but his heavy burden requires me to act promptly." Pausing to let the murmurs quieten, Dumbledore surveyed the students. Harry noted that Dumbledore's gaze lingered on those students unable to stop themselves from expressing dismay or anger at the development. Due to this change, his own classes will no longer be held in the dungeons, but they will be exchanged with the classroom of the new head of Slytherin House. In her years at Hogwarts as a student 50 years ago, she was a model Slytherin, using her skills and house ideals to further her career goals most admirably. She has continued her practical use of those skills as faculty for the past 16 years. Dumbledore paused once more to gaze upon the Slytherin students, going so far as to adjust his body to solely face that table. "It is with pleasure that I now introduce you to your new head of house, Professor Sybil Trelawney." The absolute silence that was the only impact upon the Great Hall was impressive to Harry. Having been on the receiving end of the cone of silence, as he liked to think of it, he realized now that he had never had complete silence as a reward for his actions. This announcement had not only stilled all conversation, it had stilled all movement, perhaps even all breathing, and not even the few remaining owls were moving. As Dumbledore surveyed the students, once again, Harry wanted to laugh himself sick at the pale and horrified expression on Snape's face. Without warning, Fred and George shot to their feet and began applauding loudly with the occasional cat call of approval. As though this was the one signal everyone else needed, the entirety of the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff's tables stood and applauded loudly. The only ones that seemed less than pleased by the announcements were the Slytherins. Unsure of the dynamic that had suddenly transpired, Harry merely stood and applauded politely with the others who were much more enthusiastic. He would have to find out more about this new professor later. As the noise died down, Dumbledore raised his hands once again to gather silence. Yes, I'm sure you will all congratulate Professor Trelawney later. Right now, the house elves are moving all of the potions classroom materials to the North Tower and all of the divination materials into the dungeons. With the change in status, there will also be a change in housing, as Professor Snape will no longer need to be near the Slytherin common room. He will now reside in the North Tower by his new classroom, while Professor Trelawney will move into the suite outside of the Slytherin common room. Please, return to your breakfasts and remember the locations of the new classrooms. No one shall be penalized for being late to either class this week as we all adjust to this minor change. As Dumbledore sat down with a grand gesture of grace, Fred and George began gleefully telling stories of Professor Trelawney to Harry. Harry listened with one ear in mild amusement at the stories of the apparently batty old divination instructor and felt a flicker of something that almost was sympathy for the Slytherin students. Whatever sense of pride they may have had would now be crushed. But then again, Harry was less than fond of most Slytherins he had met, so perhaps the change would do a world of good for the next generations. As the great hall settled into a flurry of conversations, most likely consisting of older students explaining to younger ones about the new head of house, much like Fred and George were doing for Harry, Cyril rose from the staff table and headed toward Harry. Fred and George slowly trailed off as Cyril came and sat opposite Harry. Harry inclined his head once, respectfully, and then waited. "I was less than pleased to find you had left for the evening and I had no way to reach you." The thought was clearly projected past Harry's occlumency shields. Harry nodded briefly in return, ignoring the frowns coming from Fred and George. Harry was hard-pressed to squelch his own surprise at Cyril's ability to project directly into his highly shielded mind. Narrowing his concentration in order to control the projection of legitimacy required for this type of communication, Harry carefully constructed his reply thoughts. "Dumbledore told me that I should spend the evening with my family. I should have left a message for you, since he told me you would be arriving yesterday." Harry paused for a moment. "I apologize." Cyril waved his hand in a vague manner. "No matter. It has been some years since Albus and I have sat and talked freely, so we took advantage of the evening after he was done chatting with your Severus Snape." Harry bristled slightly at the tone. "He's not my Snape. If he were, he'd be shackled appropriately." Cyril smirked, something Harry had never seen before. "Oh, he's yours now, Harry. Never fool yourself about that. Whether you like it or not, he owns you as you own him." Harry frowned hard at Cyril before shaking his head. "I don't see it that way. He is in a bed of his own making." Cyril merely smiled in response. "He who controls a thing, Harry, owns that thing. We shall talk more later, I believe. For now I will be roaming about and reacquainting myself with this castle. I shall see you this evening, after your meeting with Albus." With nothing more than that, Cyril stood up and disappeared with a soft pop. While Fred and George gaped at the spot Cyril had been in, Harry frowned and concentrated. Try as he might, there was no magical energy radiating from the space Cyril had been in that he could discern. Despite the fact that it really was supposed to be impossible to apparate in Hogwarts, Cyril seemed to have done it. Or else the old man was being sneaky and using a portkey coupled with a masking sound spell to mimic the distinctive apparition noise. Harry would have to determine how that trick was accomplished later. George nudged Harry in the ribs briefly. "What is it with you types? You randomly feel like breaking the rules of magic around here?" Fred nodded quickly. "Where can we learn to break through the apparition wards?" Harry shook his head briefly. "You can't apparate in Hogwarts, boys, everyone knows that." As Fred groaned, George began chuckling. "Well then, Harry, you're about to wish you could." He pointed at a gray ball of feathers flying in a drunken pattern but with an overall trend of aiming right for the triumvirate of trouble. As the owl approached, Harry immediately became conscious of two things. First, it was a very old owl that looked ready to die on the next beat of its wings. Second, it was carrying a howler, which was beginning to shake somewhat in the owl's grip. Or perhaps the owl simply had a slight palsy. George looked at Harry with mock sorrow. "Looks like our mum has decided to give you a bit of her mind, probably over Ginny and that article yesterday. Better run for it." Harry shook his head and cleared away the dishes in front of him. As soon as the owl dropped the howler, Harry tossed it into the air, before flicking a wand into each hand. With two quick wrist snaps, twin spheres appeared around the now glowing howler, one ever so slightly smaller than the other and fully inside the larger one. "Watch," Harry commented as he concentrated on the spheres. With a drawing motion in his left hand, the inner sphere shrank to a quarter of its volume, and with a pushing motion from his right hand, the outer sphere tripled in volume. The owl, meanwhile, dropped like a stone, sending bits of egg and toast flying as it landed and lay limp in the middle of George's plate. Nearly every eye in the hall was riveted on the glowing hovering above the table. Harry casually put his wands back into his sleeves, grabbed his goblet, and enjoyed the cool pumpkin juice. As the howler exploded and only the very faintest of buzzing sounds could be heard, Fred's and George's faces exhibited unmitigated awe. "No way," Fred breathed. You can silence a howler. Harry shrugged. No, magically they are protected from silencing. But you can contain them so that they don't make any noise. Harry noted in passing that the howler burst into flames, but due to the limited atmosphere in the inner bubble, it rapidly turned into a partially burned but fully carbonized parchment. Flicking his wand at each sphere with a concentrated finite incantatum, the parchment slowly fell to the table while most people in the hall were staring at him again. Wow, George said, picking up the parchment. Was that a bubble head charm you used? Harry nodded. Fred crumbled the edge of the parchment, watching in apparent fascination as little flakes fell to the table. I didn't know you could change their size. Glancing up, Harry watched Fred scan the table and then stop, looking at one person, before Harry also noticed how angry Ron looked further down the table. Harry, the redhead offered with a grin. I do believe our mom is going to hear about this. You probably should have taken the howler. Harry shook his head in response. Nope, I refuse to accept howlers. I can't understand why anyone puts up with them. After my first one, I took the time to learn how to handle them. I can't believe you guys haven't yet. Fred dropped the remnants of the howler and glanced around. Well, my master and dark lord, you sure know how to draw the crowd. It's like they expect you to put on a show for them. George nodded as he also seemed to admire being the center of attention in the great hall. Quite. Perhaps you're not being dark enough this morning. Need some help there putting on a proper show? Slashing up some toast, maybe? Fred leaned closer. Stabbing some eggs? Violating the jam? George smirked. Butchering the bacon? Hanging the strudel? Harry laughed quietly at the antics of the twins. Right, he agreed. Glancing at his watch, he sighed for a moment. Well, it's been fun, but it's time for class. Later, gents. As Harry began heading off to Charms with Professor Flitwick, Fred and George rose to fall in stride with him. Really, Harry, you don't think you can leave your loyal followers like that? Now do you? We have to follow you. It's in the job title, right? George asked. Fred simply walked as closely behind Harry as he could manage. Don't the two of you have classes or the like? Harry asked a bit plaintively as Fred kept trotting on the backs of his feet. Somehow Harry doubted that it was accidentally happening on every step he took. Fred chirped up from behind him. Course we do. Transfiguration. Right next to the Charms classroom. Where are you headed? Harry simply sighed loudly in resignation. I'll be charmed. After much jostling and continued harassment from his self-titled followers, Harry gratefully entered the Charms classroom and took a seat near the middle but on the far right edge. Pulling out his Muggle exercise book and text, he leaned back in the seat and waited for others to arrive. Given the dubious reactions he was still likely to encounter, he thought it best to arrive early and let the other students decide how close they wanted to sit to him. His schedule said that this class would be with the Ravenclaws, and he was curious to see how that group of students would react to him. Harry was mildly surprised when Neville arrived only a minute or two after Harry and proceeded to drop into the vacant seat next to him. With a quick nod as a silent hello, Neville dropped his bag and pulled out the Charms text along with parchment, quill, and ink. Once Neville was situated, he glanced at Harry, and then the boy rolled his shoulders and started reading the text. While Harry was trying to puzzle out the mystery that was Neville, other students began filing in. Most sat far away from Harry, but it was evident that sooner or later the lack of copious free tables would force students into his proximity. The simultaneous arrival of Hermione, Ron, and Ginny became an interesting moment. Ginny moved to the empty chair behind Harry. Ron hustled to sit next to her and kept muttering under his breath. Her eyes narrowed. Hermione marched over and sat with a rather attractive bloke wearing Ravenclaw colors 2 tables away. This only seemed to make Ron mutter more, but whatever he was saying was lost between his lack of enunciation and the general rustle and bustle of students preparing for class. Harry tried to make a conscious effort to smile at whomever looked his way, but this mostly caused them to rapidly spin back to whatever they had been doing before furtively looking at him. After one rather abrupt spin which caused a boy's ink pot to smash on the ground, Neville leaned over to provide a word of caution. Your smile isn't right, Harry. Harry felt overwhelming confusion. What do you mean, it isn't right? How can a smile be wrong? Neville looked mildly sorrowful to be the bearer of bad news. Well, it sort of feels like a wolf smiling at sheep, if you know what I mean. Neville smiled weakly at Harry, but Harry shook his head in resignation. Play nice, Harry muttered darkly, while Neville looked more nervous. I'll show them how to play nice. Tension. Harry glanced around in mid-rant, mildly surprised to see the rather short Professor Flitwick standing on top of a pile of books in a chair, waving his hands with excitement. Let's get started. The next 15 minutes were excruciating to Harry. He was convinced that every professor had some pat speech they would give at the beginning of each OWL class or final NEWT year class, and they had all been delivered so many times that each one was as exciting as watching the paint peel, perhaps on a wall that had been painted mere moments before, in a room devoid of anything but fresh paint and walls. When Flitwick finally announced that they were to review the summoning charm, most students turned to their partners and began talking over who was going to do what and when, in order to minimize accidents. Before Harry could talk about procedure with Neville, however, the diminutive Flitwick scurried to their table. Mr. Potter, he called to get their attention. I have been led to understand you know magic appropriate for this year group, perhaps even somewhat ahead of them. Would you please demonstrate this charm for me? Harry shrugged, flicked his wand out, drew a few motions in the air, and silently summoned the chair that Flitwick had been standing on, books included. Neville paled before dropping to the floor, but Harry changed the motion as the objects began arriving, holding them all in place in the air. Once they were all reasonably close to how they had been, with the books stacked on each other on the chair, he let the whole collection fall to the floor with a bit of bang. Impressive. Excellent work, 5 points to Air. Gryffindor, then, is it? Harry nodded slightly, aware that most students were again staring at him. Gryffindor for today at any rate, Professor. Flitwick nodded briefly. Very good. Please continue to practice and perhaps help anyone that needs a bit of assistance. Would you? Flitwick moved off to another table before Harry could even reply. As Neville slowly got back into his seat, Harry smiled faintly at his partner. Care to demonstrate your summoning charm? Neville had no problem with the charm, but he was only summoning the top book from the stack in the chair Harry had brought over. Harry, how did you stop those from hitting us? Harry winked slowly and spoke in a voice a little too loud for quiet partner-level work. I just switched the charm from Accio to the old Wingardium. Neville. Rather trivial once you try it. Harry glanced over to Hermione, who was staring at him with a spark of fire in her eyes. Before he could realize the depth of his mistake, she had a roll of parchment on the table and was furiously scribbling down something. Harry would almost swear that it was the same parchment she had her list of pester Harry about questions on. Neville, seeing where Harry was looking, started chuckling openly. Didn't expect that, did you? Sighing, Harry gave up with a shrug of his shoulders. Most of the other students were back to doing their own work, but he was still getting random glances. Deciding it was time to put on a bit of a show since he was being stared at anyway, Harry began a rapid alternation between silent summoning and banishing charms, moving Neville's corked ink pot in a mental game of tennis against an invisible opponent. At first, this again caused all work in the room to stop, as students quickly realized that Harry was randomly firing an ink pot around the room at high speed, alternately shooting it away from him and then rocketing it back to him. People started ducking. Flitwick, however, came to Harry's side and began applauding enthusiastically. This caused most students to calm down somewhat, but they still flinched whenever the pot got close to them. After a few minutes of boredom with the ink pot, Harry dropped it back onto the desk in front of Neville. Neville smiled weakly back at Harry before slowly putting the pot back in his bag. Ron's muttering reached new heights, and he finally was audible enough for Harry to make out the phrase show-off at least twice in one sentence. Turning slightly, Harry smiled broadly at the gangly redhead. What's the matter, Ron? Can't do a simple summoning charm? Need some help? Ron flushed dark red before glaring back at Harry. I don't need any help. Of course I can do a stupid summoning charm. Oh? Harry smirked. Prove it, but not on something wimpy like that cool you've been using. The door's barely closed. Why don't you summon the handle, and the door should pop open if you actually can do it right. Harry spent considerable effort lacing his tone with the sarcastic expression of Ron's imminent failure. Ron huffed a time or two before sharply calling out, Accio handle. Harry thought it was completely too easy. Before Ron could realize what went wrong, he was jerked into the table he was sharing with Ginny, and his wand flew from his hand across the room to smack into the door handle. As Ron sank back into his chair, wheezing slightly, Harry could swear he heard giggling coming from the direction of Hermione. "Really, Ron? How thick are you? Haven't you heard of that crazy squib, Isaac Newton, who lived back in the late 1600s? Ron moaned somewhat as he rubbed his ribs. "Why should I care about some squib?" Harry clucked his tongue in false sorrow. "Children these days. Mr. Newton came up with the first workable model of gravity. You do know what gravity is, right?" Ron only nodded sullenly. "Well, Mr. Newton was a bit odd. I mean, really, how odd do you have to be to poke a stick into your eye and wiggle it around to see how the colors change with where the stick moves?" As Ron paled to match Neville, Harry saw Ginny fighting a smirk. "Anyway, Ron, Mr. Newton came up with this crazy idea. He basically said that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So you, maybe 12 or 13 stone of thick-witted student, just tried to summon a reinforced door in a block wall. Instead of pulling the door to you, you all but summoned yourself to the door. A perfect display of Newton's third law of motion." Harry waved his wand theatrically for a moment, before the door swung lazily open. "It's not the force you use, Ron, but how you use it." Ron looked nothing short of bewildered. With a sigh, Harry turned back into his seat and slumped down to stare at the ceiling. It was going to be a long and slow class. Harry surmised that Transfiguration with the Hufflepuffs would be a similar experience in tedium, albeit hopefully one with less assignments. The Weasley twins apparently had an inverted schedule from Harry, and quite a bit of jostling took place between his dubious followers and their master as they moved into Charms and he moved into Transfiguration. While Hermione had made a point of smiling and saying hello to Harry and Neville as she took the table directly in front of them this time, no one else seemed willing to sit near Harry. Neville looked somewhat sad that Hannah was still avoiding him, and when Harry suggested that Neville might want to go sit with her instead, the boy simply told Harry that it was probably for the best anyway. Harry knew he was dreadful at deciphering relationships, so he opted to let it slide. Maybe Sirius could explain it to him later. After delivering another rote lecture on OWL importance, expectations, and study habits, Professor McGonagall launched into a discourse on the complexity of vanishing spells. Harry was mildly interested to hear her talk about the lesson, as he had yet to try the vanishing family of magic. He was slightly disappointed that she skipped the theory behind how the spells would work, but he supposed that the text would have such information if he was lucky. While the rest of the class settled down to immediately begin attempting the spell, Harry pulled out the text and tried to study the section on the vanishing spell for a few minutes. The sound of a throat clearing caused him to look up at the stern Professor McGonagall, who was frowning at him. "Mr. Potter, would you please tell me why you are not practicing this spell?" Her tone was far from warm, but it held no implications that she was angry either. "I'm trying to determine the theory behind how the spell works, Professor," Harry replied as politely as he could. "Oh, was my explanation lacking?" Her tone had become decidedly cooler. Harry felt a moment of quandary over the situation. Should he admit the truth, or find a nice way to lie? "Well," he temporized, "I'm used to thinking about the energy mixes and motions, not the particular words of an incantation. You gave a great discussion of the mechanics, but I was hoping to find more on the abstract side." He tried to keep his tone pleasant and a smile on his face, but Neville's warning that his smile was completely wrong made him even more concerned over how to deal with the professor. McGonagall, if anything, stood more erect, and her arms folded sharply across her abdomen. "Really, Mr. Potter? And precisely what have you found?" Harry knew he was in trouble, but he was less than sure precisely how deep the trouble was. "Well, so far, this book doesn't explore the theory at all. It's all mechanics. That's why I keep flipping through different sections. I think the author missed the point of writing a textbook." The silence between the professor and Harry began to stretch out, and Harry had the uncomfortable sensation that he was being prepared for slaughter. Most of the students around them were watching warily, except Hermione, who was once again writing vigorously on her parchment. Harry noticed in passing that she was now writing on the opposite side of the scroll. Finally, McGonagall strode to the front of the room, extracting a book from the small collection neatly stored there. Returning to Harry's table, she gently placed the text in front of him. "Mr. Potter," she said, her tone still somewhat near freezing, "the headmaster informed me you might find the text lacking in some ways. I am offering you this as supplementary reading material. You are to take extremely good care of it, do you understand?" Harry nodded slowly, trying to ignore the bead of sweat rolling down his temple from the strain he felt. He was sure that if he ever needed to learn how to completely cow someone with a glance and tone, this was the woman to come to for lessons. McGonagall gave him a sharp nod before turning and moving off to the next table to investigate why their snail had grown a second shell instead of losing parts as the vanishing spell should have done. The end of the class saw another behemoth essay handed out with casual indifference from the stern professor. All in all, Harry thought he might like Professor Flitwick's demeanor better, but he was forced to admit that with the book McGonagall gave him, he would learn far more in Transfiguration at this rate. As soon as McGonagall dismissed the students, Harry strode to the exit and reached into his bag. In one swift motion as he approached the first staircase, Harry leapt over the railing and swept his firebolt under him as he shot off like a rocket to the Great Hall. Harry bypassed the students standing around waiting for staircases to align properly and flew over the heads of those students already in the halls. As he reached the Great Hall, he was pleased to see the doors standing open, and he flew directly in toward the Gryffindor table. Harry's use of his broom to get to the Great Hall had led to many shouts and surprised faces, but he was surprised himself to find Fred and George had beat him to their end of the Gryffindor table. Flying straight to his seat before dropping into it and pushing his broom back into his special case, Harry squinted at the twins. "Now how did you get here before I did?" "Charms is right next to Transfiguration." Fred winked. "Simple, old bean. But what's that you called it?" Fred paused to tap his chin thoughtfully. George snapped his fingers and looked triumphant. "That's right. Trade secret, Harry, so terribly sorry." Harry sighed. Yeah, all that rot." Point made. More students were filing into the Great Hall, and Harry was gradually realizing that no matter what he did, his schoolmates were going to stare at him. He made a mental note that it was worth some time to consider ways to actually deserve the fishbowl treatment, but he had to concede that most people did not travel the corridors by broom. That in and of itself was a bit of a mystery, since he thought the idea of waiting for a staircase to feel like being useful was far more ludicrous than simply flying from room to room. Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall and stalked over to stand in front of Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said in perfectly clipped tones, her eyes flashing, "did you or did you not hear the announcement that there is to be no use of magic in the corridors between classes?" Surprised, Harry looked at his temporary head of house. "Of course I did." She leaned forward slightly before tapping the table as a syllabic cadence with each word she spoke. "Then explain your use of that broom to get here." Harry smiled benignly. "Well, Professor, the rules say we aren't to use spells, but Mr. Filch asked for the headmaster to say we aren't to use magic. He was incorrect, you see, so I did nothing wrong." Harry leaned back slightly as McGonagall continued her tapping of the tabletop. After a long moment of watching Harry, she collected her hands as she folded her arms. "I shall look into these rules, Mr. Potter. We shall speak again about this." She gracefully turned and strode away. Harry was uncertain, but he thought he saw a faint twitch of her lips as she left. As she was moving toward the head table, however, Professor Snape came striding into the Great Hall. Having planted the seeds earlier, Harry turned a thoughtful gaze on the professor. Fred and George rapidly locked their eyes on the professor as well. Most of the other students realized that the three Gryffindors were staring at Snape, so they too began to watch the man as he entered. As Snape continued his patent march, causing his cloak to billow behind him in a tangible aura of malice, Harry saw the back corner twitch slightly. "Perfect," he whispered. Harry began softly counting. 3, 2, 1, now. With each count, Snape's cloak billowed even higher, and when Harry reached number 1, it was almost horizontal and ruffling gently. Snape appeared unaware of the situation, but he started scowling harder and walking faster, realizing that many students were staring at him for no apparent reason. Before he could pause to interrogate someone, his cloak shot around his body, perfectly mummifying his arms and legs. The next thing everyone witnessed was an immobilized Snape falling on his face, and, with no ability to catch himself, he smashed his nose into the floor. As soon as he hit the floor, his cloak flared up, relaxed, and reverted to normal, quickly covering him like a sheet over a corpse. At that moment, Harry barely resisted the urge to laugh his head off as Dumbledore and Cyril strolled into the Great Hall, talking to each other. Dumbledore paused and paled slightly at the sight of a body under a cloak in the middle of the floor, while the students were staring at the body with a mixture of horror and something akin to constipation. McGonagall was frozen in a half-sitting, half-standing posture by her seat at the head table. In the longest instant of record, the Great Hall was silent. Finally, a first-year Ravenclaw cracked and started laughing outright. Before anyone else could react, Snape shot to his feet and glared at all and sundry in the room. His scowling expression was marred by the harm freely flowing from his obviously broken nose. This set off a rapid chain reaction as dozens of students slowly gave in and started laughing, although most were still making Herculean efforts to mask it by laughing into their hands or turning around in their seats. When Snape saw Dumbledore and Cyril behind him, he glared at them just as hard. Pulling out his wand, he loudly cast Finite Incantatem several times upon his cloak before returning to his survey of the students. Harry was working hard on maintaining an expressionless face, and the twins next to him were clearly professionals at this routine. When Snape finally settled his gaze on the twins and Harry, his narrowed eyes were the only suggestion that the man was up to something before a scream rent the air. Abused. Help. Mind abused. Someone is raping my mind. Bugger off, you've no right. The screaming then began repeating itself after doubling in volume, while Fred began glowing with a nimbus of bright azure light. Snape paled partially through the second iteration and finally looked away, silencing the screams echoing in the hall but leaving frustration evident on his face. Dumbledore was frowning at Snape, and Cyril was simply staring impassively at the man. Every student was staring at either Snape, the headmaster, or Fred. Before Dumbledore could say anything, Snape stalked over to Fred and George. "Your wands," he demanded in a hiss. Fred and George were grinning madly as they handed theirs over. "You too, Potter," Snape demanded. Harry yawned with indifference at the man as he handed over both of his wands. Snape proceeded to test each wand but only found Charms work on each of the twins' wands and Transfiguration class work on each of Harry's. With a growl of frustration, Snape stared again at Fred before turning to George. Handing George back his wand, Snape narrowed his eyes sharply as George looked up to receive his wand. Without warning, the screams of abused, "Help! Mind abused! Someone is!" started up again, while George began glowing a bright azure color. Looking away in clear frustration, Snape threw the other wands on the table and marched back over to the headmaster where he was joined by Umbridge. Dumbledore, Cyril, Umbridge and Snape proceeded to leave the hall in the midst of an argument. Snape followed the other three and argued the whole way out that somehow one of those Gryffindors assaulted him and he wanted to find out which one it was. Right before he reached the doors, his cape flared up and assumed a shape that looked like it stepped straight out of a Mr. Universe Muscleman competition. As a few snorts of laughter rang out once more, Snape whirled in place, his cloak immediately dropping back into the aspect of a normal billowing cloak and slowly settling as he stopped walking. Glaring at the students who were now again unsuccessfully trying to stifle their laughter, Snape whirled once more and left the Great Hall, his cloak now making shadow puppet figures randomly. Fred and George both enthusiastically clapped Harry on the shoulders. "Brilliant, Harry! Simply brilliant!" Fred's voice carried overtones of admiration. "We've been trying to prank him since we got here, and he always either catches us before we can or proves it was us after we do. We've never pulled one off on him without some punishment." George was smiling broadly. "I wish I could have a picture of that. It would be perfect." Harry smiled in response. "Glad you liked the little show." Looking at the ceiling in thought, Harry reflected on how the spell was constructed. "I wonder how long it will take him to catch on now that it's in the second phase of operation." Fred's face became suddenly thoughtful as he stared at Harry. "He mentioned casually that grace period has been over for 2 days now, Fred let his voice trail off significantly. Harry grinned back while George and Fred began grinning in turn. So it has, Harry said amicably. So it has. Before any further discussion could take place, Hermione dropped into the seat across from Harry and next to Fred. Neville sat next to her. "Hello, Harry," she said in a firm voice. The effect of her determination was spoiled somewhat as she shot glances further down the table, where Ron was scowling at her and arguing with Ginny over something. "Hermione," Harry returned calmly. Hermione smiled at him in an exaggerated fashion. "How are you, Harry?" she asked brightly. Harry merely raised one eyebrow at her as Neville slowly shook his head behind her back. To her credit, Hermione managed to suppress the flush to her skin almost before it happened. Well, I guess that was a silly question. I think you're being treated poorly, Harry. I'll admit to being unsure at first, but after Dumbledore explained things, I don't see why everyone is still expecting you to become violent." Fred clapped her on the shoulder, grinning maliciously. "Maybe because he's our new Dark Lord and Master?" George hunched his shoulders slightly and took on a vacant expression as he slowly nodded his head in agreement. Neville choked on the sandwich he had only begun eating, while Hermione giggled slightly. "Right," she said, rolling her eyes.
I'm convinced.
Hermione began methodically putting her lunch together with the same precision that Harry had observed in her breakfast eating habits previously, choosing the salad, roast chicken, and trimmings rather than the sandwich options. "I want to talk to you, Harry," Hermione said as she assembled her lunch. "A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Creachery and Corbeck. Thanks to random folks for lending their Brit-picking data, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. For the record, yes, that's a true story about that crazy man, Mr. Isaac Newton, and the stick he put onto his eye. See The Fun Text Journey Through Genius by William Dunham. You may have recognized one line in particular as inspired by Frank Herbert. And last, about nice. This slang term in the States apparently has no equivalent in England. Sirius and Remus telling Harry to make nice with the other people at Hogwarts is essentially be friendly, but with a lot more context connotation. There's a weak bit of a kissing up aspect, but it's really more that it implies that you were less than nice to begin with, are being forced or coerced into changing, and it's slightly sarcastic condescending patronizing. Perhaps also along the lines of masquerade sufficiently to blend into another group you really don't fit well with, or do what it takes to fit in and get along. Reflections. Chapter 13. Reflections. Harry had the sudden urge to crawl under the table, but Hermione would never let him escape so easily. By deliberately baiting her during charms, he had hoped to nudge her beyond the basics and push her to try something that would lead to new insight in magical theory. Unfortunately, his display had probably just added another 100 questions to her mounting list. First, Harry, the brunette started, "You'll be at potions tutoring today, right?" Harry smiled. "Of course I will. I know that while you will be tutoring all of us, Dumbledore arranged this so you could specifically tutor me." "Thank you for that, Hermione." Hermione smiled brightly back at him. "You're welcome, Harry." She seemed incredibly pleased to be appreciated for what she could offer in the way of knowledge. George leaned over. "Bar me this one. She'd lecture a troll if she thought it might learn anything." He whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. Harry chuckled.
No worries.
"Hermione reminds me of someone I admire very much. They seem like they might be kindred spirits." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Really? Who?" Harry shrugged. "Maybe I'll tell you later." Hermione looked disappointed at being denied a prospective intellectual to converse with, but she regained her cheery demeanor quickly enough. Harry flicked his eyes down the table to see Ron glaring at him. Ginny was talking to one of the Quidditch players. Harry was having a hard time remembering their names, but thought she might be Katie. As he was looking around, Dumbledore and Cyril walked back into the Great Hall. Harry was curious where Snape and Umbridge had gone, but it was clear that they would not be returning with the headmaster. Shrugging it off as a mystery to be explored later, he turned his attention back to Hermione, who already had her scroll of questions pinned to the table. She had a quill in one hand and a fork in the other. "Ready, Harry?" she asked with enough enthusiasm to make Harry wish lightning would strike him down immediately. Go ahead, he replied with some trepidation as she took a dainty bite of her lunch. Her expression was decidedly hungry, but Harry was unclear whether it was for food or information. Over the next 30 minutes, Hermione bombarded Harry with a series of questions about the principles behind magic that he answered in half-riddles and vague hints. She obsessed over how Harry could convert an accio in mid-flight into some other spell. Since she kept reminding him not to just give her the answers, he began to take a perverse pleasure in twisting her questions back upon themselves until the answer was hidden in plain sight. Hermione was dutifully taking notes of everything they discussed, but seemed no closer to making the next step of intuitive connections that would lead her into the next enlightenment about words, thoughts, and magical energy. Fred and George contributed to the conversation with often hysterical commentary, but Harry knew they were paying closer attention than it appeared. He was certain that once or twice Fred had written down a few cryptic words of an exchange to refer to later. Harry was unsure what exactly that would lead to, but with the earlier implicit reaffirmation of a prank war about to begin among the three of them, he was sure it would be interesting. Neville, for his part, listened and asked a question or two, but mostly tried to follow the topics without appearing too lost. Harry thought that with simply a significant boost of self-confidence, Neville might become a real force to be reckoned with. His quiet but insightful questions left Harry bemused. Neville, of all people, was the quintessential paradox. Brave enough to confront Harry on behalf of others, but too cowardly to speak up for himself. Clever enough to challenge Hermione when he put his mind to it, but too uncertain to realize his own gifts. For all the sympathy he received from Neville, Harry was beginning to think that perhaps Neville needed it more than he did. Shortly before the clock in the Great Hall announced the end of lunch, Hermione put away her materials and, with a quiet goodbye to the twins, walked out of the Great Hall with Harry and Neville. Hermione led them into the same empty classroom where Harry had waited for the sorting. They took a few moments to magically clean and reorganize the room. After she had enlarged the lone instructor's desk with a quick ingorgo charm, everyone pulled out their texts and settled around the table. Harry grabbed a Muggle exercise book, while Hermione and Neville extracted their parchment notes. Very well, Hermione began, since I'm supposed to be tutoring you, let's discuss how we'll do this. Harry nodded his head at the door. Do you want to wait for the others, or are they not showing? Hermione's excited expression fell slightly. I'm sorry, Harry, but I don't think Ron or Ginny will be coming. Neville looked sadly at him. Harry was reluctant to admit it, but he thought that Neville's facial expression was rather appropriate. He knew that winning friends and influencing people in a positive way was going to be difficult for him. Neville was clearly more perceptive than his appearance suggested. Hermione shuffled some parchment slips before placing a stack of Muggle-style note cards made from clipped bits of parchment on the table. These are my notes on potions, she said. I've been working to make sure it's all cross-referenced. The potions textbook is the best source of information, really, as the class is more of a practical. I found that in order to... Hermione stopped abruptly when arguing voices, a male and a female, were heard in the hallway. Based on the steadily increasing volume level, the bickering couple was approaching the room. Not like that. With a flurry of motion, Ginny Weasley stormed through the partially open doorway, Ron hot on her heels. Shrugging her arm out of Ron's grip, she headed for the table the others were sitting at. Apparently giving in to whatever inevitability was dictating Ginny's actions, Ron literally ran in front of her and threw himself into the empty seat next to Harry and glared at his sister. Ginny showed no reaction beyond her already annoyed state as she took the only remaining empty seat, diametrically opposite Harry and as far from him as the table allowed. As Ron sat panting slightly and glowering at everyone in general, Ginny calmly reached into her bag and extracted her materials. Sorry I'm late, Hermione. I ran into a recurring problem on the way. Hermione gave her a small smile, one wary eye on a flushed and still glaring Ron. Right, well, we were just getting started. Ron, are you going to be studying or not? Ron shot her a dark look before he sullenly pulled his text and materials out of his bag. Somehow Ron managed to make a complete production out of placing his things on the desk as he continued to stare balefully at his sister. He ignored Harry completely. Sighing, Hermione extracted her wand neatly from her robes and flicked it at the door to close it. Looking back at Harry, she tried again for the bright and energetic look that he had occasionally seen, but it fell flat. As I was saying, I've got these notes I've been working on since first year, and she was cut short when the door opened again with a loud bang. 2 figures in billowing black cloaks stormed in, wearing white drama sorrow face masks adorned with a single stark tear of harm, black hair jutting up at crazy angles, and shimmering fake green eyes. Everyone froze in alarm, looking like deer startled by a bright light. Harry, however, was trying his best not to laugh, but he was hard-pressed to stop the derisive chuckle that threatened to burst from him. As Harry struggled to keep from laughing out loud, the figure in the rear slammed the door closed. The lead figure slowly raised a fist, a wand clutched tightly in it. "Silence!" he roared. "We have come to do the bidding of our master." The second form stalked slowly forward, causing Ron to scurry around the table and stand in front of Hermione of all people, wand in hand but clearly scared. Harry was almost certain that the effort of holding in his laughter was medically unsound and contrary to a prolonged life. The second one came to a stop before Harry and slowly went down on one knee. "What is thy bidding, my master?" he asked in a hollow voice. At this point, the pressure of keeping his amusement in check became too much. Harry lost control and burst out laughing. "Perfect," Harry said appreciatively as he paused to wipe the tears from his eyes. "Where did you two get those outfits?" Fred and George doffed their masks and wiped the sweat from their faces. "Trade secret, old bean, trade secret," Fred replied. Harry just rolled his eyes and kept laughing at the twins and the way everyone had reacted to them. His face crimson in outrage, Ron started yelling at his brothers. Neville slowly buried his head in his hands. Hermione started fanning her face with a bit of parchment. Ginny was watching the twins keenly, her eyes flashing with what Harry suspected was admiration for their handiwork. After Ron had finally wound down and slunk back into his seat, Fred and George casually dragged 2 chairs from the pile of old furniture and sat on either side of Harry after pushing Ron out of the way. George clapped Harry rather hard on the shoulder, causing him to lurch in his seat. "So, young Harry, here we are." Fred clapped Harry's other shoulder just as forcefully. "Quite right, brother mine. Here we are. Right, Harry?" Harry shook off their hands and traded long looks with each of the troubled twins. "You're best qualified to know where you are, be it here, there, or in between." Fred cuffed Harry lightly on the head. "Stop being dense, Harry. You promised us a memory." Harry quirked his eyebrow. "I don't recall making a promise of any such thing." George snorted. "Sophistry, Harry. You said you'd show us. Here we are, so show us." Harry paused to reflect on the situation. Fred, George, and Ginny were certainly entitled to see the memory of the fight in the corridor Sunday night if they were so inclined, and Harry respected Neville enough to show it to the boy if he wanted to see it. Hermione was a risk. Showing her anything like this would just add to her list of insatiable questions and might lead to more revelations than he was prepared for. Harry was a bit astounded that she was able to make lightning-fast connections to the very things that he himself had struggled to work out the answers to. It was probably an unfair comparison since at the time none of his mentors had answers to his questions. Remus and the others had worked it out one painful step at a time with Harry acting as the amazing magical guinea pig. Ron was a definite problem. First of all, he clearly had extensive issues with Harry, probably due to the incident involving his sister and brothers. More disturbing, however, was that Ron did not seem to think anything through before acting. His impetuous response to Harry's baiting and charms, his sullen reaction to the suppressed howler, they were testimony to his rash and impulsive behavior and only added up to problems here and now. Harry frowned at Fred and George. "I'm not sure this is the right place to do this," he offered carefully. Hopefully the twins would understand his reluctance. The others were somewhat puzzled by the conversation, but Harry had no intention of spelling it out and hoped the twins would avoid it as well. Fred exchanged a meaningful glance with his twin, then turned to Ron. "What's it going to be, Ron?" he asked pointedly. Ron was instantly on guard. "What do you mean?" he demanded loudly. George shook his head in exasperation. "Look, Ron, your desire to protect Ginny is admirable, but do you really think Harry meant to hurt her?" Ron flushed dark red but stubbornly held his ground. "Course he did. He was trying to harm all of you. he shot back. Fred held up his hands. How do you know? He asked quietly. Ron opened his mouth to retort but suddenly stopped. That's right, Ron, none of us really know. George said pointedly. That's what we want Harry to explain to us. But we don't want the explanation, we want to see it, and Harry here offered it to us. Well, to Fred and me at any rate. Probably Ginny, if she wants to see it. Harry let them argue it out. You three are certainly entitled to see how events unfolded. As for Hermione, Neville, and Ron, I'm not sure if they want to know, let alone whether they should know. Neville was looking decidedly uncertain, while Hermione was starting to develop the glint in her eye that told Harry he was about to be on the receiving end of a pointed scroll of questions, or maybe a tome of them. Ron had a strange expression on his face, perhaps half longing and half fearing to know what the big brouhaha had been about. Finally Fred spoke up, breaking the uneasy silence. Dumbledore already said you were just defending yourself and that you didn't set out to harm anyone. How bad can it be? Harry shrugged in a non-committal fashion. What Dumbledore had stated was certainly true, though Harry personally thought that it was a truth that was on par with the truth according to Rita Skeeter. Casual conveyance would suggest one thing, but the reality was often far, far different. Harry had had every intention of harm the people that attacked him, and he knew it. Resigned to losing this particular argument sooner or later, Harry carefully extracted the small pensieve Remus had foisted on him from his bag. Placing it on the table, Harry focused on recalling the sequence of events from when he first stood on the stairs leading from the headmaster's office. He was equally careful to cut the scene off before he hit the wall. There was no point in subjecting Ginny to any ancillary trauma based on whatever she had inadvertently done to him. After depositing the memory into the small pensieve, filling it to capacity, Harry pushed the bowl to the middle of the table. He slowly looked at each of them. I want your word that you will not discuss what you see in this memory without my permission. Not to each other or to anyone else. After everyone gave their promises, Harry cast a few charms over the pensieve, causing several small runes on the outside to glow faintly. All right then. All you have to do is stick a finger in the pensieve. I've set the memory to run at full speed the first time you watch it. If any of you go in a second time, it will run at half speed. Harry sat back as all the students glanced warily at each other. Like moths drawn inexplicably to a flame, they all slowly placed one finger into the silvery substance in the bowl. Harry leaned back to wait for them to experience the events and to individually decide whether they wanted to see the incident again. For his part, Harry had no need to view the memory once more, since he had relived most of it during his REM sleep state, albeit with interesting variations on what actually happened. Harry felt that if his life was any more interesting, he would be checking into the long-term ward at St. Mungo's next Tuesday for a bit of a holiday. Suddenly they were all standing there, staring at Harry intensely. Ron and Neville were looking a bit unsteady, Hermione was very pale, and Fred and George seemed almost unfazed. Ginny, however, had eyes that were just a bit too bright and an enigmatic expression on her face. Hermione, Fred, George, and Neville each slowly reached for the bowl and promptly went back into the memory a second time. Ginny sat and stared at the table surface. Looking extremely pale, Ron slowly put his head into his hands, shaking it side to side, moaning and muttering occasionally. Harry kept his face expressionless as he waited for some type of feedback from the Weasleys. Harry watched as Ginny toyed absently with the pages of the potions text in front of her. Her eyebrows knit together and then she raised her head to meet Harry's impassive gaze with one of her own. Harry could almost feel the energy flowing through her as she sat quietly, but her eyes betrayed nothing of her thoughts and emotions. Ginny finally opened her mouth to speak only to close it and continue watching him. It was evident that she was trying to work out what to say but had no idea how to start. Harry had no clue how to help her with her struggle. Just as she appeared to finally decide how to voice her thoughts, she was interrupted. Ron abruptly turned from the table and was noisily sick on the floor. Ginny closed her mouth with a snap, shook her head, and moved to her brother. Harry gathered up his unused papers and potions text and shoved them into his bag. It was clear that this tutoring session would not cover potions. As Ginny cleaned up Ron's mess and helped him from the room, Harry leaned back to wait for the others to finish their second examination of the events. Almost the instant that Ginny and Ron stepped out of the door, the others were back and staring at Harry again. Neville and Hermione now looked like Ron. They were both pale and appeared deeply shaken. George was watching Harry while Fred scanned the room. "Where'd Ron and Ginny get off to, then?" Fred asked. Harry smiled half-heartedly. "Ron had a hard time with the images. Ginny took him to get cleaned up." Fred frowned at this. Hermione had her head in her hands. Neville was rubbing his temples in small circles, his eyes squeezed firmly shut. George finally spoke up. "This was a normal occurrence for you then?" Harry quirked one eyebrow. "Normal is one word that doesn't apply to me." Hermione seemed to be fighting to control her stomach, and her hands were trembling slightly. So much harm. There was just so much harm. She slowly lifted her head to stare into Harry's eyes. "Is this what you really want to do in life?" Harry shook his head briefly. "No, but I have no choice in this life." Pushing Ron's quill around in lazy circles with a fingertip, Harry tried to articulate what they failed to grasp. "Look, you lot live in a normal world. People don't try to harm you regularly. People don't want to forcibly take your harm for dark rituals to resurrect Dark Lords. You worry about grades, about boyfriends and girlfriends, about what to wear, or about where to go." Harry stopped playing with the quill and looked at Hermione. "I worry about staying alive." Harry paused to stare in turn at Neville. "I worry about who is going to attack me next, and if I'll be able to fight my way out." Harry turned and faced George. "I worry that Voldemort will catch up with me before I'm ready for him." Finally looking at Fred, Harry finished his impromptu lecture. "This is not a game. If I fail even once, I'm gone. And then so are all of you." The silence that followed Harry's casual comments was profound. None of the students would meet his eyes, and Harry wondered if they understood just how trivial he considered most of their quotidian concerns. Then again, human nature seemed to dictate that regardless of the overall scope of a problem, the problem immediately in front of you always seemed bigger and more important than anything else. The others were still sitting in complete silence when Ron and Ginny returned to the room. Ron refused to even look at Harry and silently gathered his supplies with a reckless abandon, shoving them into his bag without concern. With nary a passing word, Ron turned and left the room. Harry detachedly noted that while Ron's complexion looked better than the random ghost wandering the castle, it still was a far cry from a healthy color. Ginny, however, returned to her seat and watched the others at the table. She seemed aware that something happened while she was out, or perhaps she just suspected it based on the very quiet nature of everyone in the room. "What did I miss?" she asked with a relatively calm voice. "Nothing really," Harry replied. "I doubt if any of you are comfortable with death." He was tempted to add the word "yet" onto that sentence, but hopefully they never would have to become comfortable with the idea. That was if he could get his plans restarted. Resigned, Harry sighed a bit before saying it anyway. "Yet." Hermione looked back at Harry, lifting her head from her hands in slow motion. "What do you mean you worry that he who must not be named, will catch up with you before you want him to?" This time even Ginny reacted, startled at the direct use of the much-feared name. Harry leaned back and contemplated the ceiling for a few moments. How much of the truth should he reveal to them? Bandying about sensitive information such as Voldemort's return would probably put everyone he told in immeasurable danger. The one person who knew the whole truth, Dumbledore, was already being taken to task over the reality of the situation. And if someone as prestigious and powerful as Dumbledore was being attacked for seemingly coddling the volatile and unstable shadowy figure that was Harry Potter, then maybe Harry should keep his thoughts to himself. But then again, he had already told George most of it during their earlier conversation, and did Harry have the right to withhold information that might be critical to survival? Harry had experienced more than his fair share of being kept in the dark for his own good, and he disliked it immensely. Surveying the faces looking at him, Harry was still undecided. If he revealed the truth, what would happen next? How would the word spread from these few students? And would it affect Dumbledore's intended discussion about how to get the full ICW to admit to the return of Riddle? The war mages were convinced but held little political influence, and the whole night of Voldemort's resurrection was tied into the events around Nicholas and Wormtail. The short but fierce battle that took place after the resurrection was also full of dangerous information that should not be revealed to just anyone, particularly if Snape decided to take steps and become more invasive or found a way to circumvent the rings. George finally broke the silence. "Let's hear it, Harry. You already told me that he's back." Fred isn't quite so accepting of it coming from me, though. Harry blew his breath out and closed his eyes, massaging his temples in an unconscious echo of Neville, while he tried to decide what to say. "Look, I need you all to keep this quiet for now. We're trying to work out a way to reveal the truth and not get royally screwed for it. But yeah, Voldemort is back." Harry opened his eyes and saw the drawn faces staring back at him. He got a body back on the night of the last task in the Triwizard Tournament. It was not a pretty picture. His new body is very different. "How do you know this?" Hermione asked quietly. Harry smirked at her. "I was there, of course. Can't have the Dark Lord's resurrection gala without the cause of his downfall there to witness the events, right? I was the guest of honor, you might say." Fred leaned over. "Let's see it then, Harry. Put that memory in the pensieve, right?" Harry shook his head. "No, that's not something for you to see." Ignoring the looks of disbelief the twins were giving him, Harry pulled the memories of the corridor attack out of the pensieve and placed them back in his head. He needed to start thinking of something else, or else his temper might start to build up again, and that would not help him in the forthcoming potions class. "Why not?" George asked loudly. Harry stared at George, not caring that his expression was very cold. "There are things you don't need to know, and that night of dark magic is one of them." Fred looked ready to burst. "You've got our oaths to not go dark, or even help those that are. What's the big deal?" Harry stood up and grabbed the pensieve, carefully tucking it into his bag. Looking directly at the twins, Harry gave them a deeply irritated look. "You cannot possibly justify needing to see that." With a short nod at Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, Harry left the room behind to find some peace before heading to the tower for the potions lesson. In his current state of mind, he was more likely to harm Snape if the man pushed him too far than just stun him like he did with Umbridge. Harm would definitely not earn him laurels from Remus and Sirius. Harry finally settled on flying to the top of the North Tower and sitting upon the edge. While the new potions classroom was just below him, the view from the top of the tower was quite calm and refreshing. Perhaps if he could arrange to work by a window, he would be able to drain his anger with natural scenery. "That could have gone better, Mr. Potter." Floppy's tone was neither accusatory nor welcoming. "Not now, Floppy," Harry replied with a sigh. "I need to think of other things for a while." "As you wish, then." The hat returned to an inert state as Harry settled firmly on the ledge of the tower. Far below him, he noticed that Hagrid appeared to be running a magical creatures lesson for some younger students, as they were all clustered around a series of small crates by the back of his cabin on the grounds. As Harry watched with passive interest, there were faint screams, and suddenly the entire class bolted in different directions from whatever was in the crates. Harry had to chuckle as Hagrid grabbed whatever was crawling out of one crate and wrestled it back in before slamming the door so hard that Harry could clearly hear the echo from his perch. Keeping one eye on the time, Harry spent an enjoyable 10 minutes or so alternately watching Hagrid try to get his class back together and just admiring Hogwarts' picturesque setting. Nestled in a valley Harry estimated as roughly 50 miles northwest of Glasgow, the untouched woods and surrounding snow-peaked mountains were quite attractive. Harry was almost certain the Forbidden Forest ended near the Argyle Forest region. When the time for potions was near, Harry gave up his perch and dropped back over the edge of the tower on his broom. The little bit of peace and quiet he had regained would hopefully carry him through what would invariably be a very trying lesson. Pausing by the first window he was sure would not open into the potions classroom, he quickly cast an unlocking charm on it before pushing it open and hopping into the corridor. Shoving his broom back into his bag, he caught the tail glimpse of Dean and Seamus heading down the corridor, talking with the two giggling girls whose names Harry could not recall. Following them around the corner, he was somewhat surprised to find a rope ladder hanging from a trap door in the ceiling. The others were already climbing up, so Despite his belief that this was even stranger than temperamental staircases, Harry followed them. The room he entered was quite a contradiction to his senses. The 6 very large windows were all firmly shut, but no drapes were present to cover the light streaming in. Meanwhile, it appeared an interior decorator with a serious bent for Gothic styles had run amok. The walls were a uniform dark charcoal gray, while the floor and ceiling were both flat black. In the center of the room were 10 tables, a dark and sickly yellow, for 2 people each, and around the edges of the room were large laboratory work benches, each a light gray. The deep scarring of the workbenches was a mute testament to the many potions brewed incorrectly upon them. Seeing that there were several tables empty, Harry proceeded directly to the back of the room, sitting by one of the large windows. Knowing that this class would end up being a contest of some sort between Snape and himself, Harry hoped that by isolating himself at the back of the room the emerging conflict would fail to spill over onto his classmates. As Harry unpacked his materials, Snape strode out of the back room and stood beside the massive, monolithic granite teacher's desk. With 2 sharp flicks of his wand, the trapdoor slammed shut and glowed brightly, indicating a very advanced locking charm. Harry was less impressed with what he did than the casual manner in which he did it. Snape's command of nonverbal magic was, for all intents and purposes, complete. Advanced locking charms were tricky to do silently, a fact that Harry had learned the hard way. So Snape began in a soft hiss, "Here we are." The man slowly surveyed the group of students who were all shifting nervously. Alone, at the top of a tower, far from anyone who might hear us. The oily tone in Snape's voice was enough to make Harry want to draw his wand. But he knew that Snape would be keeping a very close eye on every move Harry made. "Mr. Potter." Snape paused significantly while slowly eyeing Harry up and down as though inspecting some particularly vile material. "How nice to have a celebrity among us." The sibilance that Snape was using emphasized the complete loathing that was clearly mutual between the two. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is the primary ingredient to the draft of peace?" Snape let one hand trail slowly across the desk as he walked to the center of the classroom, his cloak billowing slightly. "I wouldn't know, sir," Harry replied with as much respect as he could summon for someone he disliked so strongly. Snape smirked outright.
Tut, Mr. Potter.
"That will be 10 points. From Gryffindor. Clearly, your infamy isn't everything, no matter how powerfully dark you may be. Let's try again. Tell me how to counter the effects of the draft of peace." Snape's gaze on Harry left him with a sensation of desperately needing a bath. "I wouldn't know, sir," Harry again replied, keeping his tone even. "So you are not only arrogant but also ignorant. That shall be further 10 points from Gryffindor. Potter. One more try then. Tell me how to prepare hellebore syrup." Most of the other students were shifting uneasily, keeping their heads down as they apparently waited for Snape to vent his frustrations on the easy target that was Harry. "Which type of hellebore syrup do we need, sir?" Harry asked as pleasantly as he could manage. Snape scowled so deeply that Harry thought the man might start leaking gray matter from the vacuum forces at work on his face. "What are you getting at, Potter?" Snape demanded in a cool voice. "Well, you asked for the ingredient as hellebore syrup. Are you referring to the Niger type, which is useful for healing wounds? Or perhaps you mean the Phoetitus, which supposedly cured the madness inflicted by Dionysus? Or did you mean—" "Enough!" Snape spat. "We are using the Livitus hellebore, Potter. Now get on with your explanation." Harry paused to write down on the corner of his notebook the specific type of hellebore plant required. "What is the concentration of the syrup, sir?" Harry put on his best winning smile, ignoring Neville's earlier warnings. Surely this smile would make someone like Fudge proud, not someone like Voldemort. Harry knew his polite behavior was driving the potions Professor Barmy, but he really felt that the request was completely inadequate. If Nicholas had caught Harry writing down an ingredient as poorly specified as this, Harry doubted he would see daylight for months, since he would be so involved in musty tomes of magical ingredients to learn the finer aspects of magical ingredients. Snape slowly exhaled and seemed to be counting the bricks on the back wall. His tone, however, could have frozen the lake in front of the castle during August. 1 part in 17 by volume, to a base of 5% saline Potter. Now is there anything else you would like to ask before admitting even more ignorance? Thank you, sir. Just one more question. Would that be a sodium or potassium saline, sir? Harry tried for the best impression of Hermione he could arrange on his face. His efforts were rewarded with a slow tick appearing in the muscles over Snape's right eye. Sodium Potter. Snape continued to alternately glare at Harry and the wall behind him. Thank you, sir. With a grand flourish, Harry updated his notes to cover all of the additional details revealed. Surely you just overlooked such little details in your haste to be sure I knew how to prepare a proper syrup, sir. With a broad smile, Harry stood up and cleared his throat. To extract the essence of Lividus hellebore, you would first gather the nectar petals at dawn and then crush them into a pulp. After straining the pulp through a cheesecloth, the colloidal liquid result must be boiled until all the water has vaporized and only a blue powder is left in the cauldron. To prepare a 1-17 syrup based on 5% sodium saline, you first must prepare the saline mix. By requiring 5% weight volume of sodium chloride in a base of deionized water, you would add 5 grams of purified sodium salt to every 95 grams of water. To effect the desired concentration of 1:17 by volume, equal measures of powder and fluid content between essence of Lividus hellebore and the saline base would be mixed in the proper ratio. The end result of this mixture is your desired syrup of hellebore, sir. Harry then sank into his chair with a flourish. The tick above Snape's eye was much more rapid now. As the man scanned the classroom, his expression grew very dark. As shocking as it is that you might actually have something in your head other than your ego, you are correct. The sour expression on the professor's face made Harry wonder if there was a magical way to recreate that expression on others. Snape turned abruptly to stalk behind his desk. You will be brewing the draft of peace today. With a flick of his wand, the blackboard at the front of the room became filled with minuscule writing. The instructions are on the board, and with another flick the cupboard in the front of the room opened. The ingredients are ready. You have exactly 90 minutes. Begin. Snape stood and watched the students scurry about to obtain their materials and hastily scribble down notes on the brewing process. As Harry took notes on the basic process and steps, he observed Snape glare and scowl as each student passed by in turn. Finally, taking a deep breath, Harry proceeded to the front to obtain his supplies. He could feel Snape's eyes boring holes in his back the entire time. Opting to simply ignore the man, Harry returned to his seat with a fake smile plastered on his face. Harry spent a few minutes quickly setting up his cauldron and raw materials on the lab table adjacent to the window. Since he was at the back of the classroom, the only way in or out of his work area was along one narrow aisle through the desks, or else by walking along the back of the classroom. As Harry slowly started the fire and prepared the base solution of water and buffer ingredients, he could hear Snape moving about the room, leveling devastating criticism for poor techniques yet never correcting anyone or teaching the proper methods. The soft rustle of fabric was the only indicator that Snape had entered Harry's work area. You chop the root, Potter, not mash it. That will be 10 more points from Gryffindor. Snape snarled his criticism and stormed off, headed to where Neville and Ginny were working together. Harry shrugged absently and went back to mashing the Galanga root rather than chopping it. He knew from Nicholas that it required full saturation with magical essence to turn Galanga into a strong magical buffer to limit the rate of reaction. Chopping the roots would only impart the weakest of strengths to the buffer, making the potion much harder to control during brewing. In the end, it all boiled down to how much you handled the root. By the time Snape had docked every Gryffindor some measure of points, while praising the pitiable few Slytherins, Harry had reached the first critical phase in the brewing process. The powdered moonstone, which Harry found to be far too old to be as potent as it should be, would require a vicious acidic reaction within the other ingredients. To bring out the dreaming essence contained within the stone, the moonstone must be a natural product from the magical mines in Sri Lanka. For some reason, other moonstone sources lacked the proper essence, and only that geographic area could produce proper magical moonstones. The individual flakes that formed the core of every moonstone each contained a minute amount of potent dream, inducing magical energy, and the raw potassium silicate matrix that held it suspended had to be dissolved first. The potassium would have the added benefit of limiting excess sodium from the body during the effects of the potion to prevent a gradual hypertension. Harry carefully added the powdered moonstone and then began stirring to maintain a fixed rate of reaction. Harry always hated risking his wand by stirring potions, but he knew it gave the best results by imparting any necessary extra energy to the process. After the requisite duration of brewing, Harry added the Livitus hellebore syrup to begin neutralizing the acidic action in the cauldron. As Harry leaned back, Snape's sudden yell made him jump reflexively, whipping his wand from the potion and pointing it directly at the man. "Potter, you do not stir a potion with your wand." Another 15 points from Gryffindor. Sneering at Harry, who was still breathing hard and fast from the surprise of the potion's master, Harry could almost swear that Snape was laughing at him inside. "And you have your wand trained on me?" Now Snape's voice was a soft caress of malice. "That will be another 50 points. If you do not put your wand down now, I shall give you detention for 2 weeks. Harry slowly lowered his wand, fighting to keep his reactions under control. Harry hated having people sneak up on him when he was concentrating on anything. Even worse was a completely untrustworthy person like Snape managing to pull off the surprise. "Amazing, you can follow instructions when your brain understands them," Snape stated loudly enough for everyone to hear clearly. Snape leaned forward until his nose was mere inches from Harry's. The man pitched his voice such that only Harry could hear him. "You're mine, Potter. Next month I've got you." Harry was unable to stop his completely reflexive sarcasm. "What can I say?"
I'm thrilled.
Snape sneered at Harry for a moment, his eyes alone promising misery immeasurable for Harry during his month-long bout of detention. Finally, as Snape turned and strode back over toward Ron and Hermione's table, Harry got his breathing back under control and contemplated how best to save his potion. "You didn't really think you could get away with all of this, did you?" The silky whispers of punishments and ominous unspecified pleasures that Harry would be facing during his detentions with Snape were slowly eating through the firm barriers he had placed on his normal reactions. While Snape had failed to sneak up on Harry a second time, the man had been muttering in his ear for the past hour or more. "Whatever you do, Potter, I can easily undo." Harry continued to patiently stir the cauldron, while closely monitoring the heat from the flames, as his cauldron began to give off a dark gray vapor in small puffs. It was quite unsuitable as the draught of peace, but it was a far cry better than most other student potions. Harry had managed to recover most of the reactions after some hard work, but the inability to stir with his wand was hampering the corrections he could make. Snape, however, seemed completely unconcerned with what any student was doing, most especially Harry. All he wanted to do was drill into each student for the slightest mistake, using any pretext to launch a vicious character assassination attempt. Harry had witnessed both Neville and Ginny having their potions evanesco D after either adding too much galanga root or stirring a cauldron one time too many, respectively. How anyone could learn in such an environment was beyond his skills to comprehend. If Harry had not received the extensive training in alchemy imparted from Nicholas, replete with a thorough knowledge of magical ingredients, he was certain that he would be horrible at potions in this environment. As Harry finished stirring and harmed the flame, he heard a soft plunk, and turned to see ripples across the surface of his potion. Snape was immediately standing behind him, eyes once again flashing in triumph as Harry's potion turned a putrid green. "Mr. Potter, what is this?" he asked in a voice that was overly casual. Harry could think of no way to answer the question without causing quite the scene. He could either accuse Snape of sabotage with no evidence, or he could try to state the truth that someone, most likely Snape, had put something into his potion. Either way, he would certainly be ridiculed and belittled. "It appears to be a potion, sir," Harry said with a smile that could only be described as plastic. "That will be 0 marks then for today, Mr. Potter." "Evanesco." Snape's eyes challenged Harry to try to do something about the situation. When Harry continued his facially distorting smile, Snape finally looked away to the rest of the class. "The lesson is over. Drop a flagon of your potion on my desk if you have not received a 0, and everyone leave." Snape's voice was firmly into the malicious and silky stage, as he stood blocking the aisle Harry was in so that there was no way for Harry to leave the room without climbing around the man. However, with Snape's back toward him, Harry decided he had no desire to loiter and have Snape spew whatever was on his diseased, serpentine mind. Harry quickly and quietly packed his materials. Pulling his broom case from the top of the bag, he stalked directly to the window behind his table and threw it open with a reverberating clang. As the frame slapped against the outside wall, "Potter!" Snape shouted at Harry, but Harry had no intention of stopping to listen. With one smooth move he vaulted out of the window and enjoyed a moment of freefall and Snape's shouts from within the classroom, now lost in the whistling wind of his passage. Pulling his firebolt under him, Harry rocketed off at maximum speed for the gates of the castle. Nice. Remus and Sirius were about to get a lesson in playing nice, he was sure. When Harry activated the portkey outside the gates, he landed softly behind the cottage he called home. Pulling both his wands out, Harry tried to decide how he was going to proceed. The problem with the disruptor fields around the property was that the only magic you could cast while inside the fields was the magic you brought in with you. Coming from such a low energy class like potions, Harry was fairly certain he was close to fully charged in his core, but it was a given that Sirius and Remus would be near fully charged as well. They made a point of leaving for a few hours every day to recover from any magical energy expended during the prior 24 hours. Taking a deep breath and deciding that this situation called for trickery rather than brute force, Harry unconsciously donned his wolf smile and stepped across the ward line. Before he had taken 2 steps, the back door opened and Sirius stood there, smiling broadly at Harry. Harry inwardly was quite gleeful to have a stationary target and carefully kept his hands held behind his back. Harry made a broad show of walking casually towards Sirius, keeping his gait friendly and rolling. As he got closer, however, Sirius' internal warning detector must have gone off, for he paled briefly before turning and diving into the back of the house with reckless abandon. "Remus!" Sirius yelled out. "Harry's on the warpath." Swearing softly, Harry ran to the back door and ducked to one side, peeking around the door jamb. Sirius was so going to get a lesson in making nice with the locals. And then Remus would have to be tracked down. The return portkey trip dropped Harry off in front of Hogwarts. For once, he was too tired to even care about the beautiful sight of the magical energy shooting off from the gates. The running battle with Sirius and Remus had consumed most of the evening when he was not directly training with Master Gata. Studies of the theory of magic were fine, but prank wars always came first, and Harry was almost certain that Remus would find a cure for Sirius' eyebrows, which had become 12 feet long, around 3 stone of combined weight, and virtually indestructible. It would probably take some time for Harry to get his own clothing to stop emitting puffs of smoke randomly, though, so he was not in a substantially better position than his godfather, possibly in even a worse position if Remus' spell had been tied to his body and not his clothes. Seemed Remus may have won the latest round, but tomorrow was always another day, and it would be at least tomorrow morning before Remus stopped sounding like Donald Duck. Harry was proud of that curse, since it had taken him days to work out all the details. Working magic at home always required the trade-off between power and craftiness. Since very energy-draining magic like shields, stunners, summoning, or banishing charms would tap core reserves quickly in a real fight, they had each learned long before to use stealth, surprise, and peculiar low-power spells like cosmetic charms to raise pranking to a type of new art. True skill was in how you used the forces that magic offered and not how powerful a spell you could toss around without getting burned. "Harry!" The echoing voice down the corridor caused Harry to spin lightly, and he was amused to see Fred and George scurrying toward him. They both looked rather flushed with excitement or, perhaps, from running down the corridor to catch Harry. "Yes?" he asked the twins, drawing the one word out into an entire welcoming committee. Harry always felt much better after venting his pent-up tension in a good prank battle. "You won't believe it," Fred said excitedly between pants of exertion. "Those rings that scream when Snape goes picking your brain? We're selling them like mad." Harry smirked. "Good. So the practical demonstration during lunch was useful?" George took over for his panting twin. Harry was amused to see that while they might look alike, they clearly were not in the same physical condition. "Definitely. We've had to distance your part in them a bit, though. People will still sign off on the oaths, but we've led them to think these are our design and you just fronted the money. Fred was nodding his head while catching his breath. You're hyperventilating, Fred. Hold your breath for a slow 20 count. You'll feel better, Harry observed. Looking back at George, he just shrugged. If it sells them, it's fine with me. I'll even get you the design so you can make them yourselves. We'll negotiate a new split when you start making your own, right? Both of the twins adopted a wide-eyed expression of glee. Sir, yes, sir. George threw a snappy salute, inadvertently poking his own eye with his thumb. Ow, ow, ow. Harry just laughed at George while he danced in spot, one hand covering his eye. Fred was shaking his head but appeared to be fairly well recovered. Anything else, my faithful followers? Harry asked Fred. Fred smirked back at Harry before jerking his thumb at George. Never could take him anywhere. Those rings have been singing a siren song of love all evening. Snape is really on the warpath. It's great that Snape's having to give up his casual reading of students' minds that have the rings. It's funny to see a first year running down the corridor away from Snape while screaming, La!
La!
La! At the top of their lungs. The best part is that apparently Snape can't punish a student for running away from him. Fred was grinning with malicious glee, apparently in a fond memory from earlier. Even George stopped prancing, smiling dreamily while recalling the episode. His voice had an echo of the ethereal quality of dreams. Dumbledore told Snape that he couldn't in front of a bunch of us outside the Great Hall. Very nice, Harry smiled in return. Well, I'm off for a fun little chat with the headmaster, so I'll see you two later. George rubbed his eye a bit but looked extremely curious. In trouble again there, Harry? What for this time? You didn't take down someone else without your followers, now did you? Harry's clothing decided this was the perfect instant to release a huge puff of smoke, rapidly filling the immediate area in the corridor. After much coughing and hand-waving, the twins looked around to see where Harry was. Harry, standing directly behind them, reached out and smacked the back of both their heads at the same instant. The twins immediately jumped sideways and glared at Harry. You're not volunteering to be my next victims, now are you? He asked with a wide smile. The combination of Remus' little smoke screen charm tied into some time randomizer hex was perfect to play with the twins' collective mind since it went off at such an opportune moment. The time hexes were one family of magic that Harry used very, very carefully. His first few attempts had led to rather disastrous consequences for his goldfish. Hedwig had enjoyed the results, however. The twins both furtively shook their heads and slowly took a few steps back. Harry shook his head while laughing softly. Right then. I'm sure I'll be finding out what Dumbledore wants shortly. Later, gents. With a casual wave, Harry walked off, leaving the twins staring at each other. Harry felt no need to correct their initial impressions. It was probably better if everyone suspected that the time Harry was spending with the headmaster was related to his various punishments for less than upstanding Hogwarts behavior. As he resumed his trek to the headmaster's office, Harry started becoming rather nervous. Today had seen quite a few incidents that he was sure the old man would want to review, perhaps in painful detail. And then Cyril was bound to be someplace nearby, and talking with Cyril would most likely involve yet another rehash of what was going on in the castle. Sighing, Harry gave the password to the gargoyle before knocking on the door and entering Dumbledore's private sanctum. The headmaster smiled as Harry walked in. Please take a seat, Harry. Feeling somewhat as though he was a sacrificial lamb being led to the altar, Harry dropped into the seat Dumbledore indicated. Without warning, Harry's clothes again shot a ball of smoke into the air that engulfed both of them. Fawkes gave a cry of indignation before flashing out of the room. As the headmaster cleared the air, Harry just smiled blandly. Sorry about that. Remus got me with a twisted bit of magic I haven't unraveled yet. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, waving his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Family problems are always murky, Harry. Let us begin by discussing what is going on here at Hogwarts. Pausing to collect his thoughts, Dumbledore absently poured 2 cups of tea, much to Harry's chagrin. Sooner or later, he was sure he would not be able to go through one of these meetings drinking gallons of tea without becoming violent. After Harry politely declined a cup, Dumbledore took a sip and tented his fingers while leaning forward on his elbows. I spent nearly an hour conferring with Severus last night, Harry. I am unhappy with the outcome. No matter how I approached the topics, it was evident that Severus had no knowledge of the attack upon you or the attacks done by Slytherin students through the years, and yet it was equally evident that he knew something. What exactly he does know, I cannot say. Dumbledore paused as Fawkes burst back into the room. But both he and Harry had to laugh out loud as Fawkes landed in Harry's lap and trilled a song of condemnation. I suspect Fawkes did not appreciate being awakened in such a crude manner, Harry, the headmaster speculated. Harry tried to calm Fawkes in the same way he calmed Hedwig, with casual stroking of the feathers and scratching of the skin in places birds would have a hard time reaching. As Fawkes quieted down and closed his eyes in response to Harry's ministrations, Dumbledore leaned back and resumed his summary. I believe that Severus is working in conjunction with others but cannot as yet prove anything. I am, however, keeping a close eye on him. Moving him to the tower was one step in reducing his influence, but it also makes it easier for me to monitor with whom he is in contact. Harry nodded his head. I get weird impressions from him. On the one hand, he challenges me to give him Veritaserum and claims ignorance. During class, he insinuated quite a bit about events he claims to know nothing about. It makes no sense. Yes, it is a problem. Dumbledore stopped to reflect on the situation and enjoy his tea. We shall have to continue to compare notes. I am certain you have something else going on with Severus, but I will await those events to unfold in their own time. The only thing I must demand is that Severus not be imprisoned, Harry. I need the information he can provide. Harry smiled without realizing it. I don't see him being charged with anything that could lead to time in Azkaban, headmaster. At least not right now. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, the twinkle in his eyes somewhat dull and lackluster. Very well. I tried to calm the students regarding you and your recent actions, shall we say. Their reactions have been somewhat expected, given the situation. I am afraid that it will take quite a bit of good faith on your part, not to mention good behavior, to smooth things over. Harry just smirked. Good behavior. That's the ticket. I'll get right on that, sir. Harry replied while rolling his eyes. Dumbledore coughed abruptly while drinking his tea, before hitting his own chest a time or two to get the coughing under control. There you are, Harry. Harry was somewhat puzzled by the twinkle suddenly going full force in the headmaster's eyes. As I was saying, you should be able to smooth things over and perhaps make friends. I fear the approach of Slytherin students will take some thought on your part. But I'm sure you can think of something, Harry. Pulling out some notes on parchment, the headmaster consulted a scroll in a strikingly reminiscent fashion to Hermione. Harry wondered whether there was a master list of Grill-Harry questions on this parchment, as there apparently was on every piece of parchment in Hermione's possession. In regards to the head of house problem with Severus, this ties into Voldemort, so I must discuss it with you. As you know, Severus spies on Voldemort's side for us. His duties as head of house, combined with the time-consuming potions lessons and inevitable cleanups, acquisition of supplies, and so forth, led Severus to tell me he lacked sufficient time to closely monitor the students of his house. He further informed me that he approached each student who was reported to be abusive or in conflict with others, handed out punishments as appropriate, and forgot the matter as he had little time to follow up with each situation. Dumbledore frowned for a moment, idly stroking his long beard. While his explanations here, as everywhere lately, were logical and without flaw that I could find, the overall feeling I have is one of Severus deliberately misdirecting my inquiries. Dumbledore looked sorrowfully back at Harry. Severus has given me the excuse that he lacks enough time for all his duties. Given his reactions on the night of the first attack and subsequent actions suggesting his involvement with the Daily Prophet, I felt it was time to eliminate this supposed problem of his. Therefore, I switched the head of house status this morning. Officially, this is because Severus lacked the resources to keep up with his duties. Unofficially, this is so that I might monitor him more closely while he is here, and more importantly, so that he can spend more time insinuating himself into Tom's graces. I have seen the evidence of Severus' recent welcome, shall we say, back into Tom's ranks of faithful servants. To that end, I will be relaying to you what I learned from Severus as I find out the details. I trust this is acceptable? Harry simply nodded in response. Fawkes, apparently tired of the attention, flew back over to his perch before tucking his head under his wing and returning to sleep. With those things out of the way, I wish to spend the bulk of this evening exploring everything we each know about Horcruxes, Harry, and see what we may expect to come. With that preface, Dumbledore proceeded to launch into a sketch of the material he knew. Over the following hour and more, Harry and Dumbledore went back and forth discussing what they knew, what they suspected, and making educated guesses. The biggest problem was the detection and destruction of the soul cages. The destruction of the first Horcrux, the diary, had been under such a confusing confrontation and helter-skelter set of actions that it was hard to identify exactly what had successfully destroyed it. Harry and Dumbledore spent some time carefully reviewing his memories of the event, and while Dumbledore was clearly shocked and thoroughly depressed by the sequence of events, he could not tell what events had been the magic ones to enable the destruction. Everything Harry and Dumbledore knew indicated that to destroy a Horcrux was not a trivial problem. Now that we have fully explored the theory of Horcruxes as well as we both understand it, Harry, Dumbledore said while leaning back into his oversized chair, I wish to discuss your plans for this Saturday. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Saturday, sir? Aside from detention and training, and perhaps a bit of business with the Weasleys, I have nothing of import planned. Excellent, Dumbledore said. You see, there is a place that I wish us to go to, perhaps with Cyril, if he would care to join us. I would like to begin looking into Tom's past, and your skills would be most useful for what I wish to do. Harry wanted to groan at how Dumbledore was trying to lead him around. And just what would that be, sir? It's late, and I'd rather dispense with the leading statements. With all due respect, sir. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I would be more candid, but I know nothing concrete. I suspect, however, that we may be able to turn up some clues as to where we should begin looking into Tom's past. You see, I think his past will be critical to understand, as that will lead us to locating any other Horcruxes he has made. Harry nodded slowly. Very well, then. I'll talk to Cyril about it, but any time after lunch should be fine. I think we shall call this your detention for the day, Mr. Potter. I will speak to Mr. Filch and release you from your detention for both Saturday and Sunday since you must also go to the ICW this weekend. Dumbledore looked carefully over the notes on his desk before nodding to himself and looking back at Harry. One last thing, Harry. Your new sleeping arrangements have been made. Cyril also asked me to set up a private suite of rooms for the two of you. In the passageway that contains the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, directly opposite the painting of the Fat Lady, there exists a suite of rooms guarded by a painting of a two-headed troll. The password is Redemption, and this will be your designated area for sleeping or meeting privately with your mentor. Harry inclined his head. Thank you, sir, he replied politely. Dumbledore smiled wanly. I doubt you will thank me later, Harry. You should proceed directly there now, as I'm almost certain that Cyril will be waiting for you. Harry rose to his feet and politely said goodbye to the sleeping fox before heading out of the headmaster's office. Out of partially forced paranoia, he came down the stairs with his left wand in hand and his right hand grasping the katana hilt attached at his belt. Moving through the hallways at the time of curfew was clearly going to wear on his nerves, as he would never know when an ambush might be coming. Harry arrived in the corridor, noting the Fat Lady guarding the Gryffindor common room to his right as the painting of the hunch-backed two-headed troll was on his left. He was curious why he had never noticed the painting before, but realized he had only been to the area a few times. He would have to ask Neville or maybe Hermione about it later. Entering the suite, Harry was confronted with a small common area with a pair of empty bookcases, two stiff-looking large chairs with wing backs, and a rather comfortable three-person sofa. 3 doors on the far wall showed 2 bedrooms and a small bathroom. One bedroom was clearly his, being rather Spartan in appearance. Harry saw his trunk and other possessions were already at the foot of the bed. The other bedroom contained several trunks, probably Cyril's possessions, although Harry refrained from going in and investigating. He doubted Cyril would appreciate Harry's rather strong sense of curiosity. Resigning himself to waiting for Cyril to arrive, Harry started the fire in the fireplace and sat down on the end of the sofa by the fire, pulling out the book on wards he seemed to be forever trying to read. As the minutes ticked by, Harry felt himself becoming fully absorbed in the strange properties and subtle complexities of wards and their construction. He could begin to understand why Remus complained when the wards around their home in Brighton required even a minor modification. The sudden sound of a throat clearing caused Harry to look up sharply. Cyril was sitting in one of the chairs across from him, and, from his posture and slightly amused expression, Harry surmised he had been there for some time. "You didn't really check the room carefully, did you?" Cyril asked with a hint of disapproval. "I didn't see any auras beyond the usual in the castle," Harry replied. Cyril's implication that Harry had just assumed the room was safe bothered him. Cyril seemed only more amused but also disappointed. "Lad, I've been here since before you came in. Nicholas told me about your special visual abilities. I found a way to suppress my aura while maintaining invisibility." Harry frowned at his mentor. "All right, but who else is going to know to do that, let alone how?" Cyril shook his head. "You've never made a real secret of your abilities, and you're not careful enough in hiding what you can do. It's safe to assume your enemies will figure it out very quickly." Harry sighed in resignation. "Don't take it so hard, lad. Most people become so used to having tools at their disposal that they don't know what to do when the tool suddenly stops working." Cyril paused to reveal a drink on the small table between the two wingback chairs. This was a further hint that Harry had failed to check the room, since both the table and the drink had been invisible. "That's what I'm here for, Harry. I'm going to start your real training." Cyril placed his hands on the armrests of the large wingback chair, his weathered face settling into a picture of apathy. "Don't look to me for sympathy, lad. I may like you, even though I think you've made a right mess of things lately, but I'm not here to be nice. Clear?" Harry nodded, accepting that it was time for him to go to the next stage of training. "I doubt most of the professors here understand the theory of magic as well as you do, Harry. And your years of martial arts, combined with magical dueling, leave you a very capable fighter." Harry felt slightly awkward at the blunt yet generous assessment. "But you're a right babe in the woods for everything else, lad." Cyril placed his drink back on the table before standing up to pace. "Tell me, Harry, why do you think Hogwarts will not even consider someone for a professor position before they are at least 25 years of age, but only under special consideration will hire someone under 40? Harry paused to think about possible motivations. The complete lack of any higher learning beyond Hogwarts was a real issue in any argument. There were trade schools, Auror, Healer, Unspeakable, that would require 2 to 5 years of additional study, but the bulk of the populace was simply cut loose after Hogwarts, their education complete. Harry was appalled whenever he considered the lack of basic mathematical training that most magical people received. The only possible explanation was the obvious one: experience. Professors should have more than academic knowledge of their subject. Cyril waggled his hand slightly before stopping to stare at Harry. "Somewhat. Definitely the mentor should have first-hand experience with application. But the larger issue is life experience. If you gather more than one human into a group, some type of politics will erupt, pecking orders, all that. If you have to survive with your training for a few years, you have a completely new appreciation for how even the little things can make a huge impact. Learning how to live, how to really work with others and not just around them, takes time and a lot of first-hand experience. Do you see?" Harry scratched at the back of his head while nodding. "In the abstract, sure, it makes sense." Cyril looked back at Harry and raised one eyebrow. "And do you realize that, in general, no one is allowed to become a war mage apprentice before they are 30? That Nicholas had to have many long conversations to even take you as a student, let alone promote you?" Harry was definitely surprised. Nicholas had never mentioned any conflicts and had made the entire thing seem to be a fairly simple process. Once again, his mentors were looking out for him, and he was unaware of how much they had to give up to help him prepare for what was coming. Cyril resumed pacing and his narrative. "I spent the day observing you, Harry. I followed you from class to class. I am rather concerned. You act like the proverbial bull in a china shop. From what Albus told me and from what I have seen today, you came in holding the keys and as prepared as you thought you needed to be. Tell me, how well have you done with your goals?" Harry shook his head slowly. "Not well at all." Cyril returned to his seat. "Now tell me why." Harry had no real answers for the question. He had spent some time talking to David about it, but Remus had deflected any effort to get insight. After reflecting on the overall situation for a couple of minutes, He just shrugged. I'm not really sure. Too many things keep getting in the way. Watching Harry for a few moments, Cyril finally stood, motioning Harry to rise as well. Come with me. Cyril led Harry to his bedroom, which was void of furnishings except a small desk, dresser, and typical Hogwarts bed. Placing a small stick on the floor by the wall, Cyril stepped back and took on a palpable air of concentration as he made intricate wand movements. With a last flick, the stick grew into a perfect mirror, 7 feet tall and nearly 3 feet wide. It stood alongside a wall barren of any other objects, decorations, windows, or doors. Stand in front of the mirror, Harry. Harry slowly moved to stand in front of the mirror. Cyril sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating his hands. Everyone has to learn to face themselves, Harry. Their actions, the consequences of their actions, the reactions to their actions. Ego, pride, lies, manipulations. These are the blanket you wrap yourself in. When you understand this, you begin to understand life. Cyril moved to stand just behind Harry. In a flat tone, Cyril commanded his apprentice. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry was unsure of what reaction Cyril was expecting or what the man thought Harry might see. I see my hands, my clothes, my hair. I see you standing behind me. I see bits of the room around us. Cyril shook his head in response. Stare into your own eyes, Harry. Harry tried to do what Cyril told him to, but he found it odd that he was unable to hold his own gaze for more than a moment or two. Cyril, what did you do to the mirror? Very little, Cyril replied quietly. You must learn to accept yourself for who and what you are, Harry. You live, you make decisions, you act on those decisions. You do not yet appreciate the consequences of those decisions in full. Cyril frowned at Harry for a long moment before turning and walking over to the door. Until you can meet your own gaze for as long as I desire, you are to stare into this mirror every evening for at least 10 minutes before bed. During this time, you are to reflect on your life thus far, what you have done, what you have seen, what your life has wrought in the world. Once you can hold your own gaze, we will move on with your apprenticeship. I will give you things to read in the interim. Without another word, Harry's mentor left the room. Harry stood quietly, staring in puzzlement at his own reflection. For some reason, he doubted he would sleep easy any night soon. A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Corbeck and Creachery. Thanks to random people for their aid with Brit picking, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. Harry's schedule, all as of this point in the story, all holes are expected free or detention time. Breakfast, 7 to 8 a.m. daily, at Hogwarts. Lunch, 12 to 1 o'clock daily, at Hogwarts. Dinner, 6 to 7:30 daily, at Hogwarts. Library closes, 9 p.m. daily. Curfew, years 1 to 3:09 p.m. daily, years 4 to 7:10 p.m. daily. MWF, Herb Tutor, 8 to 9. Herb W. Huffs 9 to 11. So MC Tutor 11 to 12. So MC WSLYTH 1 to 2. Dada 2 to 3, Free 3. TR, Charms W. Raven 8 to 10. Transfig W. Huffs 10 to 12. Potions Tutor 1 to 2. Potions WSLYTH 2 to 4. Free 4. Dumbledore meetings. Mon, 8p, 10p. Thursday, 8p, 10p. Sat, 8a, 10a private training. Monday through Friday, for p, 8p. Saturday through Sunday, 10a, 12. Spirit, Chapter 14, Spirit.
Sat, 9. september 1995.
Harry paused briefly to wipe the sweat from his eyes. The convenience of being able to train in comfortable settings inside the come-and-go room regardless of the ambient environment was going to spoil him. It would clearly be turning into something of a mini-luxury that he could allow himself to enjoy on weekends, something that he did not often get during his normal training sessions with Master Gata. First of all, Harry's teacher thought the weather was irrelevant and, secondly, claimed that solid techniques were developed regardless of what Mother Nature may be inclined to do at any given moment. Presently, the room had provided him with his cutting practice materials. A set of stout 3-inch thick pieces of bamboo longer than his leg were each tightly wrapped in rice paper until they were roughly the diameter of one of Hagrid's thighs. Had it been a normal Muggle training method, the entire mass would have been soaked in water for hours, but the convenience of the room left him with what he needed in moments as opposed to hours of preparation and subsequent waiting. While not a perfect model of cutting through the human body, each was representative enough of the muscles and bone and worked well for modern students to practice their technique. The olden days of performing real cutting practice on prisoners were long gone from the repertoire of samurai bukiwaza. As Harry lined up the segments in the pattern he wanted for the long sequence of cuts, he briefly thought back over the last 3 days and how odd his life continued to be. In all fairness, Harry had given up any attempt to be normal years ago and now just settled for getting what he wanted done with the minimum amount of hassle. If people wanted a show, he would happily provide one, but more often than not, the recipient of his attention was not thankful for the manner in which it was delivered. Snape, for example, was engaging Harry in a strange game of cat and mouse. The problem was that, within the confines of the potions classroom, Harry was clearly the mouse and Snape the cat. Outside of the classroom and out of Dumbledore or Cyril's line of sight, it was more of a free-for-all. One moment, Harry would be trying to evade the man, and not 20 minutes later, Snape would be evading him. It made little sense to Harry, but he was glad that McGonagall had been unable to revoke his right to travel the corridors by broom. It made evasive action much easier where the banal potions professor was concerned. Harry was most puzzled, however, by his behavior around Dumbledore or Cyril. Snape would clearly act as a mouse and intimate that Harry was acting as the predator, even if Harry was merely reading a book or chatting with Neville and Hermione. All in all, the erratic actions were leading Harry to think that perhaps the man was just plain repugnantly sly. It was further testament to the strange situation that Snape seemed to enjoy rather odd comings and goings, with weird hours kept according to the lights within his tower windows, but nothing concrete had materialized yet to indict Snape for any single act. Dumbledore had stated in their last meeting on Thursday that he had Snape under various levels of surveillance, and while his behavior was certainly unusual, most adult wizards and witches had unusual movement patterns compared to Muggles. Harry was willing to tolerate the odd mannerisms of Snape, along with the occasional grilling from some other professor when Snape made Harry out to be the aggressor in some petty verbal exchange, due to the simple fact that the man had yet to solve the Snape Spectre spell from earlier in the week. Despite continuously changing his robes, cloak, and shoes, Snape failed to stop the random attacks by his loose clothing or the sudden onset of a puppet show to passers-by. The much-touted prowess of the potions professor had been brought to an all-time low as he was observed randomly casting a repeated finite incantatem all over his clothing. Snape had finally broken down Friday morning and appeared wearing simple trousers, a snug long-sleeved shirt, and shoes. No robes, no cloak, absolutely nothing to billow behind him and to intimidate the students. Which, of course, had been the entire point since there was no longer an echo of fear following the man everywhere. Harry spent the breakfast hour alternately fascinated by Hermione's eating habits and speculating on how the Snape Spectre spell would morph now that the clothing was less than pliable. Harry might be required to bring in one of the spell's variants. That would increase the risk of Snape figuring it out or even catching Harry, but he would have to wait and see what happened next to decide how best to proceed in his campaign to destroy the carefully cultivated image of fear the man sought. It disgusted Harry that this was a so-called adult who picked on those who never stood a chance of fighting back. One lesson had been driven home clearly, though. Snape no longer scanned or attempted to scan students with appearances of occlumency shields. Rumor had it that the bookstores and libraries around Europe were puzzled by the sudden onslaught of orders for basic books on occlumency, but the twins had sold every student willing to sign the oaths a ring of alarm. So far, a couple of first-year Slytherins had signed the oath and purchased a ring, but otherwise that house was the last bastion of resistance to the idea of being a ring-bearer. According to the twin troublemakers, by Wednesday night nearly everyone in Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor had bought a ring. The few holdouts held a special place in Harry's heart, but only time would tell what the future held in that regard. While Snape and Harry's intricate dance of hatred and schemes provided much entertainment to many, Professor Dumbledore's chief amusement stemmed from Argus Filch, who astoundingly could not stop singing the praises of a student, Harry. Filch had been given free rein by Dumbledore in determining Harry's punishment, as long as it was within reason. The caretaker had gleefully relegated Harry to scrubbing the castle floors in heavy traffic areas during the night. Even magic balked at properly cleaning the stones and mortar, so the only solution was repeated application of brute force and exhausting labor. Harry had done what he considered a reasonable job, but at the end of his 2-hour detention, a smirking Filch had announced that the job was quite unsatisfactory and, therefore, he could plan on scouring that spot every night until he got it right. A quick stop in a Muggle pool shop the next afternoon had solved Harry's problems entirely, and that was the end of all his manual labor. Now Harry would put on quite the show, pretending to industriously scrub away at the floor to remove centuries of dirt and grime as Filch stood over him for a moment or two. As soon as Filch walked off to patrol the corridors, however, Harry threw down his brush. After some careful perimeter charms and an application of weak muriatic acid in several spots on the stone floor, he was comfortably settled in a conjured easy chair with the book on wards in hand. A bubble head charm for safety completed his pleasant reading environment. The acid completely etched the stone and mortar down and made everything bright and sparkling clean. As the time would progress, he would rinse off one region and apply the acid to another area. The book on wards was more than adequate reading material, and Harry found himself reading and rereading several parts to understand how wards really worked. Although the book was short on theory, Harry found that by reading between the lines, he was starting to work out how the buffers and protective keys fit together. Whenever his discreet proximity charm was triggered, Harry would cancel all the charms, evanesco the acid away, and return to his show of hard manual labor, splashing some water from his wand about his person to make it look like he was beating himself silly to meet Filch's high standards. After being rendered speechless by the impossibly pristine castle floors, Filch had taken a real shine to Harry and had begun singing his praises to everyone. Filch rewarded Harry with the ultimate compliment. He now entrusted Harry to work without supervision on the floor in some other part of the castle, and would leave him alone for the 2 hours of hard labor. Personally, Harry thought that he was suffering. Understanding wards was hard enough by itself, and attempting to do so with the lack of a proper drink was downright harm. The headmaster's madly twinkling eyes never left Harry's as Filch spent the entire breakfast hour on Friday waxing eloquent on Harry's superior cleaning prowess. Harry acknowledged Dumbledore with a satisfied smirk. Snape spent the same period of time alternately glaring at Harry and Filch, clearly frustrated that he had no idea how Harry had won over the man that the twins claimed could not be swayed. The twins were another story entirely. Harry had gained a certain bit of awe on their part by winning Filch over, but it was balanced with their disgust in not knowing how he accomplished it. They continued to stake their claim as Harry's loyal followers, and they shadowed his every move, dubbing themselves the Potter Eaters. They also bragged quite loudly of their pranking accomplishments and intimated that Harry was going to be begging them for mercy very soon. Harry had subtly grilled Neville and Hermione about the truth behind the twins' claims and had come to realize that despite their abysmal class marks, they were quite accomplished at practical magic. In fact, he suspected they might be quite a bit better at potions work than even Snape was. Certainly they were far more imaginative. Every prank that had been described to him involved potions work at some level, and most pranking potions took some time to brew correctly. Harry was content to wait for the self-titled pranking kings while they boasted their skills and secretly brewed their concoctions. If he failed to avoid any potions-based prank before it took effect, Remus and Sirius would never let him live it down. While the twins were not cowed in the least by the cavalier dismissal Harry had made of their pranking threats, they were completely intimidated by the ease with which Harry dealt with their mother. By this time, Harry had a fine appreciation for where the twins, and presumably any Weasley with a sense of mischief, got their innate mindset from. Wednesday had been another study in how to contain a howler, as Harry had received 3-1 with each meal. Each howler had been delivered with a different owl, and so far Harry had never again seen the decrepit Errol. Harry had taken perverse pleasure in nullifying each howler in a different way. He had again used dual bubblehead charms to contain and ignore the first one. He simply transfigured the second howler into a glass of water and enjoyed the bubbling cacophony of sound. When the water began boiling, however, he quickly placed a freezing charm on it and left the block of ice on the table to disappear with the remains of lunch. Harry had dealt with the third Howler by working a very complex bit of magic to redirect the delivery owl back to one Molly Weasley, Ottery St. Catchpole, while confounding the Howler itself into thinking it was intended for that same Molly Weasley. Harry estimated that she should have received her own Howler back shortly after midnight. A bit of a lullaby for her troubled conscience. As the retargeted Howler stilled from shaking bomb status, the final incoming owl fluttered briefly before taking off again. When Harry composedly answered the twins' inquiries regarding what he had done to the last owl, George shrieked like a little girl and bolted from the room. Fred simply stared at Harry as though Fred had the active brain power of a comatose patient. Hermione and Neville looked on in undisguised horror, while Ginny cried herself hoarse from laughing so hard. Ron was still sitting in the middle of the other Gryffindors and had spent some time staring down at them, trying to determine the source of the commotion. To Harry's knowledge, no one ever enlightened him. Molly Weasley had perceived the return of her third Howler as an open declaration of war. By the next day, Harry had no reason to think that the Weasley matriarch was ever a slouch at devious and underhanded tactics. Harry received no less than 15 Howlers throughout the day. Some came with owls. Some came delivered by elves, and 3 had come disguised as regular mail, appearing during meals or during classes at random. If Harry ever received regular mail, he might have fallen for one of the latter, but as it was, the disguised Howlers were so laced with magic that he had no need to even touch the envelope before collecting it. By the end of Thursday, after destroying the first few to show up, Harry had started collecting them. When the day was done, he held 10 bundled Howlers, each contained with a powerful Confundus charm to believe they were still in transit. Every Weasley in the castle was pestering him to know his intentions, and even Ron was curious, although he asked his siblings rather than Harry. Instead of reading during his evening detention, he had carefully deconstructed the message contained in each Howler and made a 10-part serenade by breaking Elton John's song "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" across each one. Harry had then charmed them to trigger in sequence and placed a volume-amplifying spell on each envelope. Deciding that his mission was accomplished, Harry had watched a freshly laden school owl fly off into the night. The complete lack of a Howler during the morning rush of owls had left everyone, even the staff, puzzled. When Ginny finally broke down before the twins could, asking him what he did with all the Howlers, Harry told her that he thought her mum needed a little more love and a little less frustration, and he hummed a few bars of the song involved. After much additional prodding and demanding, Harry finally relented and told his little group exactly what he had done. Ginny ended up on the floor from laughing so hard, while Fred and George were just struggling to come to terms with this new facet to both their mother and Harry. Friday had been a constant stream of attention from every entity with a brain in the castle. Even the portraits hounded him about what he had done to avoid the Howlers that day. The coup de grace had been the delivery of a box of biscuits to Fred and George during dinner that evening. The note had explained that for the first time since they started Hogwarts, they had managed to go an entire week without a single complaint about them from any of the staff, so she was rewarding their good behavior. The twins had been horrified to realize they had been spectators to the various goings-on all week and resolved quite vocally to make the castle shake with their genius for the rest of the year. Harry was reaching for one of the last half-dozen or so biscuits when his fingertips encountered a magical aura of enormous scale. Before the biscuit could literally explode and transform, Harry levitated it and cast a bubblehead charm around it. The flames from the biscuit as it transformed into a Howler scorched the table and made Floppy dive off Harry's head. But since he had just barely cast the charm in time, only a faint buzzing and carbonized parchment remained of the Howler. The ensuing chaos kept everyone laughing for a bit, but the twins once again warned Harry he would be better off just accepting his chastisement before their mum got really worked up. When Harry asked if they had seen her more aggravated than this, all of the people nearby solemnly shook their heads. Ginny, however, simply observed that she was excited to see what would happen next. Harry realized he was now in a full-out battle for bragging rights against the twins, the matriarch of the Weasley clan, and presumably with Ginny, if she recovered enough to resume their challenge. Harry could not help but speculate about Ginny Weasley. She was an enigma that refused to resolve itself. During his first days at Hogwarts, his encounters with Ginny had left him with the impression that he would have got along rather well with her. He had caught a glimpse of a fiery, aggressive and outspoken personality, and he was therefore somewhat puzzled as to why her demeanor had remained with a complete turnaround after that now infamous fight outside Dumbledore's office. He understood the initial reaction, but her odd behavior since Tuesday was baffling. He thought that she would have reacted in a different manner. To be fair, she did display a bit of moodiness before the fight, but it never lasted so long. She still avoided sitting directly next to him, and she still flinched a bit whenever he used his wand in class around her, but his private tutoring classes with her were a bit better now that she was talking to him again. She would chat with Harry about mundane events or about his current battle with her mum, or even describe some of the twins' more colorful pranks. Beyond these casual conversations, however, Ginny would go no further. Whatever she had been ready to discuss after the pensive event on Tuesday was once again firmly locked in her mind and was not likely to emerge anytime soon. Nevertheless, Harry took it as a good sign that she seemed to be relaxing her guard to some degree. She would even joke around once in a while. When he had commented on the tameness of creatures that they were currently handling during her tutoring, she had wryly responded that he would soon enough come to look back fondly at his time with such simple things. Harry wondered if she had dealt with much wilder beings, given the rumor that had briefly circulated indicating she had helped Hagrid manage a pair of graphorns he was keeping in the crates behind his cabin, but no one was certain what the truth might be. Ginny had apparently made it quite clear to her brother that she did not need shielding from Harry, so Ron no longer tried to keep Ginny under his protective gaze all the time. He stopped treating Harry like a violent leper and contented himself with simply ignoring Harry, sitting far away during classes or meals. Harry was uncertain what was going on with Ron, but was sure that the tall redhead would eventually confront him about his issues. Life would go on until that day, but right now Harry was glad that the gangly fellow who had seemed cheerily casual on the train was no longer overtly hostile. Umbridge, though, was the antithesis to the idea of life progressing. Whatever planet she had materialized from, she was clearly stuck in a fantasy land, leaving Harry convinced she had lacquered her brain decades ago and was incapable of new thought patterns. Sitting through her defense against the dark arts class had turned into a twisted game of attempting to charm the foul hag. Harry would force his face and voice into the most pleasant of facades while asking the most inane questions about ministry-approved methods and classifications. Harry had successfully tied up the entire Wednesday class when he asked her to explain the difference between a curse, hex, jinx, and counterjinx. She was completely unable to properly place even one bit of magic without contradicting some ministry-approved classification. Friday had Harry demanding to know the proper ministry-approved methods to obtain help when confronted with a dark creature or horror of horrors, a dark witch or dark wizard. After Harry's continued efforts to make her describe proper methods for countless scenarios, she had finally given up and dismissed the class early, much to the delight of everyone involved. Umbridge exacted her revenge with an additional full month of detention on top of deducting a staggering number of house points despite, or perhaps, because of Harry's wide-eyed protestations that he had shown nothing but respect whenever he had addressed her in class. He spent a long hour arguing with Floppy that whatever points he won or lost prior to being permanently sorted should transfer with him whenever he was finally sorted. Floppy eventually acceded and went so far as to take Harry's net impact off of the Gryffindor meter in the Great Hall. Harry was happy that his growing deficit would affect no other house, but was even more amused that he now had his own ruby meter in the Great Hall, labeled simply Potter. Unlike those of the other houses, however, Harry's personal meter was more than capable of displaying negative numbers, and it was currently pegged at close to -380. Outside of class, Harry completely ignored Umbridge, and this had the effect of slowly making the woman froth at the mouth, as he refused to acknowledge her presence when she attempted to talk to him. Whenever she became sufficiently insistent, he always hopped on his broom and took off. Harry's casual use of a broom as a means of transportation around the castle was now being emulated by the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team, although Fred and George were taking it to new heights by dive-bombing anyone at any time. When they were in their Follow Harry mode, however, they had rapidly learned that they were no match for some of the dives Harry was able to pull off and restrain themselves to keeping a healthy distance. Various staff members were grumbling about banning brooms from the castle interior entirely, but so far nothing had been done. Hermione continually huffed when they would fly to and fro about the table in the Great Hall. Harry was growing used to the bookish girl's sense of propriety and general streak toward conformity, but he still could not handle her incessant need to barrage him with questions. He had taken to avoiding her, as he was unable to get anything done due to her relentless inquisition. She was still focused on his hints about magical theory. Harry suspected she already knew the next leap of logic to make, but she was apparently determined to eliminate any counter-explanations by pumping Harry for all the negative knowledge he possessed. Her efforts to mine the knowledge of what would not work that Harry kept in his head was driving him barmy. Harry had begun doing his homework during class to pass the time when he found that this one act alone seemed to stop her from grilling him like a charred steak. Neville had become the anti-Hermione in Harry's mind. While Neville was clearly intelligent and had his own gifts in life, he never pushed for details that Harry chose not to volunteer. Neville seldom asked a direct question outside of what they were working on, but always showed a compassionate nature that seemed to surround the core of the boy's essence. Harry knew there was courage worthy of consideration in there as well, but it was so deeply hidden that most casual observations would never indicate that Neville was worth his weight in gold. Neville continued to quietly stand by Harry's side, and was working hard to help teach him the finer aspects of cultivating magical plants, rather than just harvesting them. In turn, Harry shared some of his advanced knowledge in the alchemical properties that some of the plants they worked on were prized for. Unfortunately, he found that many of the plants they were working with, although quite commonplace, were completely useless for alchemy or potions. Neville was striving to get Harry to recognize the subtle signs of good and bad within the life cycle, as well as dangerous or safe indicators and so forth. Harry was slightly fascinated by the nutrient cycling and Neville's both intuitive and deep knowledge of what it takes for something to grow properly, straight and strong as opposed to bent and twisted. The demand for proper light, gentle care, and a minimum level of constant attention was a theme throughout their discussions. While Neville was giving Harry hope that there were people out there who Harry would eventually find and value, most of the other students still seemed to be cattle just waiting for a trigger to stampede. Few of them made any efforts to reach beyond his mild anathema status. The Slytherins had en masse gone very quiet since the appointment of their new head of house, and Trelawney had become a bit odder, if such a thing were possible. Hermione had nothing kind to say about the strange woman, so Harry felt that such an evaluation told him everything he needed to know about her threat level. The Hufflepuffs were still avoiding Harry and anyone who associated with him, with the only exception thus far being their reluctant acceptance of the Occlumency shielding rings. The Ravenclaws kept one wary eye on him but otherwise settled into a pattern of collectively treating him as an object for indirect study. His own temporary house in Gryffindor was oscillating between distance and a bemused wary friendliness, with the Weasleys and their friends being the sole exceptions. When he had his own point tallies removed from the house status in the Great Hall, he had enjoyed a momentary renaissance of good cheer that evaporated almost immediately when the twins took to following him around the common room in their Potter-eater garb. Harry was still trying to spend a little time in the common room, but not much was attainable given his various commitments to Dumbledore, detention, and Cyril. Cyril was a bit of a question mark as far as Harry was concerned. While he had met Cyril more than a few times under Nicholas' care and even studied with the man for an afternoon a few times, the nature of their relationship was something Harry found himself unable to characterize. Cyril was definitely a mentor, but Harry was unsure whether he was also a friend or if being a mentor by nature precluded friendship. Either way, Cyril seemed content for the past few days to merely hand Harry a collection of books on various spiritual topics with vague instructions to find enlightenment quickly. The Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind Primer left Harry more irritated than calm, and the Tibetan Book of the Gone was dreadfully slow reading. Harry's favorite so far was the Tao of Pooh. Harry found that his reflections on life with Cyril were only slightly frustrating when compared to the task that his mentor had set him. Studying his reflection was similar in many ways to harvesting rocks, Harry thought dryly. Spending time every evening trying to understand what his life had been about and why, Harry was left feeling that in the short 6 years or so he had been truly cognizant of life, he had done and experienced so much more than most people. Whether this was good or bad was still something he was unable to determine, but he was certain of only one thing. His life was definitely not normal. Harry stopped his introspection when he realized that he was the only thing left standing in the room. The various rice paper and shrouded bamboo targets had been cut into perfect pieces and littered the floor. Slowly cleaning his katana by repeatedly drawing a cloth from the tsuba to the kasaki, Harry worked off all the marks left behind on the blade. After cleaning up his training area, Harry's stomach growled. Realizing he had insufficient time to have a shower and get lunch before Edgar was due to arrive, Harry opted to just head straight to the Great Hall and grab a bite to eat. As Harry dropped into a seat across from the twins and beside Neville, he realized most people were keeping one eye on him and one eye on the large entry points for owls near the ceiling. "Did I miss something?" he asked casually while grabbing a bit of mutton and some salad. Neville smiled absently. "Everyone is waiting to see what today's Howler Express will be." Harry nodded sagely before returning his attention to his meal. He glanced up as Ginny sat across from Neville and caught sight of two owls streaking into the Great Hall as though the bats of hell were after them. Before he could fully process what was going on, the owls were slowly disintegrating into a stream of confetti as they flew in a decaying arc about the Great Hall. He curiously squinted at the owls before suddenly realizing that each piece of confetti was glowing brightly with the very recognizable signature of a howler. With a surprised oath, Harry jumped up, flicked a wand into each hand, and rapidly constructed a sizzling net of power around him, using a level of speed he had never bothered to publicly reveal. Flicking his wand one last time, he sat down with sweat beading his brow and closely watched as the net took off like a rocket to collect the slowly falling, now smoldering confetti. Just as the net was harvesting the last few pieces of confetti, they all exploded as one, and a terribly magnified voice cried out, "Harry Potter, you have," before his old standby of the paired bubble head charms engulfed the entire mess. Harry put his head in his hands, breathing heavily. The faint buzzing finally settled into a mosquito-like whine. He paused to savor the cold juice in front of him before looking up at the widely grinning faces of the three Weasleys sitting around him. "She almost got you that time, Old Bean," Fred crowed with delight. "That's our mum," George added, nodding happily. Ginny had a gleeful look as she watched Harry. "And how are you going to get back at her now, Harry? All those baby howlers, lost to your nefarious plans." She was definitely pushing the boundary of good cheer. Harry slowly shook his head. "Oh, I'll think of something. Have no fear on that score." Most of the students in the hall seemed to have realized that the show was now over. Harry banished the confetti captured in the harvest net and bubblehead charms into the gray and moody sky outside. Chuckling happily, Fred reached into his rucksack and pulled out a small bag of apples. Grabbing his plate, Fred dumped the apples onto it and took one at random. After taking a big bite of his apple, he passed the plate to George with a nod toward the others sitting around them. George also casually grabbed an apple, bit into it, then offered the plate to Harry. Harry glanced quickly at the fruit and noted that every single piece, other than the two that the twins had picked off, was giving off a faint glow of sparks and magical energy. Realizing that the twins had completed whatever concoctions they had been working on for the past few days, Harry was very curious as to their finished product. Carelessly picking an apple at random, he then made a show of courteously presenting the plate to Hermione and Neville. Hermione peered suspiciously at him and then at the twins, but Harry just smiled innocently whilst he polished the apple against his sleeve, covertly transfiguring it into a rock which he put in his pocket. He then conjured up another bright and shiny apple. It would not sustain him as a food source if he ate it, but it would baffle the twins, so it was worth a little indigestion later. With Fred and George watching him carefully, Harry took a big bite out of his conjured apple and pretended to savor it. "Wow, Fred," he exclaimed, making appreciative smacking sounds and looking at them expectantly. "These are really good. Did your mum grow them?" George temporized. "Yeah, she gave us a bag before we came to school." He trailed off uncertainly. Seeing that Harry seemed to be suffering no ill effects from his snack, Hermione apparently decided to shrug off her reservations and opted to take one. With one last glance at Harry, who was still calmly eating his apple, Hermione took a dainty bite of hers. With a loud bang, Hermione sat frozen in her seat, her hair a bright and flamboyant red, permed into a style that would make any clown proud. Her skin was pasty white and covered thickly in freckles. Her clothing had turned a mix of bright orange and gold with pink lace edge ruffles, three colors that looked hideous with red hair and pale skin. Fred started laughing while George's face lit up with a huge smile. "Wicked Weasley winesaps," he said proudly, even as Neville scowled at him. Harry just shook his head slowly before starting to laugh along with the twins. Ginny's eyes sparkled as she absently toyed with the frilly pink lace at the hem of Hermione's shirt. Hermione glared at Fred and George and pulled out her wand. She began a series of counterspells in an effort to undo the prank, even as the twins assured her that the effects would wear off in a few moments. As Harry continued to laugh at Hermione's bizarre appearance, a black ball of fur and leathery wings shot into the Great Hall and landed on his shoulder. Harry abruptly stopped laughing. "Time's up, gents. It's all business now." With the twins curiously looking on, the little bat popped off his shoulder and transformed into the tall, thin, and handsome Edgar. Neville looked taken aback when Harry showed no reaction to the sudden appearance of Edgar. Harry, is it true that vampires are all bat animagi?" Harry's response was interrupted by a little puff of smoke that soon cleared to reveal a normal-looking Hermione, staring with open fascination at Edgar. Harry laughed quietly. "No, Neville, not by any means. Vampires all have their own unique animagus forms. If I understand correctly, they undergo certain rituals before actually becoming vampires, and that is when they gain the inherent knowledge as to what form they have." Pausing dramatically, Harry eyed the small group sitting around him. "As far as I know, Edgar here is the only vampire with a bat form. A greater noctule, I think." George reached out and clapped Harry smartly on the shoulder. "Right, Harry, I'm sure Edgar's a vampire. Good try, though." Fred and George collectively turned back to their lunch with mild looks of disgust on their faces, as though they could not imagine that Harry would try so simple of a joke on them. Harry smiled blandly back at the others. "No, really, Edgar's a vampire. Has been for, 6 or 7 millennia now, right, Edgar?" Harry wanted to laugh at the irritated face that Edgar made at the mention of his age. "Centuries," Edgar tersely corrected. "It's centuries, Harry. Do I look like I'm a day over 671? Edgar glanced at him sharply and bared his fangs with a sibilant hiss of warning before Harry could say anything in return. Harry just chuckled and looked back at the twins who were now staring with morbid interest at Edgar. "Blimey," Fred breathed. "How'd you get a vampire past the wards, Harry?" Harry smacked Fred on the shoulder. "Right, Fred, I'm sure Edgar's a vampire. Good try, though." Rolling his eyes, he looked at Hermione. "Care to educate the ignorant?" "Hermione?" At the mention of her name, Hermione blinked and seemed to partially wake up from a trance. Sorry, what was that, Harry?" she said, flushing slightly. Harry sighed. The one drawback to the vampiric enthrallment was that it generally only worked on the opposite sex, which had been the cause of more than one bar fight over the centuries as girlfriends and wives abandoned their partners for the tall, dark, and typically handsome vampires roaming around in the night. Nudging Edgar with his foot, Harry quietly told him to drop the enthralling magic or else Dumbledore really would kick him out for seducing the opposite sex. Edgar refused to acknowledge Harry's comments, but the glassy look finally left Hermione's eyes. Curiously glancing about, Harry was surprised to see that despite the sudden appearance of a man standing by Harry's table, few people were paying attention to them. It was almost as if the general populace in Hogwarts was gradually being accustomed to the regular oddness that seemed to pop up wherever Harry was. Harry took this as a positive sign. They may not be comfortable with him or his life, but at least they were starting to accept it. Harry suddenly realized that while Hermione was recovering from Edgar's accidental enthrallment, Ginny was just watching Harry with a speculative look on her face. When he raised one eyebrow in silent inquiry, she simply smirked and went back to her lunch. Harry shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Females were generally hard to understand in the first place, but it seemed that Weasley females were in a league of their own. "All right there, Hermione?" he asked the brown-haired girl. Her face was still a little red, but Hermione stared determinedly at Edgar. "What kind of bat was that?" Edgar buffed his nails nonchalantly. "Greater noctule. A predator of living creatures, of course." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "You were black-furred." Edgar nodded slowly, looking puzzled at the statement. Hermione suddenly shook her finger at him. "That family has light brown fur. Harry watched as Edgar's eyes widened in surprise before the vampire assumed a somewhat lofty expression and ignored the comment. Making a mental note to look into that minor fact later, Harry opted for the expedient path of heading off any confrontation by appealing to Hermione's inherent desire to teach. Right, Hermione, the twins were curious how a vampire got past the wards around the castle. All thoughts of bats apparently vanished as Hermione lit up with joy at the chance to explain something that Harry might not know. Either the headmaster invited him, or he broke the wards the headmaster put up last year to stop dark creatures, which is rather unlikely, or else he's not a full vampire. Harry smiled at the bright witch. Well, close, but no cigar, Hermione. There's a fourth option, but I'll let you figure that out later. The expression on Hermione's face rapidly cycled through irritation, frustration, and then determination. Harry mentally berated himself for twisting her tail yet again, as he was certain this only added another scroll of questions to her interrogation pool. Before Hermione could go on the offensive, however, Snape slunk into the Great Hall. His once intimidating demeanor reduced to simply a gaunt and broken-nosed man who needed to wash his hair and perhaps find a more fashionable color to wear other than varying shades of black. As Snape passed their table, he sneered down at the twins before looking at Harry and abruptly stopped in his tracks when he recognized the man standing next to Harry. "You," he hissed, his face paling to a close approximation of Peeves. "Ah, young Severus." Edgar turned to greet the potions professor with widespread arms. He drew the motionless potions master into a tight hug. Keeping his hands on the other man's shoulders, Edgar took a step back, a malicious half-smile on his face as he contemplated Snape's appearance. "Still having problems with the hair, then?" he inquired solicitously, his quiet voice carrying clearly throughout the hall. "Vampires are not allowed in the castle," Snape nearly yelled in response. Whereas the sudden arrival of Edgar had garnered little reaction, Snape's words caused most heads to turn and survey the latest drama by the Gryffindor table. Edgar shook his head in mock sorrow. "Really now, my child, surely you would be more gentle with someone who saved you from that particular incident with the doppelganger in Warsaw now, wouldn't you? Although I have to admit, I think your doppelganger had that hair under control." Snape's glaring contest with an impervious Edgar was brought to a halt when none other than Dolores Umbridge strolled into the Great Hall. As she came abreast of them, she glanced inquiringly at the stranger. Harry could not resist. "Oh, Madam Dark Arts Defender," Harry called in a sing-song voice. "May I respectfully ask what I was supposed to do in a ministry-approved way, of course, if I ever encountered a dark creature?" Umbridge paused in her journey toward the staff table and stared at Harry intently, apparently realizing that there was no way to admonish him for asking such a simple question. She ground her teeth together audibly. "Notify the nearest ministry employee or Mr. Potter," she answered in a frigid tone. Harry smiled broadly, keeping his voice light and cheery. "And you are still a ministry employee? Being that message-taking, drink-fetching, memo-writing secretary type to our beloved minister, isn't that right?" Edgar twitched slightly at Harry's choice of words. Umbridge seemed to be stuck between the desire to harm Harry on the spot and the desperate need to avoid walking into what was clearly a trap of some kind. Refusing to answer directly, she merely nodded her head. "Brilliant," Harry said with great enthusiasm. "I feel compelled to tell you that I found a vampire here in Hogwarts." The few students who had not heard Snape's outburst were now riveted on the newsflash. Umbridge gave a short bark of laughter that sounded like a squirrel being flayed alive. "Really, Mr. Potter? Do your stories know no limits? Dark lords, dark creatures, evil wizards and witches running around everywhere. It's all a bit much." The contempt in her voice left Harry chuckling warmly to himself. "Honest, fudge Secretary Umbridge under Dolores," he protested, his tone of voice belying his mild expression. Jerking a thumb at Edgar, Harry kept one eye on how she reacted to his next statement. "He doesn't even like garlic." Taking that as his cue, Edgar swept forward regally and bowed to the toady woman, who was now alternately glaring at Harry and Edgar. "Why, Madam Umbridge," Edgar's smooth, polished voice would have made the Queen's own furniture feel rough and pedestrian. "I'm so happy to finally meet you. I've heard so many enchanting stories, you see, that I have just been beside myself with anticipation." Edgar beamed at her, the carefully controlled smile revealing the faintest flash of white upon the vampire's bottom lip. "Aren't you pleased to make my acquaintance?" he asked with just a hint of plaintiveness, arms wide open in a gesture of great personal welcome. Umbridge gave a low shriek, whipped her wand out and quickly glanced at the staff table. Somehow she failed to notice the nearly universal smirks watching her in return. "Headmaster," she called. "Severus, we must work together to banish this foul creature." Dumbledore calmly put his glass of juice back on the table and looked down his long nose at the woman in front of him. "Really, Dolores, do you think it wise to attack a guest in front of so many impressionable young minds?" The casual tone of dismissal left Umbridge boiling as her face flushed a dark red. "Now really, madam," Edgar looked at her sadly, "can't we all just get along?" Umbridge, if anything, became even more furious. "You're a dangerous dark creature." "A menace." "A bloodsucker," Harry asked Fred in a rather loud stage whisper. "That's how we're supposed to defend against dark creatures like vampires? Screech a bit and spit on them? No wonder she won't let us practice magic." "She's a squib. My dear Dolores, you don't mind if I call you Dolores, now do you?" Ignoring the incoherent sputtering and the spittle threatening his immaculate attire, Edgar wagged his finger playfully at her. "Really, now, how pedestrian of you to call me a bloodsucker. I am a trained barrister, dear Dolores, and I am here as counsel to Messrs. Fred and George Weasley. Perhaps you haven't seen my card?" With a tiger's smile, Edgar handed over a magical card. The words Edgar Seller, Magical Counsel were written in elegant crimson script against a white background. Interspersed between the lettering were streaks of dark red ink that seemed to flow in and out of ruby-red circles strongly reminiscent of drops of harm. The reverse side had glowing white letters set in the flat black base providing the address of the legal offices in Diagon Alley. Dolores crushed the card contemptuously, her entire body shaking with rage. Edgar smiled and flagrantly flaunted his fangs. "I am a professional bloodsucker, madam." With a flash of a dark smile, Edgar took 2 steps closer as Umbridge quickly took 1 step back. Halfway through her second backward step, she paused as a glassy expression settled over her eyes. Edgar's voice took on a surreal quality of power, faintly echoing in timbre. "Really, Dolores, tell me how you feel." Umbridge's face broke out into an intoxicated leer, her voice cloying and saccharine. "I'm so happy to meet you." "So happy." Harry watched with amusement as Edgar flicked his eyes to Dumbledore, who was slowly rising from the table, the headmaster's face showing his concern. Clearly, Dumbledore was not about to let this continue. Harry looked around and saw that most of the females in the area were slowly losing control of their jaws as their eyes were equally vacant. Hermione was already out of her seat and seemed ready to climb over the table in order to get closer to Edgar. Only 2 women seemed to be completely unaffected. One was Professor McGonagall, who was looking contemptuously at a fully enthralled Professor Trelawney. Ginny Weasley was the second, and she had stuffed her fist in her mouth in order to keep from laughing aloud. "Am I evil, Dolores?" The whisper reverberated as it spread through the hall, almost matching the heartbeat of everyone that heard it. "Never," she breathed as her face further distorted into an expression of fawning adoration. Unconsciously, she was walking toward Edgar, her head slowly tilting to the side to expose her soft, flabby neck. "You could never be anything evil." Abruptly Edgar took 1 step back, and Umbridge stopped cold. Hermione froze and then blinked in confusion at finding herself with 1 foot on the table and 1 foot on the bench seat. Various other girls were half standing or already headed in Edgar's direction. The greatest impact had been on the girls in closest proximity to Edgar. They appeared to have been fully mesmerized, and they still gazed blankly at him for several seconds, even after he had lifted the enthrallment. Dumbledore was watching them with a cool gaze, his wand out but aimed nowhere in particular. Edgar casually returned to studying his fingernails and adopted an icy tone. "So I could never be evil, then, madam?" Umbridge looked in horror at Edgar and then at all the other students, who were watching her closely. Before she could fully react, Edgar waved his hand vaguely in a banishing motion. "Now, unless you wish further demonstration of some of my more interesting abilities, I bid a good day to you." And with that, he unceremoniously dismissed her. Edgar glanced at Harry, then placed a hand on each twin's shoulder and alternately pulled and pushed them out of the great hall, leaving the non-entity fuming behind them. Most of the students leaned back as Edgar walked past them, as if they expected their bodies to be violated without notice. The girls all looked slightly embarrassed, and there were more than a few who were blushing hotly. Harry was amused to note that there were still some girls who stared after Edgar with something like longing in their eyes. After Edgar left, most of the boys were either somewhat puzzled or faintly amused, with a smattering of jealous eyes mixed in. Harry followed Edgar, contentedly replaying the memory of a thoroughly hacked-off Umbridge frightened silly by a pair of fangs. As far as Harry was concerned, this was prime pranking material, and all he needed was a stock of the necessary ingredients. Psychological warfare was what made pranking so much fun in the long run. While Harry only played the joke or 5 on friends, enemies were treated to a much different type of prank in order to effect the desired behavior modification. While the outcast wizard Pavlov was a bit over the top with his attempts to prove mental manipulation and conditioning was possible without use of unforgivable dark magic, Harry thought that even an old dog like Umbridge could learn new tricks when sufficiently motivated. Lacquered brain and all. Once they all reached the corridor outside the Great Hall, Harry suggested they move off to the twins' little secret hideout where they could all work out any needed details. Edgar fell in step beside Harry as the twins led the way, only occasionally looking back over their shoulders with a bit of nervousness at the close proximity of a vampire. So, Harry offered quietly, light brown? Edgar pointedly ignored him. That wouldn't be very scary. Sounds like some old-fashioned hair dye might fix that right up to me. Edgar gave Harry a frosty glance before walking more quickly to catch up to the twins' right as they headed down into their secret lair. Chuckling under his breath, Harry whistled "It's a Small World" as he closed the portrait behind him and conjured his own recliner. Edgar was still giving Harry an icy front while he regarded the twins who were sitting before him. "Very well, Harry," Edgar said glacially, "let's proceed. My services have been retained by Mr. Harry James Potter to work on several projects, and I was recently informed that he would like me to consider taking on a pro bono case for Mr. Frederick Weasley and Mr. George Weasley. That means that my services would be free to you gentlemen." Harry merely smiled, letting Edgar tell the story the way he chose to. Fred and George were still a bit nervous but seemed rather excited at the prospect of having a solicitor free of charge. "Harry," George whinged, "is there anything you can't do? Cook? Clean?" Harry smirked back and put his chair in full recline mode, his hands behind his head. Edgar snapped his fingers to regain the attention of the twins. "Now then, I understand you wish to bring charges of unfitness for teaching against a professor here. What evidence do you have, and how can you ensure its authenticity?" Fred excitedly pulled out the sensory monitor Harry had given them the prior week. Harry watched amusedly as Edgar feigned surprise and then proceeded to carefully determine if the monitor had been tampered with. "Very well," he finally announced, "I will need sworn statements from both of you. Let me draw up some paperwork. Mr. Potter, do you wish to be a party to this action?" Harry shook his head. "No thanks, I've got more than enough in the air as it is." Edgar nodded. "Very well, then I must ask you to please leave us. I promise not to harm your colleagues, if you have any concerns in that direction." Harry glanced at Fred and George, but they just shrugged. Apparently their faith in their fake Dark Lord was sufficient for them to be going on with. Harry rose and vanished his recliner. "Right later, gents," he called on his way out of the portrait. As Harry proceeded back to the Great Hall, he knew he had a couple of hours before he was supposed to accompany Dumbledore on some investigation into the past life of the man of many riddles. He decided he was in no mood to sit inside and deal with the whims of others. Glancing out the windows, Harry saw that the brooding gray sky had finally yielded and that rain was now lashing the castle. Despite the downpour, the great outdoors beckoned to Harry, and he quite enjoyed the feel of the cold wet rain beating on his skin and clothing as he trudged to the path around the lake. Since he was never certain whether or not he would get another chance to experience these sensations, Harry always took whatever opportunity he could get to enjoy things, even the sometimes inclement weather that Mother Nature liked to provide. He ignored the discomfort of his completely soaked clothes while he completed his walk around the lake. As he neared the entrance to the castle, Harry saw a figure coming out of the doors into the rain, stomping and splashing heedlessly through the mud and muck. It was either an incredibly irritated person or one who loved nature in all its forms. Harry stopped to watch the mysterious figurehead directly for him. As the person came nearer, he recognized Ginny's vibrant red hair and short but slim stature. A bit of parchment was clutched tightly in her hand. She stomped right up to Harry, and he was slightly taken aback to realize that her hair was so discernible because it was completely disheveled, even sticking out in great clumps in some areas. Harry had never seen her looking so unkempt. He was a bit surprised at himself. He rarely bothered to remember little details of appearances. With Ginny, he knew it was sometimes in a thick plait, sometimes it flowed loose on her shoulders, and sometimes it was tied back in a ponytail, but Harry knew that it was always neatly arrayed. He was also a little shocked to see that Ginny also appeared to have a nice shiner forming under her right eye and that harm was trickling down from the corner of her mouth. Before he could ask what had happened to her, she was shaking her fist in his face, the parchment held tightly in it. "Teach me," she commanded Harry. "What?" Harry's mind was focused entirely on the trail of harm as it slowly wound its way down her chin. There was something horribly fascinating about it. "Teach me how to fight." Ginny grabbed Harry's robes with her free hand and clutched them fiercely. "Teach me now." There was a distinct fire to her gaze and attitude that left Harry wondering just how many different Ginnies were contained in that lithe body of hers. Reaching out and casually breaking her grip, Harry then pried the parchment out of her fist and glanced at it. A rather surprisingly detailed map of the castle and nearby grounds was on it, with little dots moving around and names on each dot. "So you've got it," he muttered, looking up at her. Ginny was still glaring at him, but now, her eyes were no longer hot with ire but appeared wet with frustration. Harry held up his other hand, palm out. "Tell me why you want me to teach you. You never answered my question from the train ride." Ginny's voice quavered a little. "What does it matter? Do I ask you why you do what you do?" Harry raised one eyebrow. "I'm not asking you to teach me how to harm people, which is what you're asking of me. I'm asking you why I should." Ginny's brown eyes were inscrutable as she stared at him, leaving Harry confused as to whether she was commanding or pleading with him. "I'll talk about it when I'm bloody well ready to, and not before. Will you help me or not?" she finally snapped. Harry decided then and there that she was definitely commanding. He stared back at her for a long moment as Ginny valiantly wiped off the water all over her face with a sleeve that was slowly becoming soaked through. Harry was striving to look past the lone tear that streaked down her pale face despite her best efforts. She refused to take her eyes off him, and her look was openly a challenge. Although the rain and her sleeve work had washed away most of the harm, her bottom lip was still stained a dark red and was beginning to swell. Her hair was plastered against her head, the usually vibrant auburn color dulled by the rain. Her brown eyes held neither offer nor command, but something else, something intangible. Harry glanced down at his watch and realized he had at least another hour before he had to meet Dumbledore and Cyril. He briefly wondered what would happen if he refused to do as she asked. Something told him that this would probably not be a wise decision. Resigning himself to yet another strange situation in his life, Harry shrugged and met her gaze. "Let's see if you're really willing to learn, and then I'll decide. Ready? A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Creachery and Corbeck. Thanks to random folks for lending their Brit-picking data, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. The tsuba is the pattern metal guard by the hilt on the samurai weapons. The kasaki is the sharp and pointy tip. Revelations. Chapter 15. Revelations. Ginny pushed her wet hair back from her face. "What do I need to do?" Harry smirked. "You need to start running around the lake." "Around the lake?" Ginny gave him a look filled with disbelief. "In these shoes and in this weather?" Harry shrugged. "Your enemies won't give you the chance to pick your clothes, the weather, or the place. Life happens. Adapt. Or die. Your choice." Without saying anything more, Harry started a brisk jog on the track around the lake. carefully folding the parchment and placing it into his pocket en route after a silent and discreet impervious. The ground was not particularly difficult to maneuver, lacking sufficient mud and debris to be inhibiting. But if Ginny really wanted to learn, she had to be dedicated, and the rain was sufficient for testing that. Dedication had no room for whimsy or desire. As a clever man once wrote, moods are for cattle and love play, not for fighting. After a moment, Harry could hear Ginny's muttering accompanied by the sounds of her feet squelching through the slight muck as she ran to catch up with him. She eventually managed to match his pace, and Harry resisted the urge to grin as she struggled to keep her sodden hair out of her face. Ignoring the glares she was shooting at him, Harry looked up and enjoyed the strange beauty of the gray sky and the feel of the lashing rain which poured down. It was cold and unpleasant, but nothing his body would fail to deal with one way or another. After nearly 2 minutes of a respectable jog, Harry glanced over at Ginny. She was staring grimly at the ground, her brow furrowed deeply. He noted that her breath was already coming in uneven gasps. Harry shook his head. She had asked for this, even though she had no clue what she had really been asking for. Harry barked out, "Stay with me," and promptly broke into a light run. He kept up the pace until they reached the halfway point around the lake. By this time, Ginny's steps were faltering. She was already out of breath and panting, but she determinedly tried to keep up with him. Harry's own body was unstrained by the activities so far, but Ginny was about to collapse. Slowing down to a very light jog, he waited until she was next to him again before he started speaking again. "You never know when you'll have to attack or be attacked. Never wear clothes you can't fight in." Harry tried to get a clear look at her shoes. "Those are all right as shoes, I guess, but they have no traction and aren't flexible or supportive enough for training or fighting your way out of a sticky wicket. Wear something else." Ginny's breathing was still so uneven that she did little more than grunt at him. Her energy was clearly flagging, her body was obviously unused to even moderate levels of exercise. Riding around on a broom might require some mild athleticism, much like the dubious sport of golf, but the training she sought required hard work. Most people lived in a comfort zone, willing to do the minimum to maintain their level of comfort. Physical exercise almost always violated the comfort zone of people, especially steady, repeated, and quite vigorous physical exercise. The truly advanced practitioners of Muggle martial arts all started before they were 5 years old. They trained extensively, and often brutally, for the rest of their lives in order to attain a level of mastery that others would ascribe to mere Hollywood-style special effects. Harry had seen both types, the paper tigers and the real tigers, and he knew that while he would never be the best, he would be far away and above what a couple of hours for 2 or 3 nights a week could achieve. As Ginny continued to huff along and struggle in her unfortunate choice of shoes, Harry explained the real problem. "You want me to train you because you see me do something that I make look easy. What you need to realize is that you're making a request for years of training to reach this level, and you have to be completely dedicated to reach it. It will take nearly a year for your body to develop the conditioning you need for even half of the things I do. This little jaunt around the lake is nothing, Ginny. You can barely do it. You probably would have quit already if I wasn't here. Are you willing to give up everything for this?" Ginny's response was to glare harder at the ground and ignore the question. Harry was happy that she was opting not to curse him, literally or metaphorically, but he knew it was still too early to be real to her. She had no idea just how much it took to get to the point in training where a mere 2 or 3 hours every day was sufficient to maintain an edge. Harry himself needed to train 4 or more hours every day to move on to the next level, but he knew that this would not happen given his present schedule and the demands that life had dumped on him. 2 hours or so was all he could afford at this point. They were about 3/4 of the way around the lake when Harry slowed down all the way to a brisk walk, giving her a chance to cool down and get her breathing under control. She was young enough that the abrupt beginning of her impromptu training exercise would not cause any lasting harm, but Ginny would hate him by tomorrow from the shin splints alone. If she was dedicated and willing, he might actually start to teach her, in which case he would instruct her on the proper methods for stretching, warming up, and cooling down. At the moment, though, he needed to see just how badly she wanted to learn. When they reached the exact spot where Ginny had accosted him, her breathing was coming in ragged gasps, and she was very red in the face. Harry watched Ginny gradually stop walking, tottering a little to one side but managing to keep upright. He suspected her legs were feeling a bit rubbery. He was surprised despite himself, as he knew most people in the magical world eschewed physical labor, and few pushed themselves hard to maintain any kind of reasonable shape. He had frankly expected her to give up before they made it to the halfway point. Right, now that you've had a little bit of a warm-up, I've got a little exercise for you. Harry smirked to himself. Ginny would want his head on a platter for what came next. Put your hands in front of you like this. Harry extended his forearms at a 45-degree angle relative to the ground, his elbows pointing downwards and at a slight distance from his hips. His hands were half closed, and neither arm crossed the other. This was one easy starting point for either defense or offense, something that had only become natural to Harry after more than a year of training. Once Ginny was in a reasonable facsimile of his posture, Harry slightly bent his right leg, short of locking the knee. As Ginny copied him, Harry grinned evilly. With his stance not changing the slightest, he lifted his left leg and held it straight out in front of him, parallel to the ground. Ginny tried to copy him but fell over into the wet and muddy ground. She groaned for a moment, then resolutely rose to her feet, paying no heed to Harry. She rapidly got set back into position and laboriously dragged her left leg into the air in front of her. Her left leg wobbled a bit once it was out there, but she was able to hold her posture with only a mild bit of wavering of both legs. Right, what we're going to do next is called a diver. Harry kept his extended left leg parallel to the ground and slowly bent his supporting right leg until he was all but sitting on his right heel. His left leg was still perfectly horizontal to the ground and a few inches above it. Harry then gradually stood back up to the point just before his knee locked straight, the extended leg never wobbling. You try one. Harry knew better than to laugh as Ginny struggled and almost fell over a couple of times as she tried to work out how to make her body perform the move. As she got near the bottom, her right leg crumpled, and she sat down hard in the mud. Harry waved it off with a grand gesture. Since you can't go that far yet, just stop right before you find yourself sitting down. Ginny got up and tried again a few times before she found the distance she could drop without collapsing. Harry watched as she slowly rose back up. After finally completing one diver exercise, both her supporting and elevated legs were shaking visibly. Excellent, Harry said. Now do that 49 more times. Then switch legs. Ginny stared at him in shock, and her eyes began to sparkle with angry fire. Harry cut her off just as she opened her mouth to start cursing him. Shaking his head quickly, he pointed to the doors of the castle. Do it, or go back to the others and whatever you're running from, he said coolly. Ginny shut her mouth with a snap and glowered at him. As she toiled through almost 15 more divers, Harry was treated to the very colorful vocabulary that Ginny managed to come up with in describing Harry and his apparently twisted version of a good time. Harry watched impassively when she collapsed in the mud on the 15th diver. Your body is trying to tell you it can't do any more. Don't listen to it. Get up. Switch legs. Keep going. Gritting her teeth and panting from all her efforts, Ginny gradually rose to her feet. Neither of her legs was stable, and both were shaking like a leaf in the wind. She was clearly doing her best to ignore her body's slow betrayal to her mind, but this time she fell down before she could complete even 5 divers. Your body thinks it can rest by failing. Failure is not an option. Failure is death. Get up. Switch legs. Go. Harry folded his arms and stared down at her. Ginny looked like she was ready to cry. She got up shakily and forced herself back into position, switching legs yet again. Before she reached for, she was again on the ground, her clothing now a uniform muddy brown. I can't, she panted as she lay on the ground. I'm not in good enough shape. Harry shook his head. Push-ups. Let's go. Ginny groaned but rolled over and did her best to copy the ramrod straight posture Harry was displaying. Hands in front of your shoulders, feet together on the of your feet, chin up, look in the distance, slowly down to just before you touch the ground, slowly up, no fast bouncing moves. Go. Without even trying, Harry shrugged off 50 push-ups before standing up. He kept an eye on Ginny as she fought her way through a few, doing her best to keep her posture. As much as he hated to admit it, Harry was impressed. She was doing a lot better at this initiation than Harry did when he received it. He had tremendous respect for the fact that she kept her posture and sacrificed speed and quantity for quality. It was one of the subtle signs that would distinguish someone who would give their all from someone who just went through the motions. Ginny finally collapsed face down into the mud again. To Harry's amusement, she carefully rearranged her massive hair into a pillow of sorts and rested her head on it. She was looking at him with a mixture of resignation and fear, knowing that she was only on the tip of the journey into hell that Harry held in his pocket. Before Harry could tell her to roll over and start some crunches, the castle doors opened, and a tall figure in blue robes carrying a pink umbrella came walking toward them. As the figure drew nearer, Harry realized that the umbrella appeared to be similar to the paper umbrellas found in Muggle cocktail drinks, although from the looks of it, this one had been hit with multiple Engorgio spells, and at least one impervious as it kept the rain off without disintegrating. The headmaster obviously had a seriously deranged sense of humor. Cyril had warned Harry that, though his mentor had been but 4 years behind Dumbledore in Hogwarts, the headmaster had already earned a reputation for being quite a bit of an oddity by the time Cyril met him. Ginny, however, looked with what could only be described as utter adoration at Dumbledore's interruption. Harry suspected she would have been grateful to Voldemort himself if it would have resulted in her being saved from any more physical harm. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore greeted him solemnly, although his eyes were twinkling merrily. "I trust today is finding you well." Harry nodded politely. "It's a glorious day to be alive and outside, headmaster." "Ah, I suspect not everyone is as fond of the day as you are, Harry." Dumbledore looked at Ginny lying in the mud. He showed no reaction other than a faint twitch of his lips. "I'm sorry to interrupt your discussions, Miss Weasley, but Mr. Potter has a prior engagement this afternoon. I thought you might excuse Harry a bit early so that he could get cleaned up before we meet." Ginny looked absolutely delighted and waved a nonchalant, albeit weary, hand in the air. "Of course, sir." Ginny paused to let her arm drop to the ground with a wet squelch. "As much as I was enjoying spending such quality time with the dashing Mr. Potter over here, if you need him, please, do take him." Her sarcastic tone was only slightly marred by the exhausted warble of her voice. After panting for a second, the glint of fire was back in her eyes as Harry watched her try to collect her dignity from the mud. "I shall try not to miss him too much, although I dare say that, for his part, he will miss me terribly." Harry rolled his eyes a bit before nudging her shoe with the tip of his boot. "Right, be out here tomorrow morning at 10 sharp, Gin. We'll see how you do after a day of rest." Ginny groaned again and remained motionless. Sighing at her dramatics, Harry reached down and hauled her to her feet. She swayed slightly but got her body mostly under control. Nevertheless, she let Harry keep one hand on her upper arm while he guided her inside, taking on an air of tolerance, as both of them followed in the wake of Dumbledore. Harry knew that she would collapse if left to her own devices, and he tolerated her humor in turn to get her inside, where she could make her own way forward, or into unconsciousness as she chose. They finally reached the inside of the castle despite Ginny's repeated stumbles as she climbed the short stairs to the entrance hall. Pushing through the doors, Harry carefully led her to a stone bench, saying nothing of her body's state. Ginny promptly slumped down on the cold stone, looking half gone for the entire world to see. Harry glanced up to see Cyril exit the Great Hall. He looked around for a moment before joining Harry and Dumbledore. "Is there a problem?" Cyril asked, as though it was a perfectly normal occurrence to see such things as the muddy wreck that was Ginny Weasley. "Not at all," Harry replied. "I think she found what she was looking for, but it wasn't quite what she thought it would be." With a cheery wave at Ginny, he ran up the stairs to change out of his wet clothes, regretting that he had not thought to have his broom on him. By the time Harry arrived back in the entrance hall, this time on his broom, Fred and George were on either side of Ginny, propping her upright in between them. The twins were interrogating her on how she had managed to achieve such a woebegone state. Dumbledore and Cyril were standing by the entrance doors, gazing into the rain and quietly talking, probably of days long gone, something Harry had caught them doing many times over the past few days. Harry landed lightly and pushed his broom into the special case Sirius had made for him. He dropped the case into his bag and strapped it on his shoulder. As he passed by the Weasleys, He caught the tail end of Ginny's monologue extolling all his loathsome and vile qualities. The normally jovial twins turned towards Harry with identical frowns marring their faces. "What did you do with our sister?" George demanded. Harry looked searchingly at Ginny. He thought there might be a hint of a challenge in the way that her chin lifted and her brown eyes defiantly glared at him, but she was still mercurial enough that he was uncertain if he was imagining it. "Nothing she didn't ask me to," Harry calmly replied. He ignored the scowls that appeared on the twins' faces and gave Ginny a sardonic salute before walking over to stand with the headmaster and his mentor. Dumbledore turned as Harry approached. "And are you ready then, Harry?" The two elders led Harry to the center of the entrance hall. Dumbledore reached into a deep pocket in his robes to withdraw a rather worn and beaten teacup. "If you would both touch this, we'll be off." Cyril immediately placed one finger on the rim of the cup, but Harry hesitated. Headmaster, what's the situation like where we're going? Is it friendly or not?" Cyril looked sharply at Harry before raising one eyebrow at Dumbledore. Dumbledore paused for a moment before answering. "I do not know, Harry." At this, Cyril and Harry both drew their wands. As Harry reached out and laid a finger on the rim of the cup, he noticed that all three of them had the same garments on under their clothing, the bits peeking out from under the long sleeves. "Harry?" Ginny called out quietly. Harry glanced at her while Dumbledore gave the cup a light tap with his wand. "Why are you all wearing dragonhide armor?" Harry was faintly surprised that she had noticed, but as the port key had already been activated, he merely winked at her before they all disappeared with a jerk behind the navel and a soft pop. Harry kept his knees bent as he landed and promptly spun in a fast circle to get a bearing on their location before spinning a second, slower time to look for magical signatures. They appeared to be on the thinning edge of a small forest that spanned a few acres, and they were currently standing in the middle of a path to a small stone cottage in the distance. The small forest appeared to be a boundary on the slight hill upon which they stood, looking down over a village nestled in the valley below them. There was a manor-style house on the hill opposite them on the far side of the valley. A small river or large stream flowed through the valley, but it seemed to be a fairly rural area all in all. When Harry relaxed and put his wand away, Cyril and Dumbledore both copied his actions. "I take it you see nothing of consequence, Harry?" Cyril asked. Harry shook his head. "There's a flux line near here, down the hill a little, but otherwise I can't see anything magical of note." Dumbledore regarded Harry for a moment. "That does help me understand a bit more," he said quietly. Gesturing toward the stone cottage, Dumbledore motioned for them to begin walking. "We are approaching the house that was the last dwelling place for the once mighty Slytherin family. At the time of their end, the last remaining descendants of Salazar Slytherin were the members of the Gaunt family, pathetic paupers clinging to what little dignity they had left, without their money, and all of them suffering from the genetic consequences of inbreeding and delusions of grandeur. Their once vast estates and social networks were reduced to ashes and bitter-sweet memories." It was all Harry could do not to roll his eyes at Dumbledore's elaborate phrasings. As Dumbledore continued to tell them the story of the Slytherin family, the trio slowly walked down the path. Harry and Cyril repeatedly scanned the surrounding environs, listening to the sad story. Their entire history was dismal: the bad investments, the absolute and unswerving belief in harm purity to the point of inbreeding, and the abuse toward their own children all contributed to the inevitable demise of the once powerful Slytherin name. Dumbledore mentioned that he never understood why the Gaunt family chose to live so close to a Muggle village when their money and power ran out, given their open contempt for Muggles. The presence of the flux line explained much in that regard, considering how it would alter the abilities of everyone nearby who had magical talent. Harry was of the private opinion that, had the orphan child of Merrippy Gaunt been raised by his true family, the entire Voldemort situation could have been completely avoided. The constant abuse and criticisms would have probably turned a young Tom into a bitter and shallow individual with a crushed spirit and only vague dreams of forgotten power and knowledge in the glory days of history. Instead, they had a bitter and powerful Riddle whose unchecked ego and vengeful spirit drove him relentlessly to pursue his aspirations of world domination. Harry thought that the fact that Tom Riddle was the final descendant of Slytherin made no difference at all. It was tantamount to pointing out that Harry was a descendant of the mythical Adam and Eve, It was inconsequential, to say the least. Only Voldemort's pride and ego, and the fact that most of wizardkind were so easily impressed with bloodlines, made his connection to Salazar Slytherin one of his most feared qualities. As they reached the area just outside the low, rotting wooden gate leading into the now wild cottage garden, Harry held up his hand, stopping Cyril and Dumbledore from going closer. Harry squinted a little as he looked around. It looks like the flux line runs straight through the house, in the front door, and out by the chimney. It's close to the surface, maybe 20 feet underground. It's in line with this gate, too. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That would make defending the house remarkably easy. Harry continued to look around, his eyes half closed. If he turned his head quickly side to side, he could almost see a flicker of something around the house, almost as if it was somehow linked to the low stone wall running around the property. I think there are some wards here, Harry said quietly. There's some kind of magic on the wall and the house. Dumbledore surveyed the area around them before rapidly firing off 3 notice-me-not charms to keep any muggle eyes averted. If anyone happened to be watching, they would barely notice the trio of interlopers simply fading into the background. Harry started walking around the edge of the property outside the wall. When he moved away from the blazing energy by the flux line, he could just about make out an intricate network of wards around the property, linked in mid-air to runes, some of which Harry was unable to recognize immediately. He knew that Remus had more knowledge of wards and procedures around them than the limited bits Harry had learned about, but he also knew that Remus and Dumbledore were not on friendly terms at all. After one complete circuit of the property, Harry returned to stand next to Dumbledore and Cyril, who were each casting various detection charms on the property. "Did you learn anything?" Dumbledore asked, pausing from his efforts. Harry shrugged. "There are wards here. I don't recognize them. Do you?" Cyril looked at Harry carefully. "How many did you find?" Maybe a couple of dozen. I wasn't counting exactly." Harry smiled a bit sheepishly, but Cyril just exchanged a long look with Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, and Cyril turned back to Harry. "We cannot detect any magic on the house. Moreover, we cannot detect the presence of the flux line under the house." "You are certain of what you see?" Harry scratched his head for a moment. "I believe so. Before your little aura masking trick, I had no idea that was possible, but I've never been wrong otherwise. The flux line is just too big to hide or to fake." "Can you detect it back by where we came in?" Cyril blinked once, abruptly apparating away with a pop, before Harry could make a sarcastic comment about it. A second pop announced his return. "Very good, Harry. As you said, it's quite large and quite close to the surface." Dumbledore absently stroked his beard. With a few complex twists of his wand, a large sheet of parchment appeared with a never-out quill. Harry rolled his eyes at the materials, but grabbed them before they fell to the ground. "Would you please sketch what you can see, Harry?" Having immediately anticipated the question, Harry had already begun a much slower circuit of the house, trying to draw each side of the house and the web of magic around it. He made rough approximations on the edges of the parchment of those runes he could make out, indicating where each one was floating in midair and what lines connected to it. When he finished, Cyril and Dumbledore studied the parchment and argued quietly over the possible meanings. After listening to the two men for nearly 5 minutes discussing whether a particular rune was Iwaz or Iwaz, and the implications for how the wards would work accordingly, Harry could take it no longer. He actually thought it was Iwaz, the focus for death, but their conversation was so reminiscent of Hermione and some Ravenclaw named Corner that it was like sitting through charms with 2 geriatric students. "Look, there's a really simple answer to this," he interrupted them in a much sharper voice than he intended. Dumbledore regarded Harry with an indulgent expression that was quickly erased at Harry's next words. "First, it's Iwaz, and second, Remus could do this in his sleep. Let me go and get Remus and bring him here. We'll have this solved in a trice, and you two can kip under the trees over there or argue about the evolution of runes or something." Cyril was also frowning by now, but Harry really was uninterested in petty personal biases of old history or ancient history, be they lichens or rune lore. Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back and paced for a few moments. "And how is Remus these days, Harry?" the headmaster asked quietly. "Remus? Oh, he's fine. Quite nice and friendly." Dumbledore looked rather hopeful at that statement. "Of course, That's only when his family, real or otherwise, is not endangered through the malice, carelessness, or ignorance of others. Ignoring the headmaster's suddenly cool gaze, Harry turned to Cyril with a questioning look, but his mentor shook his head in response. I have no qualms with it, Harry, but Albus has legitimate concerns. A werewolf who knowingly risked infecting others once is hard to trust twice. That is a truth regardless of the actual level of danger for spreading lycanthropy that may exist in the situation at hand. Dumbledore sighed before looking at the sky. And you have spent years studying with Remus? Harry sighed in turn. Look, he's been living in my house for over 5 years. He's never harmed anyone who wasn't a dark arts practitioner, and even then it was with great reluctance. The man wouldn't hurt a fly as long as no one is threatening him or those he holds dear. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Very well, Harry. Let us try this. Please invite Remus to join us if he would like to, and tell him I would appreciate his thoughts on this problem we face. With a broad smirk, Harry swept his wand over himself repeatedly, and then flicked the tip of it sharply at the headmaster. All of the tracking charms previously on Harry were now firmly attached to the old man's shoes. Before Dumbledore could react, Harry disapparated. Harry decided it would be best to get Remus quickly and push forward some kind of tenuous truce rather than give Dumbledore any time to reconsider. Remus would be attracted to the problem like a fly to honey, but keeping Sirius away would be a bit tricky. Luckily for Harry, Remus was at home alone. Sirius was off roaming in a park under the guise of a dog, but it was just a convenient excuse to recharge his core. Apparently there were things afoot at home, but Harry had little time to explore the goings-on. Rather than try to convince Remus of anything, Harry just grabbed his arm and dragged him outside the disruption field before apparating them both back to the spot in front of Cyril and Dumbledore. Remus immediately stiffened when he recognized who was in front of them, but Harry cut him off before he could say anything. Shut up, Remus. We need your help, and I didn't want to argue with you about it. The headmaster asked me to ask you if you would consider helping us, and I didn't want to give you a chance to say no, so just deal with it. Before Remus could react any further, Harry smacked him sharply in the forehead and cast the Notice Me Not charm on his old friend. Dumbledore and Remus promptly engaged in a staring match of sorts, while Cyril and Harry stood back and waited for the result. After what seemed an interminable period of time, Remus looked away and glanced around at their surroundings. All right, Harry, since you dragged me out here into the middle of nowhere, what's going on? Harry briefly described what they were doing there and pulled out his sketch, handing it over. Remus shook his head. You're telling me that you want my help to do a bit of burglary? Harry nodded his head while Dumbledore shook his. Not at all, Dumbledore corrected Remus. We just wish to see what's here. Harry shot a look of dark humor at the headmaster. Ignore the doddering old man, Remus. We're breaking and entering and snooping a bit as well, so it's definitely a spot of burglary. As Dumbledore and Cyril tried to fill in all the details Harry had glossed over in his haste, Remus studied the drawing and looked around. Before Harry knew it, Remus was trying to point out that the rune was really Iwaz while Cyril and Dumbledore presented their own interpretations. In order to break the wards down, they had to understand all the runes and how they fit together. Most were basic strengthening and shielding runes, but every complicated ward had a few controls that tied it all together. Breaking the controlling runes was the true art of breaking wards. Resigned to the fact that his help did not seem to be needed, Harry went for another walk around the property to get away from their rather vociferous discussions. By the time Harry had returned, Cyril and Dumbledore were standing back and waiting while Remus cast spells all over the gate. Harry silently walked up to him, keeping one wary eye on the two old wizards. So you won, then? Remus jumped slightly in surprise before turning back to Harry. What? Oh no. We all agreed to disagree, and they are letting me try my hand at the problem. Harry was relieved that all of them had apparently come to their collective senses. Harry, Remus mentioned casually between spells, Sirius is going to be irritated that you're doing a bit of rule-breaking without him. Harry chuckled softly.
No worries, Remus.
We'll have this all settled shortly, and you'll be back before he notices. After all, it's not like we're going to be dueling anyone in an old abandoned cottage, now is it? So Sirius wouldn't contribute much except as entertainment. You assume I won't tell him anyway, Harry. Remus laughed quietly before motioning for Harry to join him in another walk around the now familiar property. Remus started asking questions and making corrections on the parchment as they moved along. They spent the better part of 20 minutes walking, elaborating, and sometimes arguing over a particular rune. Upon closer examination, the rune they were all arguing about really was Iwaz, or the focus for control in any form, but Harry would never admit that he favored a different meaning. Bloody runes in wards. You make the line twice as thick, and suddenly it's a whole new thing. Harry continued grumbling as they finished the revised notes on the warding pattern. By the time they reached Dumbledore, he and Cyril came over to examine the parchment, whereupon Remus simply pointed to the new drawing of the rune in question. Dumbledore and Cyril both shared a glance and looked a little disappointed that their most recent discussion was resolved with neither of them being correct in the end. It was equally clear to Harry that Remus was trying to act as though nothing was strange here, but the faint tightness around his eyes told him that his old friend was very uneasy being around Dumbledore again. Before Harry could try to break some of the lingering tension, Remus turned to Harry and tapped his chin with the quill. I think it's weak right here. Remus tapped the rune everyone had been in disagreement on. If I bring in a new layer that overcharges too quickly, it ought to break the connection to the control and collapse it all. Harry studied the diagrams for a moment. You're risking a lot if you try that. Why not break this rune and then unravel it sideways? Harry paused to tap one, which translated to time, at the back of the property. Remus shook his head. As Dumbledore and Cyril looked on in amusement, Remus and Harry started arguing about different methods to break the wards, sometimes going so fast that their two elders opted to conjure up chairs to wait out a decision. It was apparent that Remus and Harry had argued over many other things in the past, as they had no apparent difficulty in sorting out ideas as they often ran over each other with their words or gestures. Power sharing. Recharge too quickly, need to blow up the backlash might really, can't be broken, shake the whole valley. In the end, Remus apparently decided to short-circuit the argument. He whipped out his wand, looked at Harry and uttered the most dubious phrase ever stated. Trust me. Remus glanced a couple of times at the parchment, drew a deep breath and focused on the space where the rune should be floating in the air. Harry looked sourly at the headmaster and Cyril. I just hate it when he says that. After a few elaborate motions, Remus finished with a sharp pointing stab at the ground midway between the rune and the two major foci of the warding power anchored to the gate itself. Before anyone knew what to expect, the entire warding structure shot off a magical aura flare that caused Harry to fall backwards with a soft cry, one hand over his eyes. Remus was instantly at Harry's side, asking him what was wrong. Harry sat there blinking repeatedly, unable to see anything at all. Ugh, Remus, I can't see. Give it a moment. It was like the sun exploded in my face there. Shaking his head, Harry started gently rubbing on his eyes, periodically looking up to try and see. Remus kept up a litany of apologies while keeping one arm firmly around Harry's shoulders. Dumbledore performed a quick health diagnostic and told Harry that he could find nothing wrong, but that simple statement failed to assuage Remus' concern. After nearly 2 minutes of flare-induced blindness, Harry finally had his vision back. Dumbledore provided a hand to help Harry back onto his feet. I'm glad you're all right, Harry. Normally I would have brought Severus with me for dealing with possible problems like this, but all things considered, I'm happy to have you three here to help instead. Harry paused to dust himself off a bit before glancing around. On the surface, it appeared that Remus had indeed collapsed the entire ward structure. Resigned to one last walk around the property, Harry shook his head a bit before making his slow circuit. As he returned to his starting point, he gave Remus a look of profound disgust. I hate it when you're right. Remus made a show of buffing his fingernails on his shirt. Grunting in disgust, Harry turned around and pushed on the rotting wooden gate. As soon as he made contact with the material, the gate dissolved into brown dust, and the carefully neat low stone wall surrounding the property fell apart into a mixed pile of stones. Harry looked at Remus briefly before stepping over the mess and walking toward the cottage door. Harry began a close study of the door into the cottage while Remus stood back and delivered an impromptu lecture which Harry did his best to ignore. Remus wound down with the gross oversimplification of his strategy. All I really did was overload the two primary buffers, which in turn overpowered the controlling rune, causing it to fracture. For lack of a better phrase, the whole system just exploded at that point. Cyril paled a bit before looking at Remus. And what was the danger in that? Remus just shrugged. A lofty expression on his face. He vaguely waved his hand. I'm an academic, practical considerations are uninteresting. Harry snorted before turning back to face the trio of know-it-alls. Academics don't practice, so practically you're not an academic. Remus scowled but suddenly winked at Albus and Cyril. But the flux line was there, right, Harry? Harry glared at Remus. Just because the flux line is much more interesting to think about doesn't excuse your method. If it hadn't been there, we wouldn't be here. Conjuring a plain muggle exercise book and basic ballpoint pen, Harry began another sketch of the intricate wards guarding the entrance to the cottage proper. Remus stepped up to look over his shoulder, asking Harry to clean up a few bits and expand others. As Remus and Harry started to argue again in their rapid-fire rhythm, Harry absently noted that Cyril and Dumbledore had walked back to stand by the fallen wall and started poking at it while discussing theories about the sudden collapse. As Harry and Remus started arguing more loudly, however, the two older wizards returned to investigate the cause for the commotion. No, it will explode. Harry was peeved with Remus for trying to strong-arm him twice in a row. Of course it won't. Remus yelled back. The flux line is still there, right? Harry shook his finger in the werewolf's face. This isn't a buffer, Remus. It's an active defensive buttress. If you take away what it's pushing against, it's going to explode outward. Remus apparently grew tired of Harry's argument and whipped out his wand again. As soon as Harry saw the wand, he dived to the ground away from the door. Harry's sudden evasive actions caused both Dumbledore and Cyril to scramble away into their own protective dives. Remus engaged in a vigorous application of multiple cutting charms to excise the physical locations in which the door protections were anchored. Before he could even get halfway through his work, however, there was a loud rending noise, and the door exploded outwards, knocking Remus back nearly 10 feet. Harry was the first to Remus' side, flicking his wand to clear the debris off the now moaning man. Remus' left arm was lying in a crazy shape, clearly broken in at least 2 locations. He was bleeding freely from his forehead. Harry? He asked weakly. What's wrong? Remus? Harry asked anxiously, still trying to clean off the debris and check him for wounds. Dumbledore and Cyril both started a series of diagnostic spells. Remus grunted when Harry got a little exuberant in cleaning out a cut on the man's right leg. Harry, I hate it when you're right. Harry stopped for a moment before laughing outright. That's the least of your worries. Remus, just hold still a minute. Harry looked up at Dumbledore expectantly. What's the verdict? Dumbledore motioned Harry to get out of the way, and the headmaster cast several charms on Remus. The werewolf cried out sharply as his arm straightened out and became encased in splints and wrappings to immobilize it properly. It's too badly broken for me to do much about it, Remus, Dumbledore explained apologetically. But this will make it easier to manage. I'm going to numb the pain now and stop all the internal and external bleeding. As the spells will only last for about an hour, I would like to take you to St. Mungo's immediately. Before Remus could respond, the headmaster again cast several charms, at which point Remus' face relaxed. Ugh, he muttered, you said this will last an hour? At Dumbledore's nod, Remus sat up slowly, using his good right arm to prop himself. Then I'm staying. I'm not leaving Harry here without my help. We've already established that this place is dangerous. Groaning a bit, Remus struggled to his feet while Harry stepped over to give him some aid. Dumbledore gazed at Remus for a few moments. I cannot recommend this, Remus. What if I take you to Poppy Pomfrey at Hogwarts? Would you get help then? Remus was clearly surprised by the offer, but shook his head anyway. That's generous of you, headmaster, but I need to be sure that Harry's all right before I leave. That means you need to tell me what you really came here to do. Harry groaned in annoyance at Remus' stubbornness. It's a Horcrusty investigation. Remus blinked. A what? Harry sighed. Horcrusty. Horcrux. You know, like the diary. From our crusty riddle maker. We're trying to learn more about our riddles in order to find the crusties. Remus groaned again, although Harry was sure this time had nothing to do with physical pain, right? Harry, I'm not leaving until you do. Remus tried to glare at Dumbledore and Cyril, but Harry was amused when his friend gave it up almost immediately as a bad job, since it was obviously hard to be intimidating when covered in harm and with gaping holes in your clothing. Shrugging his shoulders in defeat, Harry scooped up Remus' wand and inspected it briefly before thrusting it back into his friend's good hand. Right then, let's wrap this up like Remus' arm, shall we? As Harry walked back over to the now open doorway, Cyril leaned over toward Remus. Just how often is Harry right? Remus winced slightly, a bit more often than I would like. As the trio of mentors walked to stand behind Harry, who was firmly blocking what remained of the doorway, they gazed with frank curiosity at Harry and the dark interior of the cottage. Harry finally relented and stepped away from the entranceway. He scratched his head and stared at the sky. This is weird. Something's definitely not right, but I can't tell what's going on in there. There's what would appear to be a layer of raw magic all across the floor with no patterns or foci to indicate spells or intentional work. It's like something burst open and leaked all over the floor, like a pot of paint, except that instead of paint, it's magic. Raw magic, I think. Weird. Cyril looked at Dumbledore and Remus, both of whom appeared as confused as he was, before he snapped his fingers to get Harry's attention. Why is that weird? Harry was surprised at the question. What's the first rule of alchemy? Like dissolves like. When magic energy is unbound, it groups itself into little streams and slowly gets collected back into the flux lines. This flux line below us, it should be like acting like a giant vacuum. I could probably cast a full-strength stunner at you right here and, once it hit you, all the splashover radiant energy would just disappear right through the ground. Harry jerked a thumb over his shoulder in the general direction of the cottage. What's keeping that stuff bottled up? This caused the three to stare into the interior of the cottage. Harry watched as Remus rubbed his eyes, Cyril scratched at one ear, and Dumbledore toyed with his mustache. A sudden vision of the three evil monkeys flashed into his head, and he started laughing out loud, much to the annoyance of the others. To dissuade them from inquiring into the cause of his hilarity, Harry purposely began a debate by asking, "Any bright ideas, O learned mentors?" When the three predictably started discussing plausible hypotheses amongst each other, Harry sank to the ground, tossing his bag up against the cottage wall. He scooped up a handful of pebbles and idly bounced them off the wall of the cottage, above the bag. One pebble missed and sailed through the doorway, hitting the floor of the cottage. Harry was surprised to see the energy on the floor ripple like waves in a pond. That's odd. Harry's casual statement stopped the speculations going on above him. Harry threw another pebble into the room and watched the magic ripple across the floor again. He was so intent on pondering this strange phenomenon that he was startled when Remus loudly cleared his throat. "What's odd, Harry?" Casting one final pebble and studying the resulting ripple effect one last time, Harry distractedly answered Remus. "Well, I can see nothing special or magical about these stones that I'm throwing, so there shouldn't be any sort of reaction to them. But as you can't see what I can, it looks like the floor is responding to them as if they did have inherent magical properties." As the three all stared pensively into the darkness, Harry continued throwing small stones in, trying to reach different areas. No matter where a pebble landed, a soft ripple rolled out from the impact point as soon as it hit on any part of the floor. Dumbledore finally straightened his shoulders and looked at the others. "I will enter. Cyril, Harry, please watch what happens inside in your own special ways. Remus, please observe the surrounding area to make sure nothing untoward develops." Taking a deep breath, the headmaster stepped over the threshold. Harry watched the magic on the floor ripple in a much larger wave as it reacted to the larger mass that was Dumbledore's foot. When the headmaster brought his second foot in, the waves initiated a destructive interference, making eddies of current and random patterns leap out. As Dumbledore slowly made his progress across the room, Harry explained what he was seeing to Remus and Cyril, who both confessed that they saw nothing out of the ordinary. When Dumbledore reached the fireplace, he paused to light the tip of his wand, allowing everyone to see a massive and thick layer of dust over every surface, including the floor. As he carefully walked about the cottage, looking into cabinets and under furniture, Harry realized that the energy on the floor was dissipating. Headmaster, it seems like the magical energy is diminishing on the floor. Dumbledore nodded. As you say, Harry, dissolves like. My use of magic in here may be breaking up the residue of whatever anomaly was left behind from many years ago. Harry continued to watch until all the energy disappeared with no other untoward incident. That's it, sir, Harry said. There's none left. Dumbledore returned to stand in front of the fireplace. Very well. Since there seems to be no immediate danger, Cyril and Harry, please join me in here. Remus, if you would, please move into the doorway and continue to keep watch outside. Let us explore what is here quickly. We can always come back later if need be. While Cyril interrogated Dumbledore on the back history of the illustrious Tom Riddle, Harry began prowling around the small room, looking for anything of note or anything that stood out as unusual. He found nothing peculiar, except that he kept being drawn back to the fireplace no matter how far he wandered from it. His curiosity aroused, Harry deliberately set out to walk through the kitchen area. Instead of ending up by the back door as he originally intended, he found himself diverted to the fireplace once again. Turning around, he waved to catch the attention of Cyril and Dumbledore and pointed at the moderate hearth and chimney behind him. It's a bit weird, but no matter where I try to go, I keep finding myself walking back here. I don't see anything strange, but I'm certainly being compelled to return. Have you noticed it? Exchanging intrigued looks, the two men started walking aimlessly about, but they too found themselves gravitating back to the fireplace. Most curious indeed, Dumbledore commented, surveying the brick structure closely. He proceeded to cast several charms at the fireplace. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then Harry abruptly let out an oath. Stop! Do that last one again, Harry commanded Dumbledore, causing the headmaster to frown at him and Remus and Cyril to raise amused eyebrows. Dumbledore repeated the last detection charm, and Harry pointed to one particular brick set in the center of the chimney, near Harry's shoulder height. It was indistinguishable from all the other bricks around it. This one. It lights up like a bonfire when you do that. For the next several minutes, Dumbledore and Cyril tried everything they could to make the brick to react more conspicuously, to no avail. When they appeared to give up, Harry tried a new direction. I didn't recognize whatever that detection spell was. What does it do? Dumbledore was idly rubbing his beard, apparently lost in concentration as he stared at the brick in question. It locates living things, he answered Harry abstractedly. Harry scratched his head. Living things? Dumbledore looked solemnly at Harry. Yes, this may be a dumb question, but is a Horcrusty a thing living or a thing not? What if one is in there? Dumbledore's eyes lit up like Christmas had come early. That is a wonderful question, Harry. Is a soul a living thing? Do you think that a fragment of a soul would be living if the soul itself could be considered living? For that matter, does the charm detect the soul as a means to find living things? Or is it based on? Dumbledore's theoretical ramblings were cut off when Cyril pointedly cleared his throat. Perhaps this is not the best time to explore philosophy, Albus, he said wryly. Dumbledore's enthusiasm died a little bit, but his eyes were still twinkling. Very well, Cyril, but you simply must discuss this with me tonight over dinner. He turned his attention back to the brick. Cyril, Harry, please join Remus back by the doorway. I am going to try something. After the others had retreated, Dumbledore drew a small knife from a pocket and made a shallow cut along the side of his left hand. He rubbed the rapidly welling crimson fluid across the brick. With a soft pop, the brick dropped out of the chimney, revealing a small hollow. Without apparent thought, Albus reached his right hand into the hollow and extracted a thick ring, adorned with a black stone. Stop! Harry shouted in alarm. The ring was glowing with power, bands of colors shooting between the ring, Dumbledore's bleeding hand, and the headmaster's feet. Put it down. Almost at the same time, Remus also cried out, his voice on edge. There's something in the woods moving around. It doesn't look human. Dumbledore showed no reaction at all. The headmaster appeared to be moving in slow motion as he brought the ring closer to his left hand. Albus! Cyril's voice cracked through the room like a gunshot, surprising Harry with its underlying power. I'll stop you if I must. Sweat beaded Dumbledore's brow, and there was a look of intense concentration on his face as his right hand shook severely in his apparent bid to halt its inexorable progression toward the left hand. Harry stared apprehensively as the raw magic engulfed the headmaster, and then, realizing the inherent danger of the situation, he whipped out both wands and aimed 2 stunners at the center of the headmaster's chest. Cyril's own wand was arcing forward, a bright green streak of magic flying at Dumbledore's head. Remus called back again, this time with greater distress. Whatever is out there, it's not alone. Each of the 3 spells hit Dumbledore gone on, yet they seemed to have no effect whatsoever. They seemed to be absorbed directly into the headmaster's inert body before the floor itself buckled upward into a vast column of magic power. Cyril was hurled through the doorway, crashing into Remus, and both of them landed in the garden. Harry was blasted into the kitchen table and kneeled beside it for a moment half-stunned, unaware that half his shirt was in shreds and his armor was now rent in several places. Harry heard Remus and Cyril moaning in pain, but he could not do anything except watch in horror as Albus finally, with trembling hands, slipped the ring onto his finger. There was a sudden bright flash, and then Harry was left with the sickening realization that his vision had left him. He was now completely blind. Again. I know that was a cruel place to stop. A big thank you to my genius betas who have valiantly strived to make this story better, despite my crafty attempts to make it incomprehensible. So, immeasurable thanks to Corbeck and Creachery. Thanks to Reg and random others for their aid with Brit picking, to Sovereign for a sanity check plus tweaks, and Sherilyn for her polishing touches before it gets uploaded. The line about moods for cattle and love play is from Frank Herbert's Dune, attributed to Gurney Halleck. An excellent book if you have not yet read it. You can skip many of the rest. Choices. Chapter 16, Choices. Harry started blinking furiously, his eyes watering from the flash. His left shoulder was tender, and he could feel a nasty lump forming on the back of his head from where he had hit the table. Harry realized that these minor details were the least of his worries. While he was unsure what had been the source of the bright flash, he found his vision returning much faster this time. Despite the large spots that still remained to cloud his vision, he could make out the headmaster turning to face the door, his movements hauntingly odd. Harry recognized Remus' distorted voice coming from outside, and Cyril was also faintly shouting out something urgent. Harry could not make out what exactly they were saying as his ears were still ringing from the impact of his head on the table. Dumbledore headed for the doorway as Harry struggled to his feet, but then Harry was pitched sideways onto the ground, the floor tilting suddenly as his vision swam with red light. When he looked back up, he saw another spell fly from Dumbledore's wand just before Harry was thrown bodily into the wall. Harry's vision sharpened even as his right shoulder throbbed painfully, resonating with the intensity of his left one. Through the haze of pain, Harry sensed that something was clearly wrong with the headmaster, but it was beyond his ken for the moment. He once again attempted to rise to his feet but had no success. Clearly dismissing Harry as a viable threat, Dumbledore turned and strode to the door. Exerting an enormous amount of effort, Harry somehow managed to stand and pull out his wands just as Dumbledore was throwing the first spell into the garden. Harry's first stunner was off target, instead hitting the doorframe right above the headmaster's head. A large chunk of wood was blasted out and would have fallen directly on top of Dumbledore, but he managed to conjure a large golden shield to block the debris. Harry's second stunner immediately followed from his other hand and was on target, but the headmaster had turned quickly, causing the stunner to hit the golden shield, ringing it like a bell. Dumbledore replied with a string of curses that narrowly missed Harry as he reflexively rolled away from them. The curses continued in their fanning pattern and blew holes in the walls of the cottage. Harry could see waves of power radiating from the ring on the old man's left hand, seeping into the wound where he had sliced it open in order to gain access to the cavity behind the concealed brick. Concurrently, magical bolts were leaping like lightning from Dumbledore's feet and apparently feeding more power into the ring. Harry's ingrained training screamed that, given the situation and being wounded as he was, he needed every advantage he could get or create. Harry rapidly cast a banishing charm at the man's head, causing Dumbledore to automatically raise the shield as a block, and the old man returned a fast incendio around its edge in retaliation. The headmaster's use of the shield as a barrier blocked his vision, which provided Harry's first opening for a counterattack as he cast a second banishing charm on a nearby chair. The magnitude of the spell propelled it into the old man's legs, knocking him to the ground forcefully. "Cyril!" Harry yelled as he rolled away from the fire that the headmaster's curse had started. The flames were rapidly engulfing the kitchen wall behind him. "I could use a hand in here." He let fly 2 Accio spells at the same instant, one on the chair now behind Dumbledore and the other on the man's wand. Dumbledore regained his footing and firmly pulled his wand to his chest, safeguarding it from the summoning charm by interposing the golden shield. He did not see the chair that Harry had summoned, however, and it smacked viciously into the back of his legs, forcing the old man to tumble backwards into it. The jet-black bolt of magic forming on the tip of the headmaster's wand luckily went awry, and half the kitchen table simply disintegrated into fine sawdust from the wayward spell. "You're on your own, Harry." Cyril's voice trailed in faintly through the doorway. Harry could hear grunts and odd sounds coming from outside. Clearly Cyril was having a few problems of his own with tea time this afternoon, leaving Harry to his own devices. Thankfully, though, the ringing in his ears was receding, although he still thought it sounded as though there was a fire engine in the distance racing his way. As Harry realized he was well and truly stuck with a crazy old man, the headmaster's offhand reached into his robes as the man regained his feet. Somehow, Harry did not think that the man was going to offer him a sherbet lemon for once. As the golden shield abruptly disappeared, a wall of small flying objects shot out of Dumbledore's wand. Harry dropped into a sideways backward roll to let the objects fly over his head. Knowing that a moving target was much harder to hit, Harry switched to a full-side roll, but he still needed to erect a standard sphere shield to deflect another curse that Dumbledore sent his way. Panting slightly, Harry shot off a tight pair of low-power charms of his own that no shielding spells would stop. The headmaster's eyes flickered in surprise when Harry's spells arrived on target. The first spell caused his robes to warm considerably, and the second one compelled his beard to fly into his face and obscure his vision. Harry quickly disillusioned himself while Dumbledore was distracted with his beard. Crouching down, he fired a pair of additional warming charms at the headmaster's clothes. The small fire in the kitchen was now rapidly spreading to the rest of the dining area, and the smoke thickened as the temperature in the cottage steadily increased.